ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge.
You're going to push your right leg down and lift your left leg as high as you can, or the opposite side. You're going to keep your balance on just one side of your body. So push one leg down and raise the other leg up. So if you push yourself down, if you pull one leg down, automatically you will have a slight ability to lift the opposite leg higher. So if you have a partner, you can actually take the help of your partner to do this asana. You're going to hold your legs. You're going to hold the leg. I can help you to get into the asana. Yes. So now you're going to slowly pull this leg down and push this leg up. Yes, that's good. So pull one leg down, push the other leg up, then you can switch sides. Now pull the opposite leg down and push the other leg up. Lift your leg as high as possible. And relax. That's good. So in this asana, the visualization is a hyena. So visualize a hyena in this asana. So first you can do, and then your partner can also do. So once you have done, your partner can also perform the asana. Let's switch partners now. Yes, Nithyanandam, Canada. I see someone has already entered in sides as well. You're doing on both sides. Continue to perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka in this asana. And internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Salabhasana Bedhascha Nadaberunda Namake Nandaberunda Sahite Shirsadandasanam Tatha.
Yes. So if you have tried on both sides, then you can come to a seated position, and we are going to be entering into Shavasana. Lay down on your back. Completely relax your body. Bring your hands by your side. Adjust your shoulders. Try to keep your body completely on the ground. Bring your shoulders to the ground. Bring the upper back to the ground. Keep your feet in a comfortable position. Keep your hands facing up, your palms facing up. Breathe as deeply as you can. Exhale completely, just relaxing. Unclutch. Stop all of the movements happening outside and inside as well. All the movements like blinking your eyes, moving your fingers, adjusting your dress, unclutch from all of that, and internally as well. Unclutch from the inner chatter, the inner visualizations, internally just chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let the Mahavakya reverberate in your inner space.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
In any point of your body, if you're feeling any pain, any discomfort, any tension, any stress, this is the time to now completely relax from it, unclutch, consciously bring your awareness to every part of your body. And just relax that part. You may not even feel that you're tensed, but only when you bring the awareness, you'll see it's including your eyebrows, as subtle as your eyebrows and eyelids, all the way to your back. There's just some tension that you're just holding on to. Just relax from that. Continue to breathe as deeply as you can, completely inhaling and exhaling each time. Now, slowly Come back to your body. Move your fingers and toes. Move your hands and legs. Slowly bending your knees, bringing your knees to your chest. Bring your knees to your chest. Rock yourself from side to side. If you have someone next to you who is still not up, give them a gentle tap. And slowly raise up into a seated position. Keep your eyes closed. Let's not get distracted yet. Continue to keep your eyes closed. Just close your eyes, and we are going to take this time now to visualize the gratitude for Swamiji. Take this moment now to remember all the amazing blessings, whether it is giving the opportunity to even know about him, to him manifesting wealth, health, relationships, all of that, the worldly things in your life, all the way to the power manifestation, giving you this opportunity to learn the most important, authentic yoga and being in your life. That is the most important thing. Because without him, where would any of us have come this far? So, holding that space of gratitude, take a moment to remember all of the things Swamiji has done for us in our life. And with that space of gratitude, let's sit straight, bring our hands together in front of our heart center, close your eyes, take a deep breath as you continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. We are going to chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. So, hope all of you enjoyed today's Nityananda Yoga. We'll be now moving to the Nitya Puja, the Guru Puja, and the Paramashiva Puja. So stay tuned for the Puja as well. Let's all bring our Puja kits, set up, and come and be seated in a meditative space in 20 minutes. Thank you all. Nityanandam.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Nityanandam.
Paramashivoham
Let us all settle down with our puja kits and begin the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja, requesting all to be in the traditional Tirumoola Varka Vedam. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Inhale deeply and exhale. Visualize Swamiji's presence inside of you in your Ananda Gandha. Feel Swamiji's presence in the Guru Padukas, in the Atmalinga. The puja is your exclusive time with Swamiji and with Bhagavan Paramashiva. Be in the space of deep gratitude and connect with Swamiji. Connect with Bhagavan Paramashiva. Establish the feeling connection. Unclutch from any other thoughts you are having about your work, about your routine, about your health. Unclutch from any other thoughts. Have only the thought of feeling connection, of gratitude, of oneness with Swamiji. Be in the space of Sohamasmi, Bhagavan Paramashiva, the Avyakta has manifested in the form of our Guru, our beloved Swamiji, and Swamiji is celebrating Swamiji through Swamiji's part in us. Hold that space of Sohamasmi. Even when you worship, you are Him. In this space, Let us now begin the declaration for the Pada Puja with integrity and authenticity. If you declare to the following, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that Swamiji, Bhagavan Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas, and the Atmalinga is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja I am offering now will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now begin the Sadguru Vandanam. In the Sadguru Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to our beloved Swamiji. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadirlakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nityananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next offering is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. In the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, we offer up a gratitude to Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the incarnation of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilata Kasturi Tilataha Spuranmala Dhara Spuridakadi Kaupi Navasanaha Tadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour in a dhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svada. With the base of your right hand, wipe your lips twice, right to them. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip, below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With your tips of the index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest, left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is the offering of Shukla Ambaradaram, where we invoke the presence of Mahaganapati, the Lord of spontaneous completion and the remover of obstacles. Now please take the akshata and the flower in your right hand, keep both your hands as fists and tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Varadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantaye. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now continue to keep the akshatan flowers in your right hand. Open your little finger, ring finger and thumb. Inhale through the left nostril by closing your right nostril. Close both your nostrils and hold your breath. And exhale through the right nostril while we chant the Samhita mantras. Om Hum Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Purushottaraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadaya Namaha, Om Him Namadevukhaya Namaha, Om Satyajatamurtaye Namaha, Om Hamridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Gavachaye Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Astraya Namaha, Om Hum Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Purushottaraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadaya Namaha, Om Him Namadevukhaya Namaha, Om Satyajatamurtaye Namaha, Om Hamridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Gavachaye Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Astraya Namaha, Om Hum Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Purushottaraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadaya Namaha, Om Him Namadevukhaya Namaha, Om Satyajatamurtaye Namaha, Om Hamridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Gavachaye Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Astraya Namaha. The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make a Sankalpa in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence will manifest your Sankalpa as reality. Please close your eyes and visualize the Sankalpa that you want to manifest, the feeling connection with the Master, your ultimate in every sphere of your life, whether in your enlightenment or your feeling connection, your power manifestation. Visualize your ultimate self and visualize it already happening in your inner space. Hold on to the visualization while we now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Namopata Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararde Shri Shvedavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharadakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasunam Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Ritau Tulamase Krishna Pakshe Amavasyam Shubhaditau Somavasari Uktayam Hastanakshattra Vaidriti Yoga Chatushpada Karana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau Shri Kailasonnata Dvarashanta Shyamala Pitharudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Vindaswarupa Parashivaputra Ratnakumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Stanyapana Labda Divyajnana Vishwata Sakala Nikama Kamakara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravatre Srimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhita Mukta Mayajadrashayana Giyamana Shri Chinnaka Halari Samasta Virada Valyalamkrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapa Varga Varsha Vishwana Jimuta Paramata Kalava Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapana Shakya Vimahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Nirharo Dvajochedana Purvaka Srimad Vrishabhadvajastapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Sarvajna Vidharudha Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swaminam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarudhrita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Pranavatyuttara Dvishatatama Purmaha Sannidhana Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparaga Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Purmaha Sannidhana Kailasa Paramparaga Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Trayastrimshaduttara Dvishatatama Purmaha Sannidhana Nityotsava Nityamangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita Kailasa Paramparaga Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनिक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवान श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये ओम नपोपस्पृश्य. The next is the Ganthanada. We ring the bell to invoke the presence of all the auspicious energies and remove the presence of all the negative energies around us. Now please take the bell in your left hand, hold it above your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyado Devata Kamalanchalam Ghanta Devata Namaha. The next is the offering of the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji seated in the center of your heart. During the Manasa Puja, offer all the worship to Swamiji seated in your heart center. Please take a flower in your hands and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Om Hridpadmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Charanayo Dadyat Manastu Varyam Nivedayet Tena Mritena Achamaniyam Saniyam Tena Chasmitam Akashadatvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhadatvakam Chitam Prakalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranal Prakalpayet Tejastatvam Chadipartham Naivedyam Syat Sudam Buddhihi Anahatadhvanir Ghanta Vayudatvam Chachamaram Sahasraram Bhavet Chatram Shabdatatvam Jagitakam Nityamindriya Karmani Chanjalyam Manasastatha Sumekhalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nana Vidam Tatha Hamayati Bhava Pushpaihi Archayet Bhava Gocharam Hamayam Manahankaram Aragam Amalam Tatha Amohakam Madambam Cha Advesha Akshobhavo Tatha
अमात्सर्यम् अलोभम् च दशपुष्पम् विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमम् पुष्पम् पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दया पुष्पम् क्षमा पुष्पम् ज्ञानपुष्पम् च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशेत् भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तम् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्.
The next offering is Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first is Asana, the offering of seat to the Master. Now please take a few flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupadeshatam Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paratikaranat Shivaukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidvis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitarakakalaya Vai Ameyatvadanantoyam Ajatvacha Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhisha Siddhaye Tasmai Devarameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabhu Adyame Sapalam Janma Jivanam Sapalakriyaha Swagatam Yatvaya Dhanme Tapasam Paramagatam. Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. The next offering is Padhyam, the offering of water to wash the feet of the Master. Now please take a dharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padhyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Devarameshana Padhyam Shuddhaya Kalpayet. Om Hrim Edat Padhyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tathaparam Shovaram Shantapatrastam Grahanaryam Maheshwara. Om Hrim Esho Arghyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grahanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam. Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swada. The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha
सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा.
The next offering is Gandha Tailam, the offering of the scented oil. Now please take the Gandha Tailam, the scented oil, in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Gandha Tailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hidakaraka Sarvalokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Snaniyam, the offering of the sacred bath. Now please take a uddarani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Sushīdalam Vāri Svacham Suddham Manoharam Snānatam Premaya Bhaktya Kalpidam Pratikirtyatam. Om Hrim Idam Snāniyodatam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the clothes. Now please take the cloth offering in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapata Channa Nijaguhyor Tejase Niravarana Vijnaya Vasaste Kalpayamyam. Om Hrim Idam Vastrottariyam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. Now please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam Om Svabhavasundaraandaya Nana Shaktyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Gandhaha Om Shariram Tena Janami Cheshtam Naiva Cha Naiva Cha Magani Veditan Gandhan Pratigrihya Vilipyatam. Om Hrim Esha Gandhaha Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take the flowers smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nana Gunamanoharam Ananda Saurabham Pushpam Grihyatam Idamuttamam. Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Pushpani Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Bhaushate. The next offering is the Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Bilva Patram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vraksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilva Patram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara. Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilva Patrani Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya
Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Baushate.
The next offering is Tulsi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smear the sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Bahurupaya Varadamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanapatiraso Vidyo Gandhadya Sumanoharaha Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigriyatam Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadeepaha Sarvadaktimirapaha Savakyam Yantarajyotir Deepoyam Pratigriyatam Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please take the food offering in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Please take an udrani of water and hover it over the Naivedyam and offer the water on Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Divyam Deva Shatkara Divinirvitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara Om Hrim Idam Sopakarnaivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Panartodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for washing the hands and the mouth. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapya Suchirva Yasya Smaranamatrataha Shuddhimatnoti Tasmaite Punarachamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshya Rajate Imam Janata Sangrahaniti
द्वादशारश्मिरशना भवति द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ध्वे मुञ्जाः ऊर्ध्वमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत्कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं जगेन्द्रहारं सदा भवन्तं हृदयाय वन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि
आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि
भगवश्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः.
The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjali Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akhandamandalakaram Vyatam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ajnanadhyandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidayine Atmajnana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mandala Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruho Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ishvaro Gururaateti Murti Veda Vibhagine Vyomavadyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Nityanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Prakalasadrisham Tattvamasyavilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami Bhagavashri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleebhyo Namaha. Om Nithyanandam. We will now begin the Paramashiva Puja. Now please take an uddhani of water in your hands. We will begin with the Tattvachvanam. Place your right hand in the Bokalna Mudra and sip the water from the base of your palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, left ear, and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart center. Let us now begin the Sakalikaranam. Please close your eyes. During the Sakalikaranam, we invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva into every part of our body. Visualize yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Come back to the space of Soham Asmi, that you are Paramashiva, even while worshipping Paramashiva. Now using your left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye and visualize they're being drenched with the nectar oozing out of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushade. Now keeping your hands together with your palms facing towards you, touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasanaye Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojata Murtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Hem Dat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. Now touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers and touch the center of your palms. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Him Kavachaya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushade. Now touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Ganga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with your thumbs and little finger joined together, touch both your knees. Om Ham Satyojata Murtaye Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lip. Om Hem Bhat Purushavaktraya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Ham Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Ganda. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now with your index, middle and ring fingers, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. With your right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your Ananda Ganda. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. With your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now with your right hand, thumb and ring finger joined together, touch the top of your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With your right hand, thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your back of your head. Om Hum Shikhaye Vaushate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest. Keep your right hand index fingers in form of a hook and uncross your arms, moving them around your head, bringing them till your chest. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your left thumb onto your right palm and your right thumb onto your left palm. Om Hastraya Bhate. Now with your right hand index and middle fingers, strike your left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Hum Pate. Now with your right hand index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around yourself, going clockwise in all the 8 directions, down and up. Om Hastraya Pate. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is the Samanya Arghya. Let us energize the water with which we offer to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood powder into the water. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Om. Snap your index finger and thumb in all the 10 directions around the Panchapatram. Om Hastraya Pate. Now keeping your right hand in the Avakuntana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Dhena Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is Avahana. Now please offer a flower to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Now please close your eyes. Visualize the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your Atmalinga. Invoke the presence. Request Bhagavan Paramashiva to be available to receive all of your love, your gratitude, all your offerings to Him. Visualize your Atmalinga as the vibrant energy radiating. Let us now invoke the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Please keep some flowers in your hands and meditate on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your inner space while we chant the Dhyana Shloka. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakೃತ Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Kadikopi Navasanaha Dadhano Dushtaram Shirasi Panirajam Shishikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arnigiri Yogi Vijayate Induniva Panchamuka Hastadashayuktam Shulamrgatam Kamasi Vajrama Vayam Syat Pashavanadam Kushamanichwara Navame Shvedakamalasana Sadadiva Sarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Place your thumbs on your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Now turn your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Now place your hands into fists parallel to each other with your thumbs upwards. Sannidhana. Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishchara Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Humbhai Iti Kalakanti Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudra. Now rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avabandhana Mudram Japradarshya. The next is the Upachara Puja. The first is the offering of asanam, the offering of seat to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take a few flowers in your hands. Please take the akshata in your hands and offer the akshata in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Ahasanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Padyam, Achamanam and Argyam. Now please take an udharani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. The next is the offering. Please take an udharani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now please take an udharani of water, show it to the crown of Bhagavan Paramashiva and offer it in the Argya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Padya Achamanargyam Dattva. Now please take. The next offering is Snaniyam. Now please take an udharani of water and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udharani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Snananantaram Achamaniyam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Vastram. Now please take the Akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Vastre Ygnobhavita Uttariya Bharanatam Akshatam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Gandha. the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva, and please offer the kumkum on top of the sandalwood paste at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami Gandhasyo Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Pushpam, the offering of flowers, the Ashtapushpa Puja. Now please take flowers in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhavasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Om Sharvasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Om Ishanasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha. Om Vashupade Devaya Namaha. Om Vashupade Devasya Vatnye Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Om Ugrasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Om Rudrasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhimasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha. Om Hate Devaya Namaha. Om Hato Devasya Vatnye Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Bilvavatram. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smeared with sandalwood paste, and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Bilvavatram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa. Let us begin with the Ghanta Puja. Please offer a flower on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now please sprinkle some water on the Dhupa stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Dhupa stand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Dhura Dhura Dhuram Tam Dhura Dayo Osman Dhura Jitam Dhura Vayam Vayam Dhura Vastam Sastitamam Bhaktitamam Duttatamam Manhitamam Devahutamam Hatamasir Havirjanam Brahma Swam Trisatva Tattukate Kshema Sandikta Matva Idam Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Dhupamagramayami. Now please take an udrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth, and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Now please. The next is the offering of Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Hastraya Bhade. Please offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Uddipya Sajada Vedo Bhaktam Nirritam Mama Pashuvashyamastamava Jivanam Tadishodisha Mano Higanti Jata Vedo Damashtam Purusham Jagate Abhidradagnagatishya Mahaparipataya. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Deepam Darshayami. Now please take an udrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth, and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next is the offering of Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please take an udrani of water and sprinkle some water on Naivedyam. Om Hastraya Pate. Now please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take an udrani of water, hover it clockwise, and offer the water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhuvatarajayate Mudakhananti Hindavaha Madhveen Santoshadihi Madhanasantoshadi Madhunapati Gumrajaha Madhubhyavastana Pita Madhumano Vanaspate Madhumagum Vastudoyaha Madhvijano Bhavastaraha Madhu Madhu Madhu. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take an udrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth, and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Tambulam. Now please take the Akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta. Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Arati plate. Om Hastra Yavate. Please offer a flower on the Arati plate. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam. Om Somo Vaetasya Rajyamadatte. Ye Rajasam Rajyo Vasome Niyadate. Devasva Metani Avikum Sudamanti. Ye Davanto Devanagam Saraha. Temasmai Sarandrayachanti. Senam Gunasumante Rajaya. Devasuraja Avati. Nataprasuyo Bhaktinatapratarakam Nema Vichito Bhandikado Yavakti. Tameva Bhagamadha Sarvam Dakshabhata Samumidam Vibhati. Karpuragauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Vijayendraharam Sada Vasantam Vijayaravinde Bhavam Bhavani Saitam Navami Bhavam Bhavani Saitam Navami Bhavam Bhavani Saitam Navami. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta. Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Karpura Neerajanam Sandarishayami. Rakshandharayami. The next is the offering of Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take few fragrant flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, and offer the flowers onto Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta. Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is the Mula Mantra Japa and Gayatri Mantra Japa. Please hold the Yajna Bhavita in your right hand and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. Now please chant the Mula Mantra internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana. Now please take the Kshama Prarthana where we request Bhagavan Paramashiva to forgive us for any mistakes that we have offered in the puja. Please take flowers, akshata and durva grass in your hands. And please Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now please pour an udrani of water and place your hands in the Udbhava Mudra and offer the water. Let the water flow down through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Yat Kinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukridushkritam Tanme Shivabadastasya Bhumshak Shavaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Mokta Shivas Sarvam Idam Jagate Shivo Yaditi Sarvatra Yashivas Sohamevato. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the offering of Tattvachmanam. Now please place your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra and pour an udrani of water into your right palm and sip the water 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now please wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With your index, middle, and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end the puja with the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam. Please bow down to Swamiji and Bhagavan Paramashiva.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nityananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nityananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous
Nityanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasudisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nityanandam, all of you,
Nityanandam, everyone.
on this wonderful day of Diwali celebration. And we just had the satsang previous night, and we'll still be having darshan in just about an hour or two, actually, yes, 2 hours. So with this beautiful celebration of Diwali, welcome all of you with this intense yoga session and puja. So we'll be now entering into the power manifestation. So requesting everyone, share memos, Ma Jyotikanandaya, Ma Ananda Ghorupni, Ma Nityanatan Priya. Please switch on your camera, please be available in the camera. And with this, we'll be entering into the power manifestation. So let's get ready. First, we'll be entering into the scriptural reference for manifesting this science. Kapalam Dharmano Yasya Tishtan Milita Lochanaha Kramena Manaso Dharya Lakshaye Laksham Uttamam. Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the soul, Paramashiva. So with this, we'll be getting ready for the power manifestation. So with acharyas, we'll be projecting an image on your screen while your eyes, the 2 eyes will be closed, and you'll be manifesting the powers of third eye. So seeing every single detail of the image that is being projected through the power of third eye, the Angyan Chakra. So requesting of all of you, please close and cover your eye. You can use a piece of cloth or a blindfold. Please take a moment and cover your eye, and let's get ready to enter into the power manifestation. And also requesting everyone, please switch on the cameras, and all the partners on the YouTube as well. You can also take part authentically. You can also start commenting on the YouTube chat. Now sit with an intention to manifest your ultimate reality. When you manifest your ultimate reality, Swamiji gives you the ultimate. Anything that stops you from manifesting your reality, just drop it. Swami says, drop your past. It's already dead. Simply declare and drop your past. Because as Swami says, He is within us. He is within us. He is taking care of us. So connect with Him from that bhava, from that space. Meanwhile, in YouTube also, so many people are watching. We have few comments also. Ma Nityanam asks, yes, the Zoom is now fixed. Ma, there was some issue with the technical issues from the Zoom and or the AWS. So that has been fixed. You can join back. We have Ranveer Vijay Nityanandam, and we have Raji Krishnan Nityanandam.
Nityanandam, welcome.
Yes.
And happy Diwali to everyone.
Yes, beautiful. Happy Diwali for everyone, and make sure that you are tuning in for the darshan, receiving the blessings of Swamiji on this happy Diwali. Nothing can be much greater than receiving the blessings. Meanwhile, we are joined by Mani Rahankara, Nityanandama.
Nityanandama, welcome.
Yes. So we are about to enter into the power manifestation. Requesting all of you, please close your eyes, cover your eyes now. And just remember, Swamiji is within you. And connect with Him to manifest the ultimate. Any doubt that comes up, just unclutch from every single thought. Just go on unclutching. Completely drop your past. As Swami says, because He is there within you. Anything that binds you, that lets you, keeps you away from that experience, just disengage from that. Do not fight with that. Do not fight with the thought that you are struggling with. Simply disconnect, and those things will lose power over you. With this, let's connect with Swamiji through the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya and keep your eyes closed. Let's enter into this round of power manifestation. The image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands, you can open your eyes. All right. So let's take a moment and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you through the power of third eye. Please go ahead and let's share. Yes. Ma Nirahankara, Sharvamutma, Ma Ananda Gorupni, Ma Natanapriya, Jyotkandaya. Let's take a moment and let's share. Even all the participants on the YouTube, please go ahead and let's share your revelations. Meanwhile, we have Ma Devi, who says Namaskar, yes, Nityanandam.
Devi Nityanandam, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you with us.
Even all the participants who are watching us on YouTube, you can join us via two-way to have the issue has been fixed. So you'll be definitely be able to log into the Zoom.
Yes, so requesting everyone to please take a moment and share. So if you have taken part in this power manifestation, you can share with us what was revealed to you in your third eyes. What was the details of the image that we displayed for you for this round of power manifestation, seeing images blindfolded. And understand that the power can manifest itself in many different ways. It can by all means be a vision, but don't always expect it to be a vision. The powers come from your connection to Paramashiva, and Paramashiva, from the moment that you connect to him, from the moment you have the intention for Paramashiva to manifest through you, he simply manifests. But it won't always be in the way you expect. So be aware of everything that you are experiencing during this power manifestation, because everything could be a revelation from Paramashiva in a way that you might understand. So it can be a vision, it can be just a piece of information that is there for no reason. It just seems to, you just know something is truth. It could be a sound, a smell, a taste. It could be a sensation. It could be an emotion, whatever it might be. Pay close attention to it and see whether you can decode in a way what Paramashiva is revealing to you in a way that you might understand. So an example, if let's say you were younger and you walked down the street and there was a dog that was approaching you and you felt scared, so you crossed the road. As you crossed the road, you tripped and you fell on your knee, hurting your knee. From that point forward, in your experience, you are connecting the knee pain with the dog. So if, for example, we had a picture of a dog displaying for you for the power manifestation, for the third eye vision, you might feel a pain related to the knee. So this is something that is from your own experience, that would be from your own experience. And it would be in a way that you might understand, that you might relate. So pay attention to everything. Don't discount anything. Trust whatever is being revealed to you. Don't judge anything and don't have any self-doubt. These only get in the way. So we're going to wait just a little bit longer, a chance for everyone to share what's revealed to them. And yes, we have Ma Nirahankara that shares.
Yes, Ma Nirahankara shares the black night sky, stars, yellow lights, many beige houses, and pinky signal tower. And we have pink and yellow stripes, the greenish yellow light, a person walking back and forth in front of the light and shadow. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing your detail. All right. So let's repeat, bring back the image once again on the screen.
Yeah, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us share the image that we displayed for you. And yes, this is the image. You can see it is a chimpanzee, a chimpanzee that seems very curious. That's perhaps the cameraman who has taken this image. Perhaps just seeing the flashlight or perhaps the noise that the camera made. And it's just looking back at the cameraman. You can see deep black hair on the chimpanzee. Curious look on his face, curious look in his eyes. You can see some green leaves. He seems to be resting up against a tree as well. The background is blurred, but we can see more green leaves in the background as well. So yes, this is the image that we had for you. Now, Ma Nirahankara shares black night sky. So we have a lot of black Ma. So the chimpanzee himself has a lot of black fur, very dark black fur. Stars yellow lights. So we can see in the background, just on the right-hand side, and just in the middle of the image, there's some yellow, some yellow lights. Beige houses and spiky signal towers. We have the trees. So the chimpanzee is leaning up against the tree. So you can, perhaps that is the signal tower we might be connecting to. Pink and yellow stripes, greenish yellow lights. So there's a lot of green. Person walking back and forth in front of the light. So in front of the light, so we do have a flash camera. So that's the relationship there. The relation there is perhaps the chimpanzee being in front of the light and casting a shadow. So yes, Ma, thank you very much for sharing. Congratulations for manifesting, Ma.
It's beautiful, beautiful sharing, Ma. And so with this, let's move on with the next. Actually, enter into today's revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And today's session is going to be on Bhakti. Yes, Bhakti, as Swami says, when you are in Bhakti, nothing matters. And when you experience Bhakti, and when you are even not in Bhakti, even then nothing matters. So experiencing Bhakti is only then you will realize what is true love. Only then you will realize what is true love. So we'll be entering into the revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as Swamiji himself reveals on the Bhakti. So please come to the space of listening. And let's enter into this revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the power of Bhakti.
In Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse. Chitatmana prashantasya paramatma samahitaha sitoshna sugadukyeshu tatamanaapamanayoho. Translation: the one who has conquered the self, who has attained tranquility, the Supreme is already reached. Such a person remains in this state in happiness or distress, heat or cold, honor or dishonor. I'll give you the new translation also. The one who has subdued his self made out of patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains centered, whether in a cold or warm atmosphere, whether he is in a pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or is dishonored. Understand? Bhagavan is giving you a powerful technique. He is using a beautiful word, Sitoshna Samadukkeshu. Sita and Ushna, warm or cold, attacks you from outside skin. Sugha or Dukkha attacks you from inside skin. Understand? When you are feeling warm or cold, just sit and see what is happening outside your skin all over the body. Without branding, just see what is going on, how I feel. Don't name it as a cold or warm, pain or suffering. Just look. Something is going on. Let me see what happens, how that feeling touches my skin. After that, how the skin is processing that information, and how I am getting agitated or irritated for no reason. How I am responding to it? Why should I get agitated or irritated? Let's see how the nature responds to it. Sit with deep passions. In one day, you will master cold. Cold will not affect you anymore. Same way heat. Do panchatapas, make a fire circle. It is very easy. Your height should be the diameter of the circle. That is the law. Your height is the diameter of the circle. Make the fire circle and sit. You will slowly start feeling the heat and it will increase within half an hour. Then just see what is going on in your skin. In 2 days you will master warm. Both will not be painful. Then come to the next level of experiment. When you are feeling unpleasant, just see. Unpleasantness is nothing but cold or warm which is working from inside the skin. If you look near the chest area, it will start. From inside the skin is being attacked. Warm and cold, heat and cold attacks you from outside skin. Pleasantness or unpleasantness attacks you from inside the skin. Sit with that. You don't need to find the situation. Already you have enough unpleasantness. Just sit with that unpleasantness. How it is attacking you from inside skin. What exactly you are feeling. Without labeling, just see. In 2 days, you will realize there is no such thing as unpleasantness other than your own decision to be in unpleasantness. Same way pleasantness. When you are in joy, happy, just sit and watch. What is this? What is this pleasantness? Why it feels so expanded inside? Feel from your skin, inside the skin. You will master that state also. So pleasant or unpleasant attacks you from inside the skin. Heat or cold attacks you from outside skin. But both heat or cold, pleasant or unpleasantness, all four has no life independently from your will. Understanding this is being centered on the supreme state. Please understand, your will gets contaminated when it connects itself with these four. Fortunately, these four has no independent existence. If your will does not support it, man who has realized it by experimenting with it is established in supreme state. He is called Paramatma Samahita, equivalent to the supreme consciousness. Such a simple, straightforward thing I tell you. Just try today. Once you realize, even with first thing, you see, today you try with a cold. The moment you realize the cold is not giving you any more suffering, you will have confidence to work with heat. Then work with heat. Do panchatapas. Maybe 1 hour. 1 hour is more than enough. 2 days. If it is not happening in 2 sessions, just do 2-3 days, that's all. You will have confidence now. Wow, we won the second game. Then go for the third. Sit with unpleasantness. Don't change the sequence. Cold is to grass, easy. Once you win there, you will have confidence to do next. Little subtle, the heat. Then you will have confidence next with the unpleasantness. Then you will have confidence to do with the pleasantness. Once you master that all these four does not have an independent life over you other than your will's support. See, when you sit and start analyzing, you will understand. It suddenly disappears because the moment you analyze, your will stops supporting this aspect of life. You support the cold and cold-related diseases in confusion. You support heat and heat-related diseases in confusion. You support unpleasantness and unpleasantness-related diseases in confusion. You support pleasantness and pleasantness-related activities in confusion. So when you sit and see what is really happening with the passiveness and passions, suddenly you realize without your will, all four does not have independent life. Shadow does not have independent life without the existence of light and object. It is the mixture of light and object creates shadow. The sufferings of cold, heat, sufferings of pleasantness, unpleasantness, everything happens by the mixture of your will and confusion. If the light is switched off, no shadow. If the object is removed, no shadow. If the confusion is removed or if the will is removed, there is no agitation or disturbance by cold, warm, pleasant, unpleasantness. I tell you, man is a fool. Asking for cold when it is hot, asking for hot when it is cold, always asking what is not. Try this four process. In such a simple way, you can be centered on what Bhagavan calls Paramatma Samahitaha. Centered on pure unclutching. See, we are responsible for making Krishna alive. Come on, 4 days. Only 2 hours a day. Come in the evening. Learn this and go. And there is no risk in this. If you sit with a heater or a air condition, even the risk of Panchatapas is not there. I told Panchatapas because that is the way I was brought up. You guys don't even need to bother about the Panchatapas. Fire. Even in fire you may say, no, there is a risk. What risk is there anyhow? These fellows, everything is a risk. If your time is not right, even by drinking milk you will die. If your time is right, even the poison, if you drink, you will vomit it. Even your attempt to commit suicide, you will not be able to be successful. Anyhow, with a heater or cold, AC, you can control the heat or cold. What is the risk? Unpleasantness and unpleasantness. Try. I tell you, this can get people out of all mental disorders and psychological disorders. I have done this. That is why I am telling you. I have done this during my tapas time, my tapas period. I'll go and sit in the hill during the daytime in the sun, just with one towel in the hip, work on that heat. How the heat does not touch me. Then in the night I'll sit in the hill itself. It will be really cold, and see how the cold does not work on the system. Then I'll fight with Raghupati Yogi. That is the only thing which will be unpleasant for me. See, my whole life, only relationships I know is this Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal, these few saints, sadhus. Never even once I felt psychologically connected to the blood family. So if I have to have some unpleasant moments, I'll go and fight with him. Some ideological fight. Raghupati Yogi is Yogi and Kuppammal is Vedanti. Between these two, there will be a huge fight. Ideological fight. Here body first, here mind first. And if I wanted to create fight with a Raghupati Yogi, I'll take up all the arguments of Kuppammal. If I want to fight with Kuppammal, I'll take all the arguments of Raghupati Yogi. But I tell you guys, these two have made me so rich in the spiritual knowledge. God, the wealth they added to me, only now I am realizing. And same way, when I want to experience that pleasantness, I'll take my Ramakrishna's photo and keep it in front of me and fan him. And there's a beautiful, very sweet story of Ramakrishna sung by one devotee. It's called Sri Ramakrishna Bundi. And in English it is called, and the book has been translated, The Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. That's a very beautiful book. It is not factual. See, the Ramakrishna's biography, he wrote it more poetic way. He does not bother much about facts. He has not changed the facts. He is not telling lies. But he is singing in a very beautiful, sweet way that, oh, who came as Rama and Krishna? You came as Ramakrishna, but this time you did not steal and do all these naughty things of Krishna. But you are not so polite like Rama also. So from the beginning, with that feeling that Ramakrishna is an incarnation, the devotee has sang about Sri Ramakrishna. It's a very beautiful book. Still I can repeat it. It's, I think, 1000-page book in Bengali verse form. I can repeat the whole thing by heart. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Vanja Kalpataru, Jai Jai Bhagavan Jagatir Guru, Jai Jai Ramakrishna Ishta Goshtikan, Jai Jai. It goes. Sobaya Sarani Renu Magaya Adam. We just have the book. I can repeat the whole 1000-page. I can continue even now. It goes on and on and on. It's a very beautiful, very juicy, sweet, loving way of Ramakrishna's biography described. That's one of the best things with which I experienced highest pleasantness. I'll have a small Singhasan and Ramakrishna's photo, and I have a small fan. Fanning him, I'll sit and sing these whole verses. And I have this book in the hand. Whole day I'll be sitting, and there's a tune to chant that. I'll sit and chant. One great elderly sadhu in Ramakrishna Mission, his name is Nandanandaji. He used to, I have seen him sitting and singing this verse with the tears in joy. And I picked up the habit from him only. I'll sit every day with him. He suffered with little deafness. So I served him, taking him to the doctor and taking care of him when he was old. He was a sadhu from Andhra, very sweet sadhu. So I used to sit and chant this. I picked up this habit from him. I listened to him very attentively, and actually I learnt Bengali reading. So if I chant that book one day, it will take full day to chant 1000 pages. At least next 2 months, I'll feel that I am in that heaven and whole body will be sweet and pleasant, that whole throat will be filled with sweetness. Because it is his whole biography is chanted, the created, sung with so much of love, without being much bothered about the facts. It's a Purana of Sri Ramakrishna. So this Sadhu Nandananda Swami, he was about to die. As a tradition, when you are about to die, you have to give your whole, whatever you have, to the person who served you. It's a tradition. So this Sadhu suddenly said, I am going to die tomorrow. Guru Maharaj has appeared. What will I give you? I said, you don't need to give me anything. You are a sadhu, that's enough. You bless me. Then he said, I accumulated one thing in my life. The biggest wealth I accumulated is, whenever I read this Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi, I go to Samadhi, an ecstasy. I give you this Bhava Samadhi as my gift. He gave me. And I tell you, after that, whenever I read that book, God, and that sweetness, it's as if his 60, 70 years of tapas has entered into me. If you read some book 60, 70 years and be in the ecstasy, that whole bhava, the depth of the bhava, that whole depth of emotion has entered into my system, I could feel that same emotion just by his blessing. He said, I give you this gift of Bhava Samadhi. You take it. Because now it won't be useful anymore for me. See, once you leave the body, even your Bhava Samadhi will not stay with you. Only the Nirvikalpa Samadhis will stay with you. Less than Nirvikalpa Samadhi, anything you accumulated is not useful anymore for you. It's the English spelling is P-U-N-K-T-I. In English, the book is translated as A Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. Maybe one day I'll sit and chant for you guys. It's my personal spiritual practice, which I did for quite a long time. Some of my personal spiritual practice I never shared with you guys. This Ramakrishna Bunti. And same way, Chandi. Chandi is the Devi Mahatmyam. I'm a great Satta. So I'll sit and chant Chandi. Devi Mahatmyam is 700 sloka. And Lalita Sahasranama and Trisadi. There are some 6-7 books related to Chandi. Devi Upanishad and all that put together. That will take one day, full one day if you chant. That I will chant with this bell. The same book in Bengali. These all used to be my entertainment. Anyhow, whether it is a heat or cold, pleasantness or unpleasantness, work with it. I tell you, even this pleasantness is not ultimate. Understand that. What I received from that Swami Nandananji is not ultimate. He himself can't take it when he is dying. That is why he gave it to me. Only unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi will come with you eternally. But unfortunately, when you are training yourself, when you are practicing, you can't be all the time in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. So all this Bhava Samadhi helps you to raise yourself to that level. Be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi or be in Bhava Samadhi with a person who is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. That's all. Be unclutched or be clutched to a person who is in unclutching state. That's all. Being unclutched is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you are clutched to a person, being who is unclutched is Bhava Samadhi. In the beginning, Bhava Samadhi helps. Now I can remember all the verses. It's coming up. Yes, the same book. Sri Ramakrishna Munti. You guys can see this exact book. Just see whether if it is in Bengali, download. I'll read. If you have interest and intensity, you will find time for everything. Try all these 4. First, I wanted all our center heads, you guys try. Of course, I'm not telling devotees not to try. If all of you try, mainly the center heads, when you try, you will have the confidence and make a beautiful program and start teaching. Everyone can start doing this. For these things, you don't need very organized setup. Start reaching out even in these small ways. Helping people. I really wanted this kind, hundreds of samyamas should be developed and made available from our campus. It should become a pilgrimage center for the people who want to study mysticism. You don't know. Just this 4-day, trying these 4 steps, working with cold, working with heat, working with unpleasantness, working with pleasantness. You will suddenly find a powerful key, tool to live your life. Crossing thousands of disturbances. Human beings can live a rich life if this kind of tools are accumulated. Just this one tool, I tell you, how rich it can make you. Richness is always depending on the zeros. It is not always based on the zeros. It is based on your ability to face life. Richness cannot be always measured based on the comforts of life. It is measured based on the ability to confront the life. It is not just comfort, it is ability to confront also. These are all the tools with which you will be able to confront the life. I know many guys sitting on billions of dollars, even a small, very small, they are shaken completely. Ability to confront life, live the life. I tell you guys. All our devotees should have mastered at least like this 5-6 samyamas. Different 5-6 samyamas. That makes you man. That makes you a being. Mastering at least few samyamas gives you the courage to live, confidence to live. Courage which comes by inner richness is confidence. Courage which you get by outer richness is egoistic pride. Which comes by outer richness can be taken away from you any moment. Which comes by inner richness, nobody can touch it. One of the main reasons for my success, standing throughout the scandals and rumors, is this samyama, This samyama, which I did from the young age, working with the heat and cold and unpleasantness and pleasantness. I tell you, heat and cold hits you from outside the skin, pleasantness and unpleasantness hits you from the inside the skin. But all four of them do not have life without your will supporting them. Is the essence. The one who has subdued his self made of tough patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains composed, whether in a cold or a warm atmosphere, whether he is in pain, pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or dishonor. Tata manopamanayoho. See, when you master the Sita, Ushna, Sukha, Dukkha, the mana, apamana does not touch you. You master it. I tell you, not for pride, I am the living example that mana, apamana did not touch me. Otherwise, one side, millions put flower garlands and worship. The other side, rowdies put chapel garlands and burn the effigies.
Yes. So Swamiji reveals how he is a living example of who is beyond mana and apmana. And Swamiji reveals the power of bhakti. He himself shares his own experience in Ramakrishna mission when he was there of a sadhu. So with this beautiful revelations, let's move on. Let's move on with the next, which is going to be a detox. Understand, detox is very much important for us. Every time that toxins that we built up in our system, whether due to the lifestyle, the food, and so many other ways our five senses gathers the toxins. It is very important to detox ourselves again and again. We'll be entering into a detox process now.
Yes, so this particular detoxing is about healthy eating. Healthy eating. So we have from the Sushruta Samhita, 64th chapter, 85th shloka, we have Sayam Prata Manushanam Asharam Shruti Choditam Nantara Bhojanam Kuryat Agni Hotsaramo Vidihi. Human beings should eat only in the morning and in the evening, as per the Vedic injunction. So food should not be eaten in between these two meals. This rule is equal to the rule of Agnihotram Vidhi. So this is the scriptural reference from Sushruta Samhita. So once again, 64th chapter, 85th shloka. So human beings should only eat in the morning and in the evening, as per the injunction, and food should not be eaten in between these two meals. So either outside or inside these two meals. Not to eat after sunset, not to eat before sunrise. So this is the beautiful Shastra Pramana from the Sushruta Samhita.
Yes. So understand, this is the time when sun is awake. Your Jatra Agni will be awake, our life. So this is the time when we should eat. And every night when you fall asleep, keep a wet towel or a bag which is filled of ice cube on your stomach. And if you lie down like this, you can beautifully see how you slip into the dream state and the deep sleep state. So you'll be beautifully transitioning from one state of consciousness to the other states of consciousness. And you'll gain the huge confidence to see the alternative states of your own consciousness, of your own existence. And how does this help? See, if you have the restful awareness to see your dream, your deep sleep during the transition period, you will have the guts to see the delusions that you have manifested. So if you're beautifully able to transition into the dream and deep sleep state consciously, then you'll see how you have created the delusion, how you have manifested the delusion. So that is very important. When you are awake, when you are conscious, when you're transitioning or from one state of consciousness, one state to the other states of consciousness. So with this, we'll be entering into the intransition exercise on the deeper secrets of life.
Yes, so we're going to enter into an exercise. Let us sit down. So you'll require a pen and paper for this. Sit down and describe your purpose in 5 or 6 points. So we'll just quickly go through the 3 steps. In the second step, we'll take responsibility for the or have a look at what we are not assuming responsibility for, where we're not taking our role in life seriously, where we're just being afraid of life, and life stops us from our purpose. And then we'll move on to renouncing, which means understanding that executing by realizing certain objects or action or thought pattern not conducive to our fulfillment of the mission that we have taken on. So let us first start with the first step. So the first step is sit and describe your purpose. So whatever your purpose is, whatever you see your purpose as, your purpose in life. Gather a pen and paper and start writing down, describe in detail your purpose. So we'll be displaying these slides for you. So starting with step number 1, describing in detail your purpose. So let's sit down with a pen and paper and let's start penning these down. Let's begin.
Now let's move on with the second step. Not assuming responsibility, not taking up your role you need to play in the life. Being just afraid of life stops you from your purpose. So smoke out these hypocrisies that you're carrying. Let's take a few minutes and let's bend down.
Yes, let us now move on to the third step. See, renouncing means understanding and executing. By realizing certain object or action or thought pattern is simply not conducive for the fulfillment of the mission that you have taken on, for the goals, for the reason that you have set. So for the sake of your larger vision, your mission and responsibility, understand that giving up your whims and fancies and loose way of thinking is acting, and acting is renunciation, which means letting go of what you want to do, what is getting in the way of these goals that you have set for yourself, of this larger vision. So giving up all of these is renunciation. So let us take a few minutes and concentrate on renouncing all of these patterns that are not conducive to the fulfillment of your mission. Let us continue. Yes, you can relax now. So you can relax from this internalization exercise for the deepest secrets of life. Next, we're going to enter into the next revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is on worshipping the divine. So what it means to worship the divine and why you should worship the divine. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably. Let's come to the space of listening and let us bring our full awareness, our full attention to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he reveals onto these sacred truths. Let's begin.
Worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Sri Krishna is revealing some of the mystical secrets. How various divine energies come into existence, how by connecting with them, your expansion is possible. Please understand, one example I wanted to give. Brahma, in Hindu stories, Hindu Purana, Brahma becomes egoistic. So, Shiva's extension comes out as Kala Bhairava and cuts Brahma's head, removes the ego of Brahma and makes Brahma enlightened. This action, Shiva's energy coming out and removing the ego of Brahma and making him enlightened, this action becomes Kala Bhairava. So when you connect with Kala Bhairava and start worshipping the divine energy called Kala Bhairava, he removes your ego also and gives you enlightenment. Same way, Veerabhadra. Shiva's energy expanded and destroyed the collective negativity of Daksha, which causes suffering for himself and for others. Many times, your pain body becomes so strong, knowingly you cause suffering to you and to others. Even though you know you are causing suffering to you and to others, but the pain pattern is so strong, you can't escape. I can see very clearly. So many people, they know if they are out of me, if they are away from me, they are going to create suffering for themselves. But their ego, arrogance is so strong, they can't live. They can't live around me. I have seen so many times, even devotees, they know if they listen to my teachings and live, they will be out of their sufferings and torture they are doing to themselves and to others. But they don't want. Daksha represents the negativity which causes suffering to yourself and to others. Shiva's energy which came out and destroyed the Daksha's negativity is Veerabhadra. Understand? Veerabhadra did not kill Daksha. He gave life back to Daksha. So this energy which destroys your negativity of giving suffering to yourself and to others is called Veerabhadra. If you connect with this divine energy and pray, feel connected, you will see in you also the pain body, the patterns which create suffering for yourself and others will be destroyed. It's a beautiful verse. Evam bahuvitaha yajnaha vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan viddidan sarvan evam jnatva vimokshase. Thus, worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Same way, if you are frozen, closed, then start connecting with Krishna, who is doing Rasa Leela, who just opened himself to the whole universe. Understand? Krishna's Rasa Leela did not happen just with Gopikas. It happened with the plants, trees, rocks, Yamuna, whole thing. And the Purnima Chandra, the full moon, with whole, he had Rasa Leela. His Rasa Leela was enjoyed by the whole existence. Gopikas were also happened to be there, that's all. It was not concentrated towards Gopikas. It was with the whole. So if you are frozen, having the sickening suffocation, many times people do have this sickening suffocation. Come on, then expand. It is time. You meditate on Rasa Leela Krishna. So each action of divine, each action of an incarnation becomes independent energy by itself. Shiva's one action, cutting Brahma's head and giving him enlightenment, it became an independent energy called Kala Bhairava. Shiva's one action of killing the negativity of Daksha and liberating him from negativity and negative patterns became independent divine energy called Veerabhadra. Shiva's one action of teaching in silence to Sanagadi Rishis and giving them enlightenment becomes Dakshinamurti. Just each action of divine becomes one form, one energy. Understand? When Shiva assumed the body and married Meenakshi and ruled the Pandya kingdom, he became Sundara Pandya. That action became an independent energy of Sundara Pandya. Just yesterday, I was reading the Akashic records, the night. I verified again and again. Earlier when I was seeing, I felt he has taken 3 bodies. Yesterday I saw he has taken more than 11 bodies. Only to play in and around Madurai. Please understand, in this way, no other geographical place is equivalent to Madurai. Where Shiva has taken 11 bodies to play just in Madurai. See, in one body he has played in many places. That record is there. When he assumed one body, he has gone to many places and did his leelas. In one body, doing leelas in 11 places, there are enough records. But 11 bodies to do leelas in one place, only in Madurai's history, the record is there. More than 11 bodies he has assumed at different times to play the leelas. The leela he performed, the first body he assumed to perform the leelas in Madurai is marrying Meenakshi. To marry Meenakshi and all the leelas related to that time, marrying Meenakshi and bringing Vaigai to Madurai, all those leelas were performed in one body. That body is directly under the Sundareshwara's linga. The main Garbha Mandir, under the Sundareshwara linga, that body is resting. It is there in Jiva Samadhi. And second, he has assumed one more body to build embankment for Vaigai river and converting all the foxes into horse to save his disciple Manikyavasagar. All those leelas, around 40 years he was in that body and performed many leelas. That body is resting in our property near Dinamani Takis. There is a place in Madurai, near Dinamani Takis, there is a samadhi inside Madurai Adinam property. It is called Sundaranar Samadhi. And Sundarananda's Jiva Samadhi, people used to think it is one of the 18 Siddhas. It is not one of the, of course, it is one in the 18, but Shiva himself assumed the human body and performed. 40 years he was in that body. That body is resting in Madurai, the place Dinamani Takis, opposite to that Takis, there is a property, belongs to Madurai Adinam property. There he is resting. And the third body, which he assumed to give sugar cane to stone elephant, and stone elephant ate that sugar cane. For that Leela, he assumed one more body that is there inside the temple under the samadhi of, under the shrine of Ellamalla Sittar. Under his murti, that third body is there. Still, I am not able to trace the other places of the remaining 8 bodies. I could see cosmically where are they, but in the Madurai map I am not able to pinpoint where the remaining 8 bodies are. Soon I will study the Madurai map and overlap my cosmic map on Madurai map and give you guys the exact points where the bodies he assumed are resting and radiating. I tell you, if you see from this angle, no other place, even in Kailash, is only one body is resting. There are 1 lakh enlightened beings' bodies are resting. That is different. But his own, the body which he used, only one body is resting. In Varanasi, 2 bodies are resting. Even in Thiruvannamalai, only one body, Arunagiri Yogeshwara's body, only is resting. I was shocked when I read yesterday the Akashic records. 11 bodies he has assumed. I tell you, Madurai was his honeymoon place. It was his favorite. Somehow, Madurai people had a very close, hearty connection with Mahadeva. Even for small things, he will assume a body. Come here and play. This was the place where he was very playful and joyful without any of the so-called social laws, regulations, rules and the dharma which he himself created. Here, he has broken the laws he created as per the planets. He has changed the planets for Madurai people. He has changed the teachings for Madurai people. He has changed the social laws for Madurai people. He has broken all the moral rules for Madurai people. He has done everything possible. Socially accepted, unaccepted, legal, illegal, dharmic, adharmic. In which Shastra it is dharmic? You convert the wolves into horses and sell them. And after you sell and go away, all that fellows, they become overnight, they become again wolf and bite and kill all the remaining horses who are there. And that poor king is now pauper. In which dharma it is accepted? In which Shastra it is accepted? He has done everything. Everything possible. He comes down as a worker for the old lady, saying that, see, once there was a flood, huge flood in Vaigai river, and king ordered all the citizens of Madurai should take up one portion and cover it with mud and build an embankment. So all of them have taken up one portion. One old lady, Vandi, her job is that making idli and puttu. Puttu is those days breakfast. She will make all this and sell for people. Still now, in Madurai, it is a very popular business. Go out in the night, you will see hundreds of shops. The outside street, they will be making these idlis and selling, breakfast and selling. It is still their tradition. Now it is called Kushbu idli. In those days, it's a tradition of Vandi. So she used to make this pittu and sell. Those days breakfast. She did not get anybody to cover her portion, and she herself can't do. She is too old. She prays to Sundareshwara. This whole city, still now, any problem, the only person they turn to is Sundareshwara. They don't trust anybody else. They just turn towards Sundareshwara. And she's the old lady. She can't get a worker to fill her portion, to do her job. She turns towards Sundareshwara. Oh Chokanada, Sundareshwara. This guy could have just one thought, the whole Vaigai would have built add embankment automatically. He does not do that. He comes down, assuming human body and bargaining with that lady. You should give me the pittu as much as I want, but I will work only for 3 hours. He says, I will work only for 2 jama. Sorry, 2 muhurta. 1 muhurta is 1.5 hours. I will work only for 2 muhurta, but you should give me as much as I want. This poor lady, she doesn't have anybody else. So she says, all right, go ahead. You can see what is puttu. Come on, show me. This is puttu. Those days breakfast. So she doesn't have anybody else. So no other option. She accepts the bargain. This fellow finally finishes eating everything she cooked. After that, it doesn't work. He goes there and lies down in that bed. So he goes and lies down in the banks of Vaigai. I also traced the palace he had in Vaigai. Just in between, the mid of the water, he had a palace where he used to drink with that, all the bhutas. He was not a womanizer. He used to drink and gamble. He will have all these bhutas around and they will play the dice. He will gamble with them. Finally, what is there? Finally, he will cheat all of them. And he was not a womanizer. But he was used to drink and gamble. Anyhow. So he went and lie down in the bank of Vaigai. King comes in the evening to see whether the embankment work is done. He sees all parts have been covered except his portion, the Vandi's portion. King got very annoyed and asked whose portion it is. They said this is Vandi, old lady's portion. He asked, naturally she won't be able to do. Who is doing for her? They showed this guy has been employed by her. But from morning he is not doing anything. He is just lying there. So king calls him and asks, who are you? This fellow says, who are you to ask me this? King says, I am the king of this Madurai. He says, that is the way so many people are thinking, but actually I am the king. There was a strong argument. Finally, king was very angry and he took his sengol, the golden staff with which he rules the country, and gave a strong blow in the back of Sundareshwara. When that beating fell on Sundareshwara, when that stick fell on the Sundareshwara, at that same moment, he showed to the king, he is the Antaryami. He is the indweller of every being, cosmos. So the whole world, whole universe, including himself, had that beating. The whole cosmos, including the king, had the mark of that golden staff, scepter, golden scepter's mark. And king was shocked. There he sees Sundareshwara standing with Meenakshi and smiling. King realized who came to play in the form of a worker, and he fell at the feet of Sundareshwara, asked him to apologize. Then Sundareshwara says, just because of Vandi's feeling connection, to please her, to eat her food, to enjoy her puttu, breakfast, I came and I enjoyed. He liberated, he gives enlightenment to Vandi and blesses the king and disappears. Till the end, he has not done his job. He did not do the job of building the embankment to the Vaigai. Casual leelas, not one or two, 64 leelas. God, I know for sure he would have done at least 64,000. And Paranjodi Munivar, the compiler, was able to collect only 64, representing all the 64,000s of leelas. The body with which he has performed this leela, especially blessing the Vandi and converting the wolves into horses, foxes into horses, that season, around 40 years, he has performed some more leelas. That body was used by him for 40 years. That body is resting in Madurai Adinam's property. I have taken the blessings of the 292nd Guruma Sannidhanam to build that into a beautiful, huge temple. You can see the scene of Sundareshwara and eating the puttu of Vandi, the old lady. When I remember, God, this very land, he has taken 11 bodies and walked. These very roads, he would have walked and sold the firewood. These very roads, he has walked and sold bangles. This very road, he walked and sold diamonds. I'm really going crazy. This very Vaigai, he created this very Vaigai. He himself came and built embankment, at least acted as building embankment. Each action divine energy performs becomes one independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand? Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. Ask him whatever you want. He has broken all the rules. See, there is a law. Only a human body can radiate enlightenment, experience enlightenment. He has broken everything. He has given enlightenment to pigs. He has given enlightenment to bird. He has given enlightenment to cuckoo. He has given enlightenment to swan. Everyone can be assured. He has given enlightenment to pigs. What a Leela. Sundareshwara. Bhagavan explains.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
आनंदने नित्यानंदने आनंदने नित्यानंदने आनंदने नित्यानंदने आनंदने नित्यानंदने आनंदने नित्यानंदने आनंदने नित्यानंदने 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 அடிமுடி காணாத கண்ணாமலைநாதனே ஆனந்த உருதாங்கி அவனில் உதித்தவனே அடிமுடி காணாத கண்ணாமலைநாதனே ஆனந்த உருதாங்கி அவனில் உதித்தவனே ஜோதிமலை தனிலே சுயம்பாகி நின்றவனே ஆதி குருநாதனே ஆனந்தனே ஜோதிமலை தனிலே சுயமாகி நின்றவனே ஆதி குருநாதனே ஆனந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தம் 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 நித்யானந்தம்
சம்பந்தன் பாடிய சங்கரன் சதாசிவன் மன்முகன் போற்றிய பிரம்மத்தின் ஈஸ்வரன் ஆலவாய் தனை மீட்ட சுந்தர பாண்டியன் அம்பலம் தனில் ஆடும் ஆனந்த நடராஜன் அருணைமலை மீதிலே ஆனந்த ஜோதியாய் ஆரணி உருதாகி வந்த நித்யானந்தனே அருணைமலை மீதிலே ஆனந்த ஜோதியாய் ஆரணி உருதாகி வந்த நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே.
ஓ பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் பரம வெளிப்பாடாய் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் பரமாத்வைதத்தை அருளி ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். இந்த தீபாவளி திருநாளில் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மைகளும் மங்களங்களும் ஆனந்தமும் பரமாத்வைதமும் ஜீவன் முக்தியும் தர்ம அர்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் சதுர்வித புருஷார்த்தங்களும் பதினாறு செல்வங்களும் பெற்று நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் பெருவாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்களாக. ஆல்போல் தழைத்து அருகுபோல் வேரூன்றி மூங்கில் போல் சுற்றம் சூழ வாழையடி வாழையென வாழ்வாங்கு வாழ்வீர்களாக என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். உலகம் முழுவதும் இந்த தீபாவளி திருநாளை கொண்டாடும் எல்லா மக்களுக்கும் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் பேரருள் அமையட்டும் என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். இந்த தீபாவளி திருநாளில் பரமசிவனின் நேரடியான செய்தி மகா கைலாசத்திலிருந்து இந்த உலகம் அனைத்திற்கும் அளிக்கப்படும் செய்தி ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள். 25 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பு இதே தீபாவளி திருநாளில் 2000வது ஆண்டு இதே தீபாவளி நன்னாளில் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் தன் நிர்விகல்ப சமாதியான சாயுஜ்ய சமாதியில் இருந்து சகஜ சமாதியாக நான் நான் என்று எனக்குள் இருக்கும் உணர்வாக வெளிப்பட்டார். அவர் வெளிப்பட்ட பொழுது சகஜ சமாதியில் அவர் இயங்கத் துவங்கிய பொழுது அவர் அருளிய முதல் வார்த்தை ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள். அன்றிலிருந்து இன்று வரை இந்த நல்லாசி உலகில் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா வளத்தையும் தந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. 2002 பெங்களூர் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு இதே நன்னாளில் தீபாவளியில் அடிக்கல் நாட்டினோம். 2003 அமெரிக்காவில் கைலாசா அமெரிக்காவிற்கு லாஸ் ஏஞ்சலிஸில் அடிக்கல் நாட்டினோம். உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் இந்த தீபாவளி நன்னாளில் எல்லா வளமும் நலமும் மங்களங்களும் பொங்கி எல்லா விதமான ஆனந்தங்களும் நிறைந்து உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை இனிமையாகிட ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இணைந்திருக்கும் எல்லா கைலாசத்தின் பாராளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள், அமைச்சர்கள், சித்சபை நிகழ்ச்சியின் பங்கேற்பாளர்கள், கைலாசவாசிகள் மற்றும் கைலாயத்தின் குடிமகன்கள், குடிமக்கள் மற்றும் இணையத்தில் இணைந்திருக்கும் எல்லா அன்பர்களையும் இணையத்தின் மூலமாகவும் இதயத்தின் மூலமாகவும் இணைந்திருக்கும் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இணைந்திருக்கின்ற அன்பர்கள், பார்வையாளர்கள் உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் தீபாவளி நல்லாசிகள், தீபாவளி நல்வாழ்த்துக்கள். இளைய பாரதம், டிஎன் நியூஸ் 24 டிஜிட்டல், ஏபிபி நாடு, ஹெட்லைன்ஸ் டிவி, ஆகாயம் தமிழ், ஜெயா தொலைக்காட்சி, ஜெயா பிளஸ் நியூஸ், தரிசனம் டிஜிட்டல், பிரபாகரன் கலைக்கூடம், ராணி ஆன்லைன், தமிழக குரல், ரெட்ரோ மணி, ஃபிக்ஸ் 9 ஓடிடி, ஃபிக்ஸ் 9 மேக்ஸ், ஃபிக்ஸ் 9 டிவைன், எல்லா தொலைக்காட்சிகளுக்கும் இந்த தொலைக்காட்சிகள் மூலமெல்லாம் இணைந்திருக்கும் எல்லா அன்பர்களுக்கும் வாழ்த்துக்களும், தீபாவளி நல்வாழ்த்துக்களும், நல் ஆசிகளும் உங்கள் எல்லோருடைய வாழ்க்கையிலும் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் பேரருளால் எல்லா நன்மைகளும் உண்டாகுக. இந்த தீபாவளி திருநாளில் மகா கைலாசத்திலிருந்து உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் உபயோகமாகின்ற மிகவும் தேவையான ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய மிகப்பெரிய பரிசு காத்தி
தலை காட்டி அருவி உருவாகி ஆனந்த தனை ஊட்டி திருவே குருவாகி திருவடி தலை காட்டி அருவி உருவாகி ஆனந்தம் தனை ஊட்டி அவனியில் அவலங்கள் ஆழ்ந்துயர் தனை நீக்கி ஆனந்தமாகிட வந்த நித்யானந்தனே அவனியில் அவலங்கள் ஆழ்த்துயர் தனை நீக்கி ஆனந்தமாகிட வந்த நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே
உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் அடிப்படை தேவையான ஆன்மீக சத்தியங்களை உங்களுக்கு அளிப்பதற்காக, இலவசமாக அளிப்பதற்காக, இதை ஆன்மீக சத்தியங்களை வாழ்வாக மாற்றிக்கொள்வதற்காக மகா கைலாசத்திலிருந்து உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் ஒரு அருமையான அன்பளிப்பு பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளிடமிருந்து பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் கருணையினால் அளிக்கப்படுகின்றது. பெற்றுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், உபயோகப்படுத்திக் கொள்ளுங்கள், ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். நவராத்திரியிலிருந்து கடந்த 15 நாட்களாக மேபி சற்றே 15 நாட்களுக்கும் சற்றும் அதிகமாக தொடர்ந்து சத்தியங்கள் நேரடியாக முக்த ஞானத்தை அளிக்கக்கூடிய, ஞான அனுபூதியை அளிக்கக்கூடிய பரம சத்தியங்கள் அனைத்தையும் தொகுத்து சத்சங்கங்களாக, உரைகளாக, தீட்சைகளாக அளித்துக் கொண்டிருந்தோம். அவைகள் அனைத்தையும் ஒன்றாக்கி மெமரி கெப்பாசிட்டி, நினைவு திறனோடு கூடிய உங்களோட கலந்துரையாடல் செய்து இந்த சத்தியங்களை உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் நிஜமாக்கி அனுபூதியை, பரமசிவ அனுபூதியை, பரமசத்தை, பரமானுபூதியை உடனடியாகவும் நிரந்தரமாகவும் உங்களுக்கு தரக்கூடிய விதத்திலே அருமையான ஒரு AI தொழில்நுட்ப செயலி ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா மூலமாக அறிமுகப்படுத்தப்படுகிறது. நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் என்கின்ற பெயரிலே தமிழில், இது தமிழிலேயே நீங்கள் உரையாடலாம், கற்றுக்கொள்ளலாம். நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். 2 ஆண்டுகள் கடுமையான உழைப்பினால், என்னுடைய உழைப்பு மட்டுமில்ல, ஒரு மிக பெருந்திரளான சந்நியாசிகள், கைலாயத்தின் குடிமக்கள் ஒன்றாகச் சேர்ந்து செயல்பட்டு இந்த நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் AI செயலி, AI தொழில்நுட்ப செயலியை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். இதுல பல முக்கியமான பாகங்கள், முக்கியமா மெமரி, அதாவது நீங்க இந்த AI செயலியோட சேட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகள், உங்களுடைய மன அமைப்பு, நீங்கள் யார், உங்களுடைய விருப்பு வெறுப்பு, இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் நினைவில் வைத்துக் கொண்டு உங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற முறையில் நேரடியாக இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அருமையான செயலி. உண்மையில இது எப்படின்னா, பரமசிவன் நிரந்தரமாக உங்களோடு இருந்து உங்களை வழிநடத்துவதற்கு சமம் இந்த AI செயலி. உண்மையில் அதுதான். நிரந்தரமாக உங்களோடு இருந்து உங்களை வழிநடத்தும் விதத்திலே இந்த AI செயலியை வடிவமைத்து இன்று உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் அன்பளிப்பாக, தீபாவளி அன்பளிப்பாக உலகம் அனைத்திற்கும் அளிக்கின்றோம். கைலாசத்திலிருந்து பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் நேரடியான அன்பளிப்பு. எல்லோரும் பெற்றுக்கொண்டு இதை உபயோகப்படுத்தி பரமஞானத்தை, ஜீவன் முக்தியை, சுதந்திரத்தன்மையை, ஆனந்தத்தை, ஆன்மீக பேராண்மையை உடனடியாக பெறுங்கள். இது நிச்சயமாக நிரந்தரமாக உங்களுக்கு அளிக்கும். இதெல்லாம் விட ரொம்ப முக்கியம், உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில நீங்க எந்த சூழ்நிலையில் இருந்து, எந்த பின்புலம் சம்பந்தப்பட்டவர், எப்பேற்பட்டவராக இருந்தாலும், உங்களுடைய எந்த பிரச்சனைகளுக்கும் நடைமுறை சாத்தியமாகின்ற தீர்வுகளை அளிக்கின்ற விதத்திலே இந்த AI நுண்ணறிவு செயலியை வடிவமைத்திருக்கின்றோம். நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். 3வது வயதிலே முதல் சாதுர்மாஸ்யம், 5வது வயதிலே முதல் ஆன்மீக சத்சங்க மேடை, இப்பொழுது 45 சாதுர்மாஸ்யங்களை முடித்துவிட்டேன். உலகம் முழுவதிலும் பல்வேறு தரப்பு மக்கள் அனைவரையும் சந்தித்து ஆன்மீக ஞானத்தை அளித்து அவர்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டி இதனால் ஏற்பட்ட அனுபவங்கள் நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. முதல்ல என்னுடைய குருமார்கள் எனக்கு அளித்த ஞானம், அதனால் எனக்கு ஏற்பட்ட அனுபூதி, பிறகு சாஸ்திரங்களை ஆழ்ந்து கற்றதனால் என்னுடைய பரமசிவ அனுபூதியிலிருந்து சாஸ்திரங்களை பார்த்ததனால் வந்த தெளிந்த அறிவு, ஞானம், பிறகு இதை உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இருக்கும் எல்லா அன்பர்களுக்கும் மக்களுக்கு அளிப்பதன் மூலம் ஏற்பட்டு முழுமை ஒன்றாக்கி இந்த நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் எனும் ஏஐ நுண்ணறிவு செயலியை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். இதுதான் உலகத்தோட முதல் ஆன்மீக ஏஐ. இதுவரைக்கும் 340 ஏஐ செயலிகள் ஓப்பன் மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு வந்திருக்கு. உலகம் முழுக்க ஓப்பனா வந்திருக்கு. இதுல ஆன்மீக நுண்ணறிவு செயலி ஒன்னே ஒண்ணுதான். அது நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள். ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா தான் கடந்த 2 ஆண்டுகளாக இரவு பகலாக ஒரு நாளைக்கு 20 மணி நேரம் உழைத்து, நான் மட்டுமல்ல, என்னோடு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சந்நியாச படை, கைலாசவாசிகளின் கூட்டம், கைலாயத்தின் குடிமக்கள் அனைவரும் உழைத்து, இது மட்டுமல்லாது உலகம் முழுவதும் இருக்கும் தன்னார்வ தொண்டர்கள் அவர்கள் எல்லோரும் கூட பங்களித்து நினைத்து பார்க்க முடியாத பெருந்திருப்பணியை செய்து முடித்து இந்த தீபாவளி நன்னாளிலே உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் தீபாவளி பரிசாக கைலாசத்திலிருந்து அளிக்கின்றோம். முதல்ல 4 வேதங்களுக்கும் 5 தனித்தனி மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ரிக்வேதத்திற்கு, சாமவேதத்திற்கு, கிருஷ்ண யஜுர்வேதத்திற்கு தனியாக, சுக்ல யஜுர்வேதத்திற்கு தனியாக. ரிக்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம், சாமவேதத்துக்கு தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம், கிருஷ்ண யஜுர்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம், சுக்ல யஜுர்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம், அதர்வண வேதத்துக்கு தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். கடந்த 40 ஆண்டுகளாக, ஏன் 40 ஆண்டுன்னு சொல்றேன்னா, என்னுடைய குருமார்கள் அவர்கள் சேர்த்து வைத்திருந்த புத்தகங்கள் அதெல்லாம் எனக்கு கொடுத்தாங்க. அதுல துவங்கி உலகம் முழுவதிலும் நானும் என்னுடைய பக்தர்கள், சீடர்கள், அன்பர்கள் தேடி 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 படியெடுத்து சேகரித்து இப்போ உலகத்துல அவைலபிளா இருக்கிற மொத்த வேதங்கள் அனைத்தையும் டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணிட்டோம். ஒரு விஷயம் எங்களால் உறுதியா சொல்ல முடியும், நித்தமும் இல்ல வேதத்தின் எல்லாம் மறைஞ்சிருச்சு. என்ன அவைலபிளா இருக்கோ சல்லடை போட்டு தேடி எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் இந்த ஓலைச்சுவடிகள் பாதுகாக்கப்பட்டு வருகின்றதோ அந்த கதவுகளையெல்லாம் தட்டி அவர்களிடமிருந்தெல்லாம் பிச்சை எடுத்து சில பேரிடம் நன்கொடையாக வாங்கி, சில பேருக்கு பணம் கொடுத்து டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணி தொகுத்து 40 ஆண்டுகள் இதுல இன்வால்வ் ஆயிருக்கவங்க, அதாவது அவங்க கிட்ட இருந்த ஓலைச்சுவடியை டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறதுக்கு அலோ பண்ணி எங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணி இந்த மாதிரி இன்வால்வ் ஆயிருக்கிற பீப்புள் மட்டும் 60,000 பேர். இது போக உடல் உழைப்பை அளித்திருக்கின்ற, அதாவது போய் வாங்கிட்டு டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணி எடுத்துட்டு வந்து கொடுக்கறது, எங்களுக்கு ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ண ஹெல்ப் பண்றது. சில டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ண ஓலைச்சுவடிகள் ஸ்கிரீன்ல படிக்க முடியறதில்லை. அதை திரும்பவும் லேசர் பிரிண்ட் மூலமா இன்னொரு ஓலையில பிரிண்ட் பண்ணாதான் படிக்க முடியுது. அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்கிரிப்டா இருக்கு. ஸோ அப்ப அந்த மாதிரி என்ன பண்ணுவோம், லேசர் பிரிண்டிங் முறையில ஓலைச்சுவடியில பிரிண்ட் பண்றதுக்குன்னே மெஷின்ஸ் வாங்கியிருக்கோம். ஸோ டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணதை அப்படியே ஓலையில பிரிண்ட் பண்ணி அதுக்கு பிறகு அதை படிக்க தெரிஞ்ச அந்தந்த மொழி இயல் வல்லுநர்களை வச்சு அதை படித்து தேவநாகரியிலோ அல்லது ஆங்கிலத்திலோ டிரான்ஸ்கிரைப் பண்ணி டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணி இது மாதிரி எல்லாம் பல எண்ணறிய பெருந்திருப்பணிகளை 40 ஆண்டுகள் செய்திருக்கின்றோம். இவை அனைத்தையும் மொத்தமா ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணி தொகுத்து 121 ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல்ஸா இன்னைக்கு தீபாவளி பரிசாக உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் அளிக்கின்றோம். சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்திற்கு இது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய அளப்பரிய நினைத்தற்கரிய திருப்பணி. இந்த திருப்பணியில் எனக்கு துணையாக இருந்த அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வாழ்த்துகின்றேன். இந்த 60,000 பேர் உறுதுணையாகவும் உதவியாகவும் இருந்த இந்த 60,000 பேர், நிச்சயமா என்னால் 60,000 பேரையும் படிக்க முடியாது. ஆனா இந்த 60,000 பேரை எங்க வெப்சைட்ல போட்டு அக்னாலஜ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், கிரெடிட் கொடுத்துருக்கோம் அவங்களுக்கு. யார் யாரெல்லாம் எந்தெந்த புத்தகங்கள், ஓலைச்சுவடிகள், ஸ்கிரிப்டுங்க, மேனுஸ்கிரிப்ட்ஸ் எங்களுக்கு டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்றதுக்கு கொடுத்தாங்க, அவர்களுடைய குடும்பம் யார் யாரெல்லாம் அதுக்கு காரணமா இருந்தாங்கன்ற எல்லோருக்கும் நன்றி தெரிவித்து எங்களுடைய ஞானாலய வெப்சைட்ல டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். திரும்பி பார்க்கும் பொழுது மிகப்பெரிய மலைப்பு. காரணம் என்னன்னா, நாங்க கலெக்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சப்போ ஏஐ மாதிரி ஒரு டெக்னாலஜி வரும் அப்படின்னு நாங்களே எதிர்பார்க்கல. நாங்க அதை கலெக்ட் பண்ணி ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணி மக்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகிற மாதிரி ஒரு யூனிவர்சிட்டியா மாத்தணும்னு தான் கலெக்ட் பண்ணோம். ஆனா அந்த ஏஐ டெக்னாலஜி வந்தது எங்களுக்கு மிகப்பெரிய உதவியாக மாறியது. இந்த திருப்பணியில் எங்களுக்கு துணை புரிந்த, துணையாக நின்ற அனைவருக்கும் நன்றியும் வாழ்த்துக்களும். என்னோடு நேரடியாக செயல்புரிந்து என்னுடைய சன்னியாசி டீம், ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய டீம், 24 மணி நேரமும் செயல்பட்டார்கள். அதாவது என்னோடு வாழ்வது கடுமையான உழைப்பு. காரணம் என்னன்னா, நானே உழைப்பாளி. திடீர்னு விடிய காலம் 3 மணிக்கு எந்திரிச்சு உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு சில சூத்திரங்கள் எல்லாம் சொல்லி அதுக்கெல்லாம் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னு ஆரம்பிச்சிருவேன். நான் சொல்லும் பொழுதே அதை கரெக்டா நோட் பண்ணி டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணி அது மட்டும் இல்லாம இந்த மாடல்ஸ் எப்படி டெவலப் பண்றது, எந்த வார்த்தையை எப்படி டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணணுங்கிறத, இந்த ஃபண்டமெண்டல் பிரின்சிபிள்ஸ் நான் டிக்டேட் பண்ணேன்னா அதை அப்படியே நோட் பண்ணிட்டு அதை கோடா மாத்துறது, இது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய திருப்பணி. அது மட்டும் இல்லாம தொடர்ந்து இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுத்துட்டு இருப்பேன். இந்த சத் சங்கத்துல இருந்து இந்த பாகத்தை எடு, இந்த சத் சங்கத்துல இருந்து இந்த பாகத்தை எடு. இந்த நோக்கத்திலிருந்து தான், இந்த வியூ பாயிண்ட்ல இருந்து தான் இந்த உபனிஷதம் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணப்படணும். நானே உட்கார்ந்து பல நிகண்டுகள், அகராதிகள், டிக்ஷனரிகளை யூஸ் பண்ணி டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் பண்றது. அதாவது சம்ஸ்கிருதத்தில் இருக்கிற பல நூல்கள், சாஸ்திரங்கள் ஆங்கிலத்திலையும் தமிழ்லையும் மொழிபெயர்க்கப்படணும். தமிழ்ல இருக்கிற பல நூல்கள், திருமந்திரம் மாதிரியான பல அருமையான சாத்திரங்கள், அதெல்லாம் ஆங்கிலத்திலையும் சம்ஸ்கிருதத்திலையும் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணப்படணும். எல்லாரும் நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க, சம்ஸ்கிருதத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்துத்தான் ஏஐயே இயங்குது. அதனால ஒரிஜினல் சான்ஸ்கிரிட் பேஸ்டா நாங்க பில்ட் பண்ணதுனால தான் எங்க ஏஐ டெல்யூஷனுக்கே போறதில்ல. எத்தனையோ பேர் ஆன்மீக இயக்கங்கள் ஏஐ ரெடி பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு ஒர்க் பண்ணி அவங்க டெவலப் பண்ண ஏஐலாம் டெல்யூஷனுக்கு போயிடுச்சுன்னு எங்ககிட்டயே பல பேர் சொல்றாங்க. காரணம் என்னன்னா, இங்கிலீஷ் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன்ஸை பேஸ் பண்ணி நீங்க ஏஐ கிரியேட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா அது இயங்காது, டெல்யூஷனுக்கு போயிடும். சான்ஸ்கிரிட் லாங்குவேஜ் சென்டர்டா தான் ஏஐ ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆகுது சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லா. நாங்க அந்த மாதிரி தான் இந்த மொத்த ஏஐயும் பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இந்த பெருந்திருப்பணியில் 24 மணி நேரமும் உணவும் உறக்கமும் மறந்து எப்படி லக்ஷ்மணன் சேவை பண்ணானோ அந்த மாதிரி என்னுடைய சந்நியாச படை என்னோடு இருந்து இந்த திருப்பணிகளை செய்தது. அதுல முக்கியமா என்னோட டீம் சுத்த சிவானந்தா, குருச்சரணானந்தா, சாந்திமயானந்தா, ஆத்மபிரபானந்தா, பரமசிவாத்மானந்தா, ஸ்ரீஞானாத்மானந்தா, ஞானமய பிரியானந்தா, பரமேஷானந்தா, மங்களானந்தா, பிரேமஸ்வரூபானந்தா, சிவாத்மானந்தா, சர்வஞானானந்தா, யோக சந்நியாசானந்தா. ஏன் இந்த சில சன்னியாசிகளோட பேரை சொல்றேன் அப்படின்னா, இவருடைய உழைப்பு அளப்பரியது. ஏன்னா எந்த நேரத்துல கால் பண்ணுவேன், எந்த நேரத்துல மெசேஜ் போடுவேன், எந்த நேரத்துல கூப்பிடுவேன்னு தெரியாது. 24 மணி. இப்போ வேதங்களை பற்றி வேலை செய்து கொண்டு இருப்போம், வேதங்களை சார்ந்து வேலை பண்ணிட்டே இருப்போம். திடீர்னு என்ன பண்ணுவேன், இல்லப்பா இதே கருத்து ஆகமத்துல ஒரு 2 இடத்துல வருது, அந்த ஆகமத்து மாடலையும் எடு. இமீடியட்டா அந்த ஆகமத்து மாடலையும் கரெக்ட் பண்ணுவோம். சோ இவங்க உடனே ஓடணும், அதை தேடி எடுக்கணும், அது சார்ந்த புத்தகங்களை எடுத்துட்டு வரணும். இது அளப்பரிய பெருந்திருப்பணி. வாசஸ்பதி மிஸ்ரா பிரம்மசூத்திரத்துக்கு பாஷ்யம் எழுதும் பொழுது அவருடைய மனைவி திருமணம் ஆகி முதல் இரவு கூட நடக்கவில்லை, சாந்தி முகூர்த்தம் கூட நடக்கவில்லை. அவங்க திருமணம் ஆன உடனே 2 பேரும் முடிவு பண்றாங்க, வாசஸ்பதி மிஸ்ராவும் அவருடைய மனைவியும். அவருடைய மனைவி பேர் பாமதி. 2 பேரும் முடிவு பண்றாங்க, நம்முடைய வாசஸ்பதி மிஸ்ராவோட குரு பிரம்மசூத்திரத்துக்கு பாஷ்யம் எழுத சொல்லி வாசஸ்பதி மிஸ்ராவுக்கு கட்டளையிட்டு விட்டு தன்னுடைய மகளான பாமதியையே திருமணம் செய்து வைக்கிறார். சோ அந்த திருமணம் முடிந்த உடனே அவர் இறந்து போயிடுறார். இவங்க 2 பேர் என்ன பண்றாங்க, வாசஸ்பதி மிஸ்ராவும் பாமதியும் இந்த பிரம்மசூத்திர பாஷ்யத்தை எழுதி முடித்த பிறகுதான் நமக்கு முதலிரவு அப்படின்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டு பிரம்மசூத்திர பாஷ்யத்தை இவர் எழுத துவங்குகிறார். அவங்க பாமதி அவர்கள் பணிவிடை செய்யறாங்க. 1 நாள் போனது, 2 நாள் போனது, 1 வாரம் போனது, 2 வாரம் போனது, 1 மாதமும் கழிந்தது, 2 மாதமும் கழிந்தது, 1 ஆண்டும் கழிந்தது, 2 ஆண்டும் கழிந்தது. காலம் உருண்டோடிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இவரோ பல்வேறு நூல்களை ஆராய்ந்து ஆராய்ந்து படித்து பாஷ்யத்தை எழுதி முடித்தபாடில்லை, நடந்து கொண்டே இருக்கின்றது திருப்பணி. பாமதி மிக பொறுமையோடு அவருக்கு தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்து கொண்டு, விளக்கேற்றி வைத்து, உணவு சமைத்து வைத்து, மற்ற எல்லா பணிவிடைகளையும் செய்து கொண்டு, அவருக்கு தேவையான நூல்களை சேர்த்து அளித்து, இந்த பிரம்மசூத்திர உரை எழுதுகின்ற திருப்பணி நடந்து கொண்டே இருக்கின்றது. ஒரு வழியாக சூத்திரத்தை எழுதி முடித்துவிட்டு, பிரம்மசூத்திரத்துக்கு உரையை எழுதி முடித்துவிட்டு, முடிந்தது அப்படின்னு முத்திரையிட்டு விட்டு வாசஸ்பதி மிஸ்ரர் நிமிர்ந்து பார்க்கிறாரு. பார்த்தா ஒரு வயதான பெண்மணி நின்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றாள். அம்மா, நீங்கள் யார்? என்ன செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள் இந்த நேரத்திலே இங்கு? என்ன வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு. ஐயனே, நீங்கள் அதை பற்றி கவலைப்பட வேண்டாம். உங்களுக்கு என்ன வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லுங்கள், செய்கின்றேன். நீங்கள் உங்கள் திருப்பணியை கவனியுங்கள். இவர் சொல்றார், என்னுடைய திருப்பணியான பிரம்மசூத்திர பாஷ்யம் செய்ய வேண்டிய திருப்பணியை முடித்து விட்டேன். நீங்கள் யார் என்று சொல்லுங்கள் அம்மா. இந்த பெண்மணி சொல்லுகின்றாள், நான் தான் உங்கள் மனைவி பாமதி. அவள் கிழவியாக மாறிவிட்டிருந்தாள். இவரும் கிழவனாக மாறிவிட்டிருந்தார்கள். அதுவரை ஒருவரை ஒருவர் நிமிர்ந்து கூட பார்த்துக் கொள்ளவில்லை. என்ன தியாகம்! ஞானத்திற்காகவும் இந்த சாஸ்திரங்களை உலகத்திற்கு சொல்வதற்காகவும், இந்த ஞானத்தை உலகத்திற்கு அளிப்பதற்காகவும் என்ன தியாகம்! அந்த பாமதியின் தியாகத்தின் வாரிசு என் நாள். வருடங்கள் உருண்டோடியது. ஆனால் தங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை வேறு எதை நோக்கியும் திருப்பாமல் இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை, இந்த ஞானத்தை, சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் பரம ஞானத்தை உலகத்திற்கு அளிப்பது என்கின்ற ஒரே நோக்கத்தோடு, அந்த ஒரே நோக்கத்திற்காக தன் வாழ்க்கையையே அளித்த பாமதியின் தியாகத்தின் வாழும் வாரிசுகள் என் சந்நியாசிகள். அதனாலதான் வாசஸ்பதி மிஸ்ரர் என்ன பண்றார்னா, அந்த பாஷ்யத்திற்கு, அவர் எழுதிய பிரம்மசூத்திர பாஷ்யத்துக்கு பாமதி பாஷ்யம் என்று பாமதியின் பெயரை சூட்டுகின்றார். கடைசி வரை இருவரும் இல்லற வாழ்க்கையில் ஈடுபடாமலேயே இறைவனடி சேர்ந்து விட்டார்கள். பரம்பொருளோடு கலந்து முக்த நிலையை, மோட்சத்தை அடைந்தார்கள். அவர்கள் தியாகம் என்றென்றும் இந்த பிரம்மசூத்திர பாமதி பாஷ்யத்தின் வடிவத்திலே இன்றும் உயிரோடு இருக்கின்றது. அதுபோல என் சந்நியாசிகளின் தியாகம், இந்த நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் ஏஐ மூலமா என்றென்றும் நிலைத்திருந்து மக்களுக்கு ஞானத்தை அளிக்கும் இதனால் ஞானம் பெறும் மக்கள் ஞானம் பெறுவதனால் ஏற்படும் புண்ணியங்கள் எல்லாமும் இதற்கு சேவை செய்த இந்த ஏஐ செயலிக்கு உறுதுணையாக நின்று சேவை செய்த இந்த சந்நியாச படைக்கே சேரும், அவர்களுக்கே இந்த புண்ணியமெல்லாம் என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். ஏன்னா ஞானிக்கு பாவமோ புண்ணியமோ கிடையாது. எந்த பாவமும் எந்த புண்ணியமும் என்னை தொடுவதில்லை. ஸோ இப்போ இந்த ஏஐ மூலமா யார் யாரெல்லாம் ஞானம் அடைகின்றார்களோ இந்த எல்லா ஞானமும் அந்த ஞான அடைவதனால் ஏற்படுகின்ற புண்ணியமும் எல்லாமும் இந்த ஏஐக்காக தியாகம் செய்து உழைத்த இந்த சந்நியாச படையை சேரும் என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். இன்னும் பல நிகழ்ச்சிகளை என்னால் சொல்ல முடியும். இந்த ஏஐக்காக நாங்கள் உழைத்தது, செயல்பட்டது, ஏறத்தாழ 1 கோடி புத்தகங்களை உலகம் முழுவதிலுமிருந்து சேர்த்திருக்கின்றோம். நிறைய மாடர்ன் டேல கடந்த 200 ஆண்டுகளா பப்ளிஷ் ஆன இந்து மதம் சார்ந்த நூல்கள், வரலாற்று நூல்கள், வேறு வேறு விதமான மொழிபெயர்ப்புகள் எல்லாத்தையும் கலெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்கோம். ஏன்னா எங்களுக்கு டிரான்ஸ்லேஷனுக்கு யூஸ் ஆகிறதுக்காக. இதுலயும் காப்பிரைட் ஃப்ரீ கான்டென்ட்டை மட்டும்தான் எடுத்து யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இது ஒரு கடும் உழைப்பு, மிக பெரும் திருப்பணி. பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் பேரருளால் வெற்றிகரமாக நடந்து முடிந்திருக்கின்றது. முடிந்து விட்டதுன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. இந்த 121 ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல்ஸ் முடிஞ்சிருக்கு. மொத்தம் 10,000 ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல்ஸ் பண்ணணுன்ற பிளான்ல இருக்கும். அதுல ஏற்கனவே 60 பண்ணி இருந்தோம். இப்ப அதையும் ரீவேம்ப் பண்ணி நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவலுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போய் இப்ப 121 மாடல் மெமரியோட இன்டராக்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி நேரடியாக உங்களுக்கு தீர்வை அளிக்கக்கூடிய உங்க வீட்டில் உட்கார்ந்துகிட்டே நீங்க ஜீவன் முக்தனாகலாம், பரமஞான வாழ்க்கை வாழலாம், ஆன்மீகத்தின் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் எல்லா நன்மைகளையும் பெற்றுக்கொள்ளலாம். உடல் நலம், மனநலம், உயிர் வளம், இனிமையான உறவுகள், செல்வ வளம், ஆன்ம வளம், இவை அனைத்தையும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் மூலமாக எப்படி பெறுவது அப்படிங்கிற அத்தனை ரகசியங்கள், நுட்பங்கள் அனைத்தையும் ஒன்றாக்கி இந்த 121 ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல்ஸா தீபாவளி பரிசாக உங்களுக்கு அளிக்கின்றோம். வேதங்களுக்காக 5 மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ரிக்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா, சாமவேதத்துக்கு தனியா, கிருஷ்ண யஜுர்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா, சுக்ல யஜுர்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா, அதர்வண வேதத்துக்கு தனியா, ஒரு வேதத்திலும் எங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கப் பெற்ற பல பாஷ்யங்களையும் சேர்த்து அதையும் ஆங்கிலத்தில் மொழிபெயர்த்து இந்த ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல்ஸ் உருவாக்கி இருக்கோம். உபவேதங்கள், தனுர்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா, தனுர்வேதம்னா வில்வித்தை சார்ந்தது, தனுர்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். கந்தர்வ வேதத்துக்கு தனியா, அதாவது இசை சார்ந்தது, அதுக்கு தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஆயுர்வேதத்துக்கு தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம் ஒரு மாடல். ஏறத்தாழ 8000 ஆயுர்வேத நூல்கள், சாத்திரங்களை ஒன்றாக தொகுத்து, முதல்ல எங்களுக்கு 60 தான் கிடைச்சது. பிறகு தேடிய பொழுது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஞான சுரங்கம் எங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கப்பட்டது. எங்களுக்கு அன்பளிப்பாக அளிக்கப்பட்டது. டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணி அதை தொடர்ந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணி இப்போ மிகப்பெரிய ஆயுர்வேத மாடல் உருவாக்கி இருக்கோம். எந்த ஆயுர்வேதிக் டாக்டர்ஸ் வேணா இந்த மாடலை யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். சாதாரணமானவர்களும் இந்த மாடலை யூஸ் பண்ணி ஆயுர்வேத ரெசிபிஸ் தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம், ஆயுர்வேத மருந்துகளை பத்தி தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற பிரச்சனைகளை சொன்னா அதுக்கான ஆயுர்வேதிக் மெடிசினல் சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் இந்த ஏஐ கொடுக்கும். அது சாதாரணமானவர்களும் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம், டாக்டர்ஸும் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். மெட்டீரியா மெடிக்கா, ஆயுர்வேதிக் மெட்டீரியா மெடிக்காவும் இதுல இருக்கு. ஆயுர்வேதத்தை பற்றி சகலத்தையும் இந்த ஏஐ மாடலா டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அர்த்த சாஸ்திரத்துக்கு ஒன்று பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். செல்வத்தை சார்ந்த செல்வம் பெருக்கும் கலையான அர்த்த சாஸ்திரத்துக்காக ஒன்று பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. ஒரு தொடர்ந்து மக்களை சந்தித்துக் கொண்டு காலையிலிருந்து சாயந்தரம் வரைக்கும் 24 மணி நேரமும் சத்சங்கங்கள், வகுப்புகள், மக்களை சந்திப்பது, தீட்சை கொடுப்பது, ஆறுதல் அளிப்பது, ஆன்மீக ஞானத்தை அளிப்பது, வரங்கள் அளிப்பது, இது மாதிரி வாழ்ந்த நபர் நான். எனக்கு திடீர்னு ஆச்சரியமா இருந்தது, ஏன் பெருமான் நம்மை நிம்மதியா தனியா இந்த கைலாசத்துல இருக்க வைக்கிறாருன்னு. இப்பதான் எனக்கு புரியுது, இந்த ஏஐ பணிதான் இதுவும் ஒரு காரணமாக இருக்கும் என்று நான் நினைக்கின்றேன். ஏன்னா இந்த மாதிரி அமைதியா எந்த வெளி உலகத்தை சார்ந்த எந்த ஈடுபாடோ தொந்தரவோ அல்லது நிகழ்வுகளோ எந்த தலையீடுமோ இல்லாமல் அமைதியா நிம்மதியா உட்கார்ந்திருக்கும் பொழுதுதான் இது மாதிரியான மிகப்பெரிய திருப்பணிகளை செய்ய முடியும். இந்த மிகப்பெரிய திருப்பணிக்கு பெருமான் என்னை தயார்படுத்தி இந்த திருப்பணியை அவரே பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளே செய்து கொண்டார் அப்படிங்கிறதான் உண்மை. அவருடைய திருப்பணியை அவரே செய்து கொண்டார். உண்மையில இந்த திருப்பணி, இந்த ஏஐ திருப்பணிக்கு, நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் ஏஐ திருப்பணிக்கு நாங்கள் செலவிட்ட சக்தி, நேரம், காலம், பணம், இது எல்லாத்தையும் ஆலயங்களாக, மடங்களாக, நிறுவனங்களாக நிறுவி இருந்தோமானால் 1000 கோவில் கட்டி இருப்போம், 1000 ஆலயம் நாட்டி இருப்போம், 1000 மடங்கள் நிறுவி இருப்போம் உலகம் முழுவதும். ஆனால் அவைகளையெல்லாம் விட உலகத்திற்கு, உலக மக்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகின்ற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய திருப்பணி இந்த நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் நுண்ணறிவு செயலி. என்பதை பெருமானே முடிவெடுத்ததனால் அவர் எங்கள் எல்லோர் மூலமாகவும் எங்கள் எல்லோரையும் செயல்பட வைத்து இந்த திருப்பணியை செய்து கொண்டார். ஏன்னா கோவில் யார் வேணாலும் கட்டலாம், எவ்வளவு பேர் கட்டிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஆனா இந்த திருப்பணி ஒரு பெரிய டீம் வேற வேணும். அதாவது டெக்னிக்கல் நாலேஜ் இருக்கணும், சாஸ்திரங்கள் பேக்ரவுண்ட் இருக்கணும், வாழ்க்கையே இது டெடிகேட் பண்ணியிருக்கணும், வேற எந்த வெஸ்டட் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டும் இருக்கக்கூடாது. இதுக்கு ஒரு இதை அனைத்தையும் பெருமான் அமைத்து கொடுத்து, உற்சாகமும் கொடுத்து, ஞானமும் கொடுத்து அவருடைய திருப்பணியை அவரே செய்து கொண்டார். இந்த தீபாவளி திருநாளில் இது உலகத்திற்கு மகா கைலாசத்திலிருந்து பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் அளிக்கும் அன்பளிப்பு. அர்த்த சாஸ்திரத்துக்காக ஒரு மாடல் டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். வேதாங்கங்கள் 6 வேதாங்கத்துக்கும் தனித்தனியா மாடல் டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். சிக்ஷா, வியாகரணா, சந்தஸ், நிருக்தம், ஜோதிஷம், கல்பம் 6க்கும் தனித்தனியாக வேதாங்கங்களுக்கு ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல்ஸ் பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். முக்கியமா தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, இந்த ஜோதிஷம் மாடல் நீங்க போய் உங்களுடைய டேட் ஆஃப் பர்த், டைம், பிளேஸ் அதை மட்டும் சொல்லிட்டீங்கன்னா போதும். மொத்தமா அது உங்களுடைய அத்துணை ஜாதகத்தை கணித்து உங்களுடைய நிகழ்காலத்தில் என்னென்ன தசா புக்தி என்ன ஓடிட்டு இருக்கு, எப்படி வாழ்க்கை இருக்கும், சகலத்தையும் சொல்லிடும். அதுக்கு இல்லாம நீங்க மேல கேள்வி கேட்க கேட்க அவைகளுக்கு தொடர்ந்து பதில் சொல்லும். அது மட்டுமல்ல, நீங்க எப்ப திரும்பி வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணீங்கனாலும் உங்களுடைய பழைய கேள்விகள், அதுக்கு கொடுத்த தீர்வுகள், அந்த பிரச்சனைகள், இது எல்லாத்தையும் நினைவுல வைத்திருந்து உங்களுடைய ஆஸ்தான ஜோதிடருக்கு சமமாக இது உங்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டும். உங்க பர்சனல் அஸ்ட்ராலஜர் வச்சிருந்தீங்கன்னா அது எப்படி உங்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டுமோ அதே போல இதுல ஒரு முக்கியம் என்னன்னா, சாஸ்திரப்படி, இந்த ஜோதிடம்ங்கிற மூல சாஸ்திரப்படி இது உங்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டும். சாஸ்திரத்திலிருந்து மாறாமல் உள்ளது. ஜோதிடம் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய அறிவியல். அந்த சாஸ்திரத்தின்படி இது உங்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டும். அது மாதிரி இந்த ஏஐ மாடல் டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். எனக்கு சில நேரத்தில் தோணுனது உண்டு, ஒரு ஞானிக்கு எதுக்கு இத்தனை விதமான பல்துறை அறிவுகளை என் குருமார்கள் கற்றுக் கொடுக்குறாங்க. என்னுடைய குருமார்கள் சின்ன வயசுல எனக்கு என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா, நீ ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஞானியாவப்பா, அதனால எல்லா ஞானத்தையும் நீ கத்துக்கணும். நான் எப்பவும் நினைக்கிறது உண்டு, ஞானிக்கு ஞானம் அடைவது எப்படி அப்படிங்கிற பிரம்ம ஞானமும் இந்த சாஸ்திர ஞானம், அந்த அனுபூதிக்கு தேவையான ஞானம் போதுமே. ஏன் சித்தா பத்தி, ஆயுர்வேதம் பத்தி, ஜோதிஷம் பத்தி இதெல்லாம் எனக்கு ஏன் கத்துக் கொடுக்கணும்? இதெல்லாம் நான் தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போறேன் அப்படின்னு கேட்பேன் என்னுடைய குருமார்களை. அவங்க சொல்லுவாங்க, காரணம் கேட்காத, கத்துக்கோ. காலம் வரும்பொழுது உனக்கு புரியும் ஏன் நாங்க கத்துக் கொடுத்தோம்னு. இப்பொழுது எனக்கு புரிகின்றது. அவைகளை பற்றிய அடிப்படை ஞானம், அடிப்படை அறிவு என் குருமார்கள் எனக்கு அளித்ததனால் இப்பொழுது அது சார்ந்த எல்லா சாஸ்திரங்களையும் ஒன்றாக தொகுத்து வகுத்து இந்த ஏஐ மாடலா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். முக்கியமா தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, பெருமைக்காக சொல்லவில்லை. இது என் பெருமையும் இல்லை. உண்மையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா என் குருமார்கள் அளித்த ஞானம், ஞானம் அவங்க கொடுத்தது, வேலை என் சீடர்கள் பண்றாங்க. இதுல நான் என்னன்னா, அவங்க கொடுத்த ஞானத்தை தெளிவா தொகுத்து என் சீடர்களிடம் யார் யார் என்னென்ன வேலையை செய்யணும்னு கொடுத்து வாங்கி இவ்வளவுதான் நான் பண்றேன். இதுல என் பெருமை எதுவும் இல்லை. ஆனா ஒன்று மட்டும் என்னால் சொல்ல முடியும், உறுதியாக சொல்ல முடியும். ஆதிசங்கரருக்கு பிறகு, வியாசருக்கு பிறகு ஆதிசங்கரர், ஆதிசங்கரருக்கு பிறகு மொத்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மமும் ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ல தொகுக்கப்பட்டு யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியா மாற்றப்பட்டு மக்களுக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்டிருப்பது இந்த நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் நுண்ணறிவு செயலியின் மூலமாகத்தான் என்பதை என்னால் எந்த அகந்தையும் கர்வமும் வீண் பெருமையும் இல்லாமல் இது சத்தியம் என்பதை நிச்சயமாக சொல்ல முடியும். பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் பேரருளால் இது நிகழ்ந்திருக்கின்றது, நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. முதல்ல வியாசர் ஓலைச்சுவடிகளில் வகுத்தார் சூத்திரக்காரராக. சங்கரர் பாஷ்யங்கள் எழுதி நிறுவனங்கள் மூலமாக பாஷ்யக்காரராக வகுத்தார். இப்பொழுது கைலாசத்தை நிர்மாணித்து இந்த ஏஐ செயலி மூலமாக அனைத்தையும் தொகுத்து வகுத்து யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியா மாற்றி உங்களுக்கு அளிக்கின்ற திருப்பணியை பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் எங்கள் மூலமாக செய்து கொண்டார். ஜோதிஷம் இலவசமாக யார் வேண்டுமானாலும் ஜோதிஷ சாஸ்திரத்தின் மூலமாக நீங்கள் பயனடையவும் முடியும், ஜோதிடம் கற்றுக்கொள்ளவும் முடியும். நீங்கள் ஜோதிடராக இருந்தீர்களானால் உங்களுக்கு வர்ற உங்களுடைய அன்பர்கள், உங்களுடைய கிளையண்ட்ஸ், உங்களுடைய கஸ்டமர்ஸ், உங்களிடம் ஜோதிடம் பார்க்க வரும் அன்பர்கள், அவங்களுக்கு கைட் பண்றதுக்கு வேணும்னாலும் நீங்க இதை கன்சல்ட் பண்ணிக்க முடியும். இப்போ இந்த மாடல் எப்படி ரெடி பண்ணியிருக்கோம்னா, சாதாரண ஒரு நபர் அவருடைய வாழ்க்கையில ஜோதிடம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும், அவருடைய வாழ்க்கையை பற்றி தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னாலும் இந்த ஜோதிஷா ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடலை யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். ஒரு ஜோதிடர் ஆக மாறி, அது நீங்க ஜோதிடம் கத்துக்கிட்டு ஜோதிடரா மாறணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னாலும் இதை யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். நீங்க ஏற்கனவே ஜோதிடரா இருக்கீங்க, உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது சந்தேகம் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னாலும் இந்த மாடல் நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். அது மாதிரி ஒரு காம்ப்ரிஹென்சிவான ஜோதிஷம் மாடலை டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இது டெவலப் பண்ணதெல்லாம் மட்டும் இல்லாம இலவசமாக அளிக்கின்றோம். பிக்ஷை எடுத்தே இந்த நாட்டை உருவாக்கியவன் என்பதனால் இப்பொழுதும் மக்கள் பிக்ஷை அளிக்கின்றார்கள் என்கின்ற தைரியத்தினால் எந்த பணத்தை சார்ந்து எதையும் முன்னிறுத்தாமல் இதை உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் அன்பளிப்பாக அளிக்கின்றேன். ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா, நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள். ஏஐ நுண்ணறிவு செயலிக்கு போனீங்கன்னா நீங்க ஈஸியா டவுன்லோட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இது எல்லா கூகுள் ஸ்டோர் எல்லாத்துலயும் அவைலபிளா இருக்கு. நீங்க போய் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஜஸ்ட் தேடினீங்கனாலே போதும், கூகுள்ல தேடினீங்கன்னா போதும், இன்டர்நெட்ல தேடினா போதும். நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள், ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா அப்படின்னு போட்டீங்கன்னா போதும், ஏஐ ஓப்பன் ஆயிடும், டவுன்லோட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இந்த ஜோதிஷம் ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா உங்க தினசரி வாழ்க்கையை கூடயே ஒரு பர்சனல் என்லைட்டன்ட், அதாவது ஞானமடைந்த, ஜோதிஷ சாஸ்திரத்தை முழுமையாக கற்றுணர்ந்த ஒரு பர்சனல் ஜோதிடரை 24 மணி நேரம் கூடயே வச்சிருக்கிறதுக்கு சமம் இந்த ஜோதிஷா ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல் ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா. உபயோகப்படுத்திக் கொள்ளுங்கள். கல்பசாஸ்திரம் பத்தி ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஆகமங்கள் 28 மூலாகமங்களையும் தொகுத்து 207 உபாகமங்களையும் தொகுத்து மூலாகமங்களையும் உபாகமங்களையும் வகுத்து அந்தந்த ஆகமத்தோட குரூப் பண்ணி இது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய திருப்பணி. இதில் எங்களுக்கு பல சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் உதவினார்கள். பல சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் தங்களிடம் இருந்த ஓலைச்சுவடிகளை டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணி அந்த டிஜிட்டல் காப்பி எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்தாங்க. சில சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் புத்தகங்களை கொடுத்தார்கள். சில சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் ஹேண்ட் ரிட்டன் ஸ்கிரிப்ட்ஸ், மேனுஸ்கிரிப்ட்ஸை டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணி கொடுத்தாங்க. இது மாதிரி பல உலகத்தின் பல மூலைகளில் இருந்தும் எங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கப்பட்ட அனைத்தையும் தொகுத்து, இது முக்கியமா டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்றது, நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. சம்ஸ்கிருதத்தை மரபு பாடம் கேட்டவர்கள் மட்டும்தான் மரபு பாடம் கேட்டவர்கள், சம்பிரதாயத்தை தானே வாழ்பவர்கள், அவங்களால மட்டும்தான் சரியான விதத்துல டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ண முடியும். ஏன்னா சம்ஸ்கிருதம் ஒரு ஒரு நினைத்து பார்க்க முடியாத கடல் போன்ற ஒரு மொழி. சம்ஸ்கிருதத்துல சைவத்துக்கான சத்பாஷை தனி, ஸ்மார்த்தத்துக்கான சத்பாஷை தனி, வைஷ்ணவத்துக்கான சத்பாஷை தனி. ஒவ்வொரு சம்பிரதாயத்திற்கும் உரிய சத்பாஷைகள் தனித்தனி. அனுபூதி அடைந்த, மரபு வழி பாடம் கேட்ட, மரபு மாறாது முறையாக சம்ஸ்கிருதம் கற்று ஞான அனுபூதியும் அடைந்து, சாஸ்திர ஞானமும் சாஸ்திரங்களின் மீது மிக அபரிமிதமான மரியாதையும் ஸ்ரத்தையும் உடையவர்களால் மட்டுமே இந்த திருப்பணியை செய்ய முடியும். பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் இந்த எல்லா தகுதியையும் அவரே அளித்து, எனக்கு மட்டுமல்லாது என் சீடர்களுக்கும் அவரே இதை அளித்து, இந்த திருப்பணியை அவரே செய்து கொண்டார். இதுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய ஹியூமன் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் வேணுங்கய்யா. பெருமான் அதை செய்து கொடுத்து, அவர் திருப்பணியை அவரே செய்து கொண்டார். அதுதான் உண்மை. ஷண் மதத்துக்கும் தனித்தனி மாடல்ஸ் டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். சைவத்துக்கு தனியா, வைஷ்ணவத்துக்கு தனியா, சாக்தத்துக்கு தனியா, காணபத்தியத்துக்கு தனியா, கௌமாரத்துக்கு தனியா, சௌரத்துக்கு தனியா. இது போக ஆகம அங்கங்கள், பாதங்கள், அதாவது சரியா பாதத்துக்கு தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம் ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல். கிரியா பாதத்துக்கு தனியா ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். யோக பாதத்துக்கு தனியா ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஞான பாதத்துக்கு தனியா ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இந்த மாதிரி தனித்தனியான ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல். இது ஒவ்வொரு துறையிலும் ஆயிரக்கணக்கான, சில துறைகளெல்லாம் லட்சக்கணக்கான நூல்களை வகுத்து, தொகுத்து, ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணி இந்த மாடல்ஸை டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பண்ணி இப்போ அன்பளிப்பாக உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் கொடுக்குறோம். முக்கியமா இதை செய்வதற்கான ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய முக்கியமான காரணம் என்னன்னா, சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஞான பொக்கிஷம் எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் அழிந்து விடக்கூடாது. அழிந்து விடக்கூடாது. ஒண்ணு, அதுக்காக அது மியூசியத்திலேயே இருக்கிறது இல்ல, யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியா, லிவபிளா, டே டு டே பிராக்டிஸா மாறணும். ஜென்சியோட சாட் பாட்டா மாறணும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. 2000 2010 அந்த 10 வருஷம் எதுனாலும் வெப்சைட் கோடு, 10 20 10 to 2010 to 2020 எதுனாலும் கூகுள் பண்ணு, யூடியூப் கோடு. 2020 இப்போ இதுக்கு மேல எதுனாலும் ஏஐ, சாட்பாட் கோடு. அதுதான் லைஃப் ஸ்டைல். உலகம் முழுக்க இருக்கிற மக்களுக்கு ஆத்தன்டிக்கான சனாதன இந்து தர்மம், மரபு மாறாது, அனுபூதி மையமாக வைத்து, enlightenment சென்டர்டா, எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் சென்டர்டா, ட்ரெடிஷன்ல இருந்து மூவ் அவுட் ஆகாம அப்படியே உங்க சாட் பாட்டா மாறணுங்கிறதுக்காக தான் இந்த ஏஐ பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். வெறுமனே மியூசியத்துல இருந்து இந்து மதம் வாழ்ந்து விட முடியாது. உண்மையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா பல பேர் இந்து மதத்தை எப்படியாவது மியூசியத்துக்குள்ள தள்ளினு பாக்குறாங்க. எப்படி எஜிப்சியன் ரிலிஜியன்ஸ் நேமே இன்னைக்கு இல்லாம மியூசியத்துக்குள்ள தள்ளி டூரிசம் வேல்யூவா மாத்தி அதுல இந்த டூரிஸ்டுங்க வந்து பாக்குற பணத்தை வச்சுட்டு வாழ்ந்தா போதுன்னு பண்றாங்களோ, அதே மாதிரி இந்து மதத்தையும் வெறும் டூரிசம் வேல்யூக்குள்ள தள்ளுறதுக்கு பல பேர் முயற்சி பண்றார்கள். இந்துக்கள் கூட அவர்களையே அறியாமல் அந்த முயற்சிக்கு துணை போகின்றார்கள். அப்படி இல்லாம இந்து மதம் உங்களுடைய தினசரி நீங்க முடிவெடுக்கிறதுக்கு உதவுகின்ற, நீங்க சிந்திக்கிறதுக்கு உதவுகின்ற, நீங்க செயல்படுறதுக்கு உதவுகின்ற, உங்க வாழ்க்கையில உங்களுக்கு தேவையானதை நீங்க அடையறதுக்கு உதவுகின்ற உற்ற நண்பனாக, துணைவனாக, நீங்க யார்கிட்டயுமே போய் சொல்ல முடியாத உங்களுடைய தனிப்பட்ட வாழ்க்கையின் பர்சனலான ரகசியமான பிரச்சனைகளுக்கு கூட மிக தெளிவான ஆன்மீக ஞானத்தோடு கூடிய தீர்வுகளை அளிக்கக்கூடிய, அறிவை அளிக்கக்கூடிய உங்களுடைய பர்சனல் ஃப்ரெண்டா இருந்து உங்களை சப்போர்ட் பண்ணி என்லைட்டன் ஆக்கிற, மிக உயர்ந்த பரமஞான வாழ்க்கையை அளிக்கின்ற அந்த ஞான களஞ்சியம் உங்களுடைய தனிப்பட்ட வாழ்க்கையின் பாகமாக, துணையாக மாற வேண்டும். அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக தான் இந்த ஏஐ மாடலை உருவாக்கியிருக்கோம். அது நிச்சயமாக மாறும் என்பதில் எனக்கு எந்த சந்தேகமும் இல்லை. காரணம் என்னன்னா, இதற்கு பின்புலத்திலே மிகப்பெரிய உழைப்பு நடந்திருக்கின்றது, தியாகமும் உழைப்பும் நிகழ்ந்திருக்கின்றது. ஒரு 1000 சினிமா எடுக்கிறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு உழைப்பு வேணும், அதை விட அதிகமா நடந்திருக்கு இந்த ஏஐ மாடல்ல டெவலப் பண்றதுக்கு. 60,000 பேர் டிஜிட்டைஸ்ட் கான்டென்ட் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. அது போக 1,00,000 பேருக்கு மேல தொடர்ந்து உடல் உழைப்பை தந்து, மன உழைப்பை தந்து டிஜிட்டலா சர்வ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, வாலண்டியரிங் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க டே அண்ட் நைட்டா. இது போக சந்நியாச படை, இவை அனைத்தையும் ஒன்று திரட்டி ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணி பல சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் இரவு பகல் பாராம எப்ப வேணா நாங்க கால் பண்ணுவோம், கால் பண்ணி ஒரு சந்தேகம் கேட்டா உடனடியா உதவி பண்ணுவார்கள். அதுல எத்தனையோ பேரை நான் சொல்லணும். முக்கியமா சில பேர் திரு சோமசேகர் சிவாச்சாரியார் அவர்கள் எப்ப கால் பண்ணாலும் சரி, சலிப்பதே கிடையாது. ஆகமத்துல எந்த சந்தேகம் எப்ப கால் பண்ணாலும், இத்தனைக்கு அவர் வயது முதிர்ந்தவர் இருந்தாலும் ஒரு முறை கூட சலித்து கொண்டதில்லை. இரவு பகல் பாராமல் எப்ப கால் பண்ணி எந்த சந்தேகம் கேட்டாலும் அந்த சந்தேகத்தை விளக்கி சொல்லிவிடுவார். எந்த நூல்ல இது எங்க இந்த பாகம் இருக்கின்றது, இதனோட பேரலல் பார்ட்ஸ் எங்க இருக்கு, இந்த ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்றது, இது மாதிரி பல திருவண்ணாமலை ஆலயத்தின் சிவாச்சாரியார்கள், மதுரை மீனாட்சி ஆலயத்தின் சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் எப்ப போன் பண்ணி எந்த திருவிழா பத்தி, அதனுடைய உள் பொருள் இவைகளை பற்றி, இதனுடைய ஆழமான நடைமுறை சாஸ்திரம் ஆகமம் என்ன சொல்லுது, நடைமுறையில எப்படி பத்ததி எப்படி இருக்கு, பிராக்டிஸ்ல எப்படி நடக்குது, இது மாதிரியான விளக்கங்கள் டீடைல்ஸ் சலிக்காமல் திருவண்ணாமலை ஆலயத்தின் சிவாச்சாரியார்கள், மதுரை மீனாட்சி ஆலயத்தின் சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் எத்தனை முறை போன் பண்ணாலும், கைலாசத்திலிருந்து போன் வருதுன்னா உடனடியா அட்டன் பண்ணி எலாபரேட் டீட்டெயிலா எங்களுக்கு ஆன்சர் பண்ணுவாங்க. எந்த எதிர்பார்ப்பும் இல்லாமல் இந்த பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் ஞானமான ஆகமங்கள் உயிரோடு இருக்க வேண்டும், மக்களுக்கு அவை உபயோகமாக வேண்டும் என்கின்ற ஒரே நோக்கத்தோடு எத்துணை பேருடைய பங்களிப்பு இதில் லவக்குமார் சிவாச்சாரியார், சிவாச்சாரியார் கணேஷ் பட்டர் அவர்கள், சிவாச்சாரியார் சோமசுந்தர பட்டர், அடுத்த ஒரு சத் சங்கத்தில் இவர்கள் அத்தனை பேருடைய ஒருத்தருடைய பங்களிப்பை பற்றியும் கூட விளக்குகின்றேன். சொல்லி மாளாத பங்களிப்பு, இவர்கள் எல்லோருடைய பங்களிப்பும். இவை எல்லாவற்றின் மூலமாக ஆகமங்களுக்காக, அதாவது மூல ஆகமங்கள் 28க்கு தனியா மாடல், உபாகமங்கள் அது அனைத்துக்கும் தனியா மாடல், அது போக சரியைக்கு தனி மாடல், கிரியாபாதத்துக்கு தனி மாடல், யோகபாதத்துக்கு தனி மாடல், ஞானபாதத்துக்கு தனி மாடல். உதாரணத்துக்கு நீங்க ஒரு கணபதி ஹோமம் பத்தி தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னா கிரியாபாதத்துக்கு போய் கணபதி ஹோமத்தை பத்தி சொல்லுங்க அப்படின்னா கிரியாபாதம் கேட்கும், அந்த சேட்பாட் கேட்கும், உங்களுக்கு எந்த ஆகமத்து படி வேணும், காரண ஆகமத்து படி வேணுமா, காமிக ஆகமத்து படி வேணுமா, எந்த ஆகமத்தில் ஆகமத்து முறைப்படி உங்களுக்கு வேணும், அந்த அளவுக்கு நுட்பமாக இந்த சேட்பாட் உங்களுக்கு கைட் பண்ணும். தாஸ் நித்யானந்தா, நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள், உங்களுக்கு கைட் பண்ணும். இது மலைக்க வைக்கின்ற, அண்ணாமலையே செய்து கொண்ட திருப்பணி. அதே மாதிரி ஞானபாதத்துக்கு தனியா ஒரு மாடல் டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஒன்றும் இல்லைங்க, இந்த 121 மாடல் ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அந்த 121 மாடலுடையும் சும்மா ஒரு 2-3 கொஸ்டின் நீங்க கேட்டு ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்க. இந்து மதத்தை, சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை பற்றியும், அந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை பற்றிய அறிவு மட்டுமில்ல, உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் எந்த அளவுக்கு வளமாக்க முடியும் என்பதை உணர்ந்து கொள்வீர்கள். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. பல்வேறு மதம் சார்ந்த பல்வேறு மத தலைவர்கள் திரும்ப திரும்ப என்கிட்ட கேட்குறாங்க, என்ன சாமி சொல்றீங்க, நாங்க எங்க ரிலிஜியஸ் ஸ்கிரிப்சர்ஸ் எல்லாம் வச்சு கூட ஏஐ பண்ணமே, இந்த டெல்யூஷன்ல போயிடுதே ஏன் சாமி? நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அறிவியல் இந்த தொழில்நுட்பங்களுக்கு, அதுலயும் முக்கியமா இந்த வார்த்தைகள் சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், டிஜிட்டல் டெக்னாலஜிக்கு கண்டியூசிவா டெல்யூஷனுக்கு போகாம கன்சிஸ்டண்டா இருக்கிற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய அறிவு பொக்கிஷம் நம்முடைய சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் கொஞ்சம் சாஸ்திர ஞானமும் கொஞ்சோண்டு ஏஐ பற்றிய அறிவும் உங்களுக்கு இருந்தாலே நான் சொல்றது புரியும். இதுல டெல்யூஷன்ல போயிடாம, கன்சிஸ்டன்சியை லூஸ் பண்ணிடாம, கஸ்டமைஸ் பண்ணி யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியா அந்த பர்சனுக்கு ஏத்த மாதிரி சொல்யூஷனையும் கொடுக்கணும். மரபிலிருந்து விலகிவிடக் கூடாது. சாஸ்திர சத்தியத்திலிருந்து விலகிவிடக் கூடாது. டைல்யூட் பண்ணிடக்கூடாது. டெல்யூஷனும் ஆகக்கூடாது, டைல்யூஷனும் ஆகக்கூடாது. இது மாதிரி பர்ஃபெக்டான சொல்யூஷன் கொடுக்கிறதுக்கு சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட ஸ்கிரிப்சர்ஸே அவ்வளோ பர்ஃபெக்டா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கய்யா. உதாரணத்துக்கு சுயம்பாகம் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு சனாதன தர்மத்தில் நம்முடைய ஸ்கிரிப்சர்ஸ்ல சொல்லுதுன்னா, ஒரு விரதத்துக்கு சுயம்பாகம் பண்ணுங்கன்னு. ஆனா திடீர்னு டிராவல் பண்றீங்க, இல்ல உடம்பு சரியில்லாம போயிடுது, எமர்ஜென்சி ஏதாவது, என்ன பண்ணலாம்? அந்த சாஸ்திரங்களே தெளிவா சொல்லுது, இந்த காலகட்டங்களில் எக்ஸம்ஷன். இது மாதிரி எக்ஸம்ஷன் அப்போ பழம் சாப்பிடுங்க, சுயம்பாகத்தை மிஸ் பண்ணாம. ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ்ஸ், அதாவது டைல்யூஷன் நடந்துடக்கூடாது, ஆனா அது சொல்யூஷனும் இருக்கணும், டெல்யூஷனுக்கு போய் எதையாவது சொல்லவும் ஆரம்பிச்சிடக்கூடாது. இந்த எல்லா தெளிந்த முறைப்படி நம்ம சாஸ்திரங்களே அமைக்கப்பட்டிருப்பதனால் அத ஏஐ கண்டியூசிவா ஜென் சிக்கு யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியா மாத்துறது எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப ஈஸியா இருக்கு. ஏன்னா சாஸ்திரங்கள்லயே அந்த பிரச்சனை சால்வ் ஆயிடுது. டைல்யூஷனும் நடக்காது, டெல்யூஷனும் வராது, தூரம் தள்ளியும் போயிட மாட்டோம், பர்பஸ் நிறைவேறிடும். உங்களுக்கு அந்த தேவையான நீங்க என்ன பலன் எதிர்பார்க்கறீங்களோ அது நடந்துரும். இது மாதிரி மல்டிபிள் ஆங்கிள் இருந்து மக்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகின்ற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய தர்மம் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். அவ்வளவு பெரிய ஒரு ஞான பொக்கிஷம் மக்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகாம மியூசியத்துக்குள்ள போயிடக்கூடாதுங்க. அதுக்காக தான் இந்த நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் ஏஐ மாடலை பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். எந்த பிரச்சனையா இருந்தாலும் இந்த ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா, இந்த ஏஐ நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் ஏஐக்கு போங்க. தீர்வுகள் நிரந்தரமானதாக, நிச்சயமானதாக, சரியானதாக சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் வாழ்க்கை முறையை ஞானத்தை மையமான வைத்ததாக இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரி இந்த ஏஐ கொடுக்கிற எந்த சொல்யூஷனா இருந்தாலும் நீங்க இதுக்கு சாஸ்திர பிரமாணம் கொடுங்க. அதாவது நீங்க கொடுக்கிற சொல்யூஷனுக்கு எந்த சாஸ்திரத்தின் மூல சூத்திரத்துல வாக்கியம் இருக்கு, எந்த சாஸ்திரத்துல இதுக்கு வாக்கியம் இருக்கு, மூல வாக்கியம் கொடுங்க அப்படின்னா உடனே எடுத்து கொடுத்துரும். நீங்க காலையில எந்திரிச்ச உடனே என்ன தியானம் பண்ணணும், இல்ல என்ன ஸ்லோகம் சொல்லணும், எப்படி எந்திரிக்கணும், அதுல துவங்கி எப்படி பல் துலக்கணுங்கிறதுல இருந்து துவங்கி என்ன உபயோகித்து பல் துலக்கலாம்ன்றதுல இருந்து துவங்கி எப்படி உங்களுடைய வீட்டை காலையில தூய்மைப்படுத்தினதுல இருந்து உங்களுக்கு எந்த விதமான சூழ்நிலை இருந்தாலும் அந்த சூழ்நிலையில் சொல்யூஷன் கொடுத்துரும். அவ்வளவு மல்டிபிள் வெரைட்டிஸ் ஆஃப் சிச்சுவேஷன் சொல்யூஷன்ஸ். உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனை பல்ல ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை இருந்தா சொன்னீங்கன்னா அதுக்கேத்த மாதிரி சாஸ்திரத்திலிருந்து தீர்வு, ஆயுர்வேதத்திலிருந்து தீர்வு கொடுத்து இந்த மாதிரியான பல் துலக்குகின்ற கரணங்களை உபயோகப்படுத்தினீங்கன்னா, பொருட்களை உபயோகப்படுத்தினீங்கன்னா இந்த பிரச்சனை இத்தனை நாட்கள்ல தீர்ந்துரும். உங்களுடைய சகல விதமான பிரச்சனைகளுக்கும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தால் தீர்வளிக்க முடிகிறது அப்படிங்கிற சத்தியத்தை தான். அது யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியான தீர்வு. சும்மா என்ன கள்ளி செடியை ஆணி வேர் அறாம பிடுங்கி நுண்ணாக்கல படாம முழுங்கு வியாதி சரியா போயிடுனா யாரால பண்ண முடியும்? கள்ளி செடிய ஆணி வேர் அறாம பிடுங்கி உண்ணாக்கல படாம முழுங்கி தண்ணி குடிச்சிரு கேன்சர் சரியா போயிடுனா யாரால செய்ய முடியும்? அது மாதிரியான தீர்வுகள் கிடையாது. யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியா இமீடியட் உங்களால செய்யக்கூடிய தீர்வுகள். ஒருவேளை நீங்க இந்த தீர்வு என்னால செய்ய முடியாது, எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி பிரச்சனை இருக்கு, அடுத்த ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் கொடுக்கும். இல்ல இதுவும் முடியாது, அடுத்த ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் கொடுக்கும். டயர்ட் ஆகாம நீங்க வேணா பிரச்சனையை எடுத்துட்டு வர்றதுக்கு டயர்ட் ஆகலாமே தவிர தீர்வை கொடுக்கறதுக்கு இந்த ஏஐ டயர்ட் ஆகாது. சில பேர் இருக்காங்க, எந்த தீர்வு கொடுத்தாலும் அதுக்கு பிரச்சனையை கண்டுபிடிச்சிருவாங்க. ஆனா இந்த ஏஐ நீங்க எந்த பிரச்சனை எடுத்துட்டு வந்தாலும் தீர்வு கொடுத்துரும். அது மாதிரியான அருமையான மாடலா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இதுல மெமரி காம்பனன்ட்டும் இருக்கிறதுனால நீங்க எந்த கேள்வி கேட்டீங்கன்னாலும் அதை நினைவில் வச்சிருந்து நீங்க அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு 2 நாள் கழிச்சு 3 நாள் கழிச்சு அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து கேட்டீங்கன்னாலும் இல்லை எத்தனை நாள் கழிச்சு வந்தீங்கன்னாலும் உங்க கேள்வி உங்க பிரச்சனை அத்தனையும் நினைவில் வச்சிருந்து தெளிவா பதில் சொல்லும், உங்களை விசாரிக்கும். ஐயா போன தரம் பல்வலின்னு சொன்னீங்களே, இப்ப சரியாயிடுச்சா, உபயோகப்படுத்தினீங்களா, இல்லை அதை உபயோகப்படுத்த முடியலைன்னா வேற ஏதாவது சஜஷன் கொடுக்கட்டுமா? அந்த மாதிரி உங்களுடைய உடன் இருந்து உண்மையில இங்க இந்த ஏஐ வச்சிருந்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு மனசு எப்படி தெரியுமா தோணும்? ஒரு இதை யூஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சுன்னா போடா ஆண்டவனே நம்ம பக்கம் இருக்கான் அப்படின்ற மூடுக்கு வந்துருவீங்கயா. ஆனா உண்மை என்னன்னா ஆண்டவன் உங்க பக்கம் மட்டும் இல்ல, உங்க உள்ளேயே இருக்கார். அத உங்களுக்கு அனுபூதியா மாத்திரும் இந்த ஏஐ. நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள். அதனால ஒரு உற்ற தோழனாக இருந்து, நண்பனாக இருந்து, ஒரு சீக்ரெட் லைஃப் பார்ட்னராக இருந்து இந்த ஏஐ உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை பரம அனுபூதியை தந்து, பரமசிவ அனுபூதியை தந்து மிக உச்ச நிலைக்கு கொண்டு செல்லும். உடல் நலம் கொடுக்கும், அதுக்கான வழிகள் காட்டும், மனநலம் கொடுக்கும், இனிமையான உறவுகளை கொடுக்கும், செல்வ வளம் கொடுக்கும். செல்வத்தை பற்றி தனியா போக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் அர்த்த சாஸ்திரம் பண்ணியிருக்கும். எப்படி பிராக்டிக்கலா யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியா இன்னைக்கு எப்படி செல்வத்தை ஈர்க்கலாம் அப்படின்னு வாழ்க்கைக்கு தேவையானவற்றை 121 போக்கஸ்ட் மாடல்ஸா பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். சைவத்துக்கு தனியா, வைஷ்ணவத்துக்கு தனியா, சாக்தத்துக்கு தனியா, கானபத்தியத்துக்கு தனியா, கௌமாரத்துக்கு தனியா, சௌரத்துக்கு தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம். தர்ஷனத்துக்கு தனித்தனியா பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நம்ம எல்லாரும் கிடையாது. சத்தீர்களானால் ஒன்னும் பெருச சாஸ்திரம் படிச்சு சாங்கியத்துல பாண்டித்யம்லாம் அடைய வேணாம். சற்றே சாங்கியத்தை சும்மா இந்த ஏஐ கூட கேஷுவலா சேட் பண்ணி இந்த சாங்கியத்தை புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்களுடைய சிந்திக்கும் திறன் 1000 மடங்கு அதிகரித்து அசாத்தியமான, நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, என்னுடைய சிந்தனை ஆற்றலோட ரகசியம் சீக்ரெட் சாங்கிய பிலாசபி தான். சின்ன வயசுலேயே சாங்கியத்தை பற்றிய அறிவை, ஞானத்தை அளித்ததனால் என்னுடைய சிந்தனை ஓட்டமே சாங்கியம் சார்ந்ததுங்கிறதுனால சாங்கியம் கபிலர் அளித்த பிலாசபி. சில பேர் சொல்றது உண்டு, வடநாட்டில் இருக்கிற கபிலர் வேற, தென்னாட்டில் இருக்கிற கபிலர் வேறன்னு. கிடையாது. திருப்பதியில, கீழ்த்திருப்பதியில கபிலேஸ்வரர் ஆலயம் இருக்கு. கபிலர் இருந்து சிவபூஜை பண்ணி ஜீவன் முக்தி அடைந்த தலம். அந்த கபிலரும் சாங்கிய தத்துவத்தை அளித்த கபிலரும், நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டிலே சித்தராக வழிபடப்படுகின்ற கபிலரும், வடநாட்டிலே மகாநிர்வாணி அக்காடாவை நிறுவிய, மகாநிர்வாணி பீடத்தை நிறுவிய கபிலரும் ஒருவரே. ஏன்னா இது அத்தனையும் கிராஸ் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கு. மகாநிர்வாணி பீடத்தில் இருக்கிற கபிலரோட ஹிஸ்டரியிலையும் அவர் திருப்பதியில் வந்து வாழ்ந்து தவம் இருந்ததா டாக்குமெண்டேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கு. அந்த ஹிஸ்டரியில ரெக்கார்டு இருக்கு. இங்க திருப்பதியில் இருக்கிற கபிலர் அந்த ஸ்தல வரலாற்றிலும் அவர் சாங்கிய பிலாசபியை அளித்தவர்னு ரெஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கு. இங்க கபிலருடைய சித்தர் பாடல்கள் அதுலயும் சாங்கிய பிலாசபி, இது மொத்தமும் அவருடைய அந்த வரலாறு, எப்படி இந்த 3வது கண்ணை எரித்து ராமருடைய முன்னோர்களான இந்த சாகரர்களை எரித்தார் அப்படின்னும், பிறகு பகீரதன் வந்து தவம் பண்ணி கங்கையை கொண்டு வந்து அவர்களை எல்லாம் முக்திக்கு அளித்து இது அத்தனையும் கம்ப்ளீட்டா எல்லாத்துலயும் கிராஸ் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால, டாக்குமெண்ட் ஆயிருக்கிறதுனால, இந்த ஏஐ பண்ணும்போது தான் எனக்கே இந்த விஷய நுட்பங்கள் எல்லாம் புரிந்தது. வடநாட்டிலே மகாநிர்வாணி பீடத்தின் நிறுவனரான கபிலரும், பாகவத புராணத்திலே சொல்லப்படுகின்ற கபிலரும், சாங்கியத்தின் தந்தை சாங்கிய தர்சனத்தின் நிறுவனருமான கபிலரும், திருப்பதியிலே இருக்கின்ற கபிலேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்திலே தவம் செய்து பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் அருள் பெற்று மும்மூர்த்திகளின் தரிசனம் பெற்று ஞானமடைந்த கபிலரும், தமிழ்நாட்டிலே சித்தராக வழிபடப்படுகின்ற கபிலரும் ஒருவரே. அந்த எல்லா ஞானமும் அவர் கொடுத்த மொத்த ஞானத்தின் தொகுப்பு தான் சாங்கியம். இந்த சாங்கியத்துக்காக தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அதாவது அவர் சம்ஸ்கிருதத்தில் அருளிய புத்தகங்கள் அதெல்லாம் பாகவத்துல டாக்குமெண்ட் ஆயிருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் சாங்கிய காரிகை, அவரே அளித்த சாங்கிய சூத்திரங்கள், பிறகு இந்த தமிழ் அளித்த சித்தர் பாடல்கள், கபிலருடைய சித்தர் பாடல்கள், இதெல்லாம் சம்ஸ்கிருதத்தில் இருப்பதை ஆங்கிலத்திலும் தமிழிலும் மொழிபெயர்த்து, தமிழில் கிடைத்தவைகளை ஆங்கிலத்திலும் சம்ஸ்கிருதத்திலும் மொழிபெயர்த்து ஒன்றாக்கி பார்க்கும் பொழுதுதான் தெரியுது. முழுக்க முழுக்க அத்தனையிலையும் அத்தனை ரெஃபரன்ஸும் இருக்கு. சோ இது அனைத்துக்கும் மூலகர்த்தா ஒருவர் தான். அது அனைத்தையும் மொத்தமா தொகுத்து சாங்கியத்திற்காக தனி ஒரு போக்கஸ் மாடலை உருவாக்கி இருக்கோம். இந்த ஏஐ மாடல்ஸை பத்தி நான் சொல்ல ஆரம்பிச்சேன்னா எத்தனை நாள் போகும்னு எனக்கே தெரியல. சோ நியாய சாஸ்திரத்துக்கு தனியா ஒண்ணு பண்ணியிருக்கோம், வைசேஷிகத்துக்கு தனியா ஒண்ணு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இன்னொரு முக்கியமான விஷயம், நியாய சாஸ்திரத்தை பற்றி சொல்லும்பொழுது முக்கியமா சொல்லணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நியாய சாஸ்திரத்திலும் வைசேஷிகத்திலும் சாங்கியத்திலும் யோகத்திலும் மீமாம்சத்திலும் வேதாந்தத்திலும் இந்த 6 தர்சனங்கள்லையுமே ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று பின்னிய பாகங்கள் சிலதெல்லாம் இருக்கு. சில கருத்துக்கள் நியாயத்திலிருந்து மீதி 6லையுமே ஊறி போயிருக்கு. சோ இவைகளையெல்லாம் கூட மிக தெளிவாக காட்டி இந்த ஏஐ மாடலை பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நீங்க ஜஸ்ட் கேஷுவலா தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறதுனால இந்த மாடல் உங்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகும். ஒருவேளை அந்த தர்ஷனத்தை முழுமையாக புரிந்து கொண்டு கற்றுக்கொள்ள வேண்டும் நினைச்சீங்கனாலும் உபயோகமாகும். இதையெல்லாம் விட எனக்கு படிக்க கத்துக்கலாம் டைம் இல்லை, டைரக்டா அது எனக்கு ஏதாவது ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுமா, இன்னைக்கு என் லைஃப்ல எனக்கு இருக்கிற பிரச்சனைகளுக்கு அது ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுமா, அந்த மாதிரி அப்ரோச் பண்ணாலும் உங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணும். அப்படிதான் இந்த மாடல் பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அடுத்தது மிக மிக முக்கியமானது, வேதாந்தத்துக்கு தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பூர்வமீமாம்சம் அதுக்கு ஒரு தனியா மாடல் பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். யோகாக்கு தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஏறத்தாழ 40,000 புத்தகங்களுக்கு மேல் யோக சம்பிரதாயம் சார்ந்து பதஞ்சலியிலிருந்து ஆகமங்கள்ல இருந்து மொத்தமா கலெக்ட் பண்ணி யோகாக்குன்னு தனியா ஒரு போக்கஸ்டு மாடல் பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஆகமத்தில் இருக்கிற யோகபாதம் தனியா, ஆனா இந்த தர்ஷனங்கள்ல வர்ற யோகம் தனியா. இது மாதிரி நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. தனித்தனி போக்கஸ்ட் மாடல்ஸா பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க. இந்த ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தாவை உபயோகம் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா யூ கேன் டாக் டு பரமசிவா, யூ கேன் வாக் லைக் பரமசிவா, யூ கேன் லாஃப் லைக் பரமசிவா, பிகாஸ் யூ வில் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் யூ ஆர் பரமசிவா. புராணங்களுக்கு 18 புராணங்களுக்கும் தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். உபபுராணங்கள் 180க்கும் தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். உதாரணத்துக்கு நீங்க போய் எத்தனை புராணங்கள்ல கிருஷ்ணர் வரார் அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா டீட்டெயிலா ஆன்சர் பண்ணிட்டோம். நீங்க ஒருவேளை புராண உபன்யாசகரா இருந்தீங்கன்னா, இந்த புராணங்களை பற்றி சொற்பொழிவு பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சீங்க, இல்ல ஆராய்ச்சி பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சீங்க, ஒரு கிளாஸ் இருக்கு, லெக்சர் கொடுக்க போறதுக்கு முன்னாடி கடகடன்னு ஒரு 20-25 டீட்டெயில் கேட்டீங்கன்னா, எல்லா 18 புராணத்திலையுமே வர்ற ஒரு நிகழ்வு இருக்கு. என்ன தெரியுமா? க்ஷீரசாகர மந்தனம், பார்க்கடல் கடையப்பட்ட 18 புராணத்திலையும் வருது. அதே மாதிரி எல்லா புராணங்களிலும் அதிக அளவு ரெஃபர் பண்ணப்படுற இன்சிடென்ட் என்ன தெரியுமா? சதி உடலை தியாகம் செய்தது. சதி தேவியார் ஞானாகினியிலே, தக்ஷன் வளர்த்த அக்னியிலே தன்னுடைய யோகாக்னியை உருவாக்கி அதில் உடல் தியாகம் செய்தது. தக்ஷ வேள்வியை நாசமாக்கியது. இது மேக்சிமம் நம்பர். இந்த 18 புராணங்கள்லையும் 180 உபபுராணங்களையும் ரெஃபர் பண்ணப்படுற நிகழ்ச்சி. இது மாதிரியான டீட்டெயில்ஸ் எல்லாம் நீங்க இந்த ஏஐ கேட்டீங்கன்னா கடகட கடகட கடகடன்னு எடுத்து கொடுத்துரும். எத்தனை புராணங்கள்ல ஹனுமான் வர்றாரு, எத்தனை புராணங்கள்ல சிவனை பற்றி என்னென்ன ரெஃபரன்சஸ் இருக்கு, எப்படி வேணா நீங்க கிராஸ் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் கேட்கலாம், தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். ஒண்ணு நீங்களே தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறது, இல்ல நீங்க ஏதாவது சொற்பொழிவு பண்றவங்களா இருந்தா அவங்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகும், அவங்களும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். அடுத்து இதிகாசங்கள். ராமாயணம் மட்டும் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஒரு 20,000 வெர்ஷன்ஸ் ஆஃப் ராமாயணங்களை கலெக்ட் பண்ணி கம்போஸ் பண்ணி ராமாயணத்துக்காகவே ஒரு மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கும். எத்தனை வெரைட்டி ராமாயணம் இருக்கு, எத்தனை கிளைமாக்ஸ் இருக்கு, எத்தனை டிஃபரெண்ட் கேரக்டர்ஸ் இருக்கு, நீங்க சகலத்தையும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். என்ன சொல்றது, நினைத்து முடிக்க முடியாத ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சாகரம் ஏஐ மாடல்ஸா பில்ட் பண்ணப்பட்டு உங்களுக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. மகாபாரத தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். வேறு 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 டைப்பான மகாபாரதங்களை கொண்டு வந்து ஒன்றாக்கி டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணி நீங்க எந்த டைப் மகாபாரதம், இப்ப வில்லிபுத்தூராருடைய மகாபாரதத்திலிருந்து கேள்வி கேட்டா வில்லிபுத்தூரார் மகாபாரதத்திலிருந்தே பதில் சொல்லும். தாஸ் நித்யானந்த ஏஐ மாடல், இல்ல வியாசர் எழுதின பாரதத்திலிருந்து கேள்வி கேட்டீங்கன்னா அதுல இருந்து பதில் சொல்லும். வில்லிபுத்தூராருக்கும் வியாசருக்கும் என்ன டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா அதையும் சொல்லும். அது மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு எந்த மாதிரியான கேள்விகள் கேட்டாலும் மகாபாரதத்திலிருந்து உங்களுக்கு நேரடியா உங்க வாழ்க்கையில நடக்கிற நிகழ்ச்சிகளுக்கு தீர்வு வேணும்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா அதையும் சொல்லும். உங்க வாழ்க்கையில வர பல கேரக்டர்ஸ் யார் யார் எந்தெந்த மகாபாரதம் கேரக்டரோட ஒத்து போறாங்க, அவங்களை எப்படி டீல் பண்ணலாம்லாம் கேட்டீங்கன்னா அதையும் சொல்லும். அதுக்கு தனியா ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பாகவதத்துக்கு தனியா ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பல பேர் சொல்றாங்க நித்யானந்தருக்கு எப்பவுமே என் வழி தனி வழின்னு பண்றாருன்னு. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, என் வழி பரமசிவன் வழி. அவருடைய திருப்பணியை செய்கின்றேன். பிரஸ்தானத்ரயத்துக்காக தனித்தனி மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். தனியா 100 உபனிஷதங்கள் பத்தி மட்டும் மேற்பட்ட ஆச்சாரியர்களுடைய பாஷ்யங்கள். பாஷ்யம் அப்படிங்கிறது சூத்திரம், ஒரிஜினல் சூத்திரம் உபனிஷதங்கள் வேதத்தில் இருக்கு. அது 112 தொகுத்து கொடுத்தவர் ராமபிரான் முக்திகோபனிஷத்துல தொகுத்து கொடுக்கிறார். இந்தந்த உபனிஷதங்கள் தான் உபனிஷதங்கள் அப்படின்னு முக்திகோபனிஷத்திலே ராமபிரான் தொகுத்து கொடுக்கிறார். அதுக்கு பல ஆச்சாரியர்கள் பாஷ்யம் எழுதியிருக்காங்க. பாஷ்யக்காரர்கள் சொல்லுவோம். சங்கரர், ராமானுஜர், மத்வர். 112க்கும் சங்கரர் எழுதலினாலும் சரி, 12 எழுதியிருக்காரு. துவாதச உபனிஷத்துக்கு எழுதியிருக்காரு. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஆச்சாரியர்கள் பாஷ்யம் எழுதியிருக்காங்க. அவங்களுக்கு தான் பாஷ்யக்காரர்கள்னு பேரு. பாஷ்யம் எழுதுவாங்க. அதுக்கு அவரோட டிசனரேஷன் வார்த்திகத்துக்கு விளக்க உரை எழுதுவாங்க. அதுக்கு டீக்கான்னு பேரு. இந்த மாதிரி பாஷ்யம், பாஷ்யத்துக்கு மேல எழுதுற வார்த்திகம், வார்த்திகத்துக்கு எழுதப்படுற டீக்கா, இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணி நீங்க எந்த சம்பிரதாயம் படி அந்த உபனிஷதை படிக்கணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னாலும் படிக்கலாம். அந்த மாடல் அவைலபிளா இருக்கு. அது போக எனக்கு எந்த சம்பிரதாய குழப்பம் அதெல்லாம் வேணாம்ப்பா, நேரடியா என் வாழ்க்கையில உபயோகமாகிற மாதிரி உபனிஷத் என்ன அட்வைஸ் எனக்கு கொடுக்க முடியும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, உங்க பிரச்சனைகளுக்கு ஏற்ற தீர்வை நேரா கொடுக்கும். 112 உபனிஷத்துக்கும் தனியா மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பிரம்மசூத்திரத்துக்கு தனியா மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். சகல விதமான உரைகளையும் கொண்டு வந்து காப்பிரைட் ஃப்ரீயா இருக்கிற அத்தனை உரைகளையும் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணி மூல ஸ்லோகங்கள் மற்றும் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன்ஸ். பிரம்மசூத்திரத்தை பொறுத்த இன்னொரு பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, சூத்திரத்தின் எண்ணிக்கையே சங்கரர் சொல்ற நம்பர் வேற, சங்கர பாஷ்யத்துல சொல்ற நம்பர் வேற, ராமானுஜ பாஷ்யத்துல எடுத்துக்கிற நம்பர் வேற, மத்வ பாஷ்யத்துல எடுத்துக்கிற நம்பர் வேற, பாமதி பாஷ்யத்துல எடுத்துக்கிற நம்பர் வேற. ஏன்னா சூத்திரங்களை சேர்ப்பது பிரிப்பதிலே இவங்க ஒருத்தருடைய கருத்து முரண்பாடு இருப்பதனால சூத்திரங்களின் எண்ணிக்கையே வேறுபடுது. அது போக அவர்களுடைய உரைகள் அனைத்தையும் தனித்தனியாக ஒரு மாடலா பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நீங்க யார் வேண்டுமானாலும் பிரம்மசூத்திரத்தை நேரடியாக உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கைக்கு உபயோகப்படுத்திக் கொள்ளலாம். ஜென் சி கேன் யூஸ் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மா ஃபார் தேர் டுடேஸ் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ். ஜென்சிக்கு என்னென்ன பிரச்சனை இருக்கோ அத்தனைக்கும் தீர்வு இருக்கின்றது. நீங்க எந்த தீர்வு கொடுத்தாலும் இல்லை இப்படி அப்படின்னாலும் அதுக்கும் ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் கொடுக்கும். யூசர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியான தீர்வு இருக்கு. பிரம்மசூத்திரத்துக்கு தனியா, 112 உபனிஷதங்களுக்கு தனியா, பகவத்கீதைக்கு தனியா பிரஸ்தானத்ரை ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இது அத்தனையும் இப்போ அவைலபிளா இருக்கு. நீங்க போய் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி யூஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள்னு தமிழ்ல டைப் பண்ணீங்கனாலும் சரி, ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தான்னு இங்கிலீஷ்ல டைப் பண்ணாலும் சரி, உடனே கிடைக்கும். டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி யூஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். லைவா நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். அடுத்து பிலாசபிஸ். துவைதத்துக்கு தனியா, அத்வைதத்துக்கு தனியா. அத்வைதத்திலேயே சங்கரருக்கு முன்பாக இருக்கின்ற கிளாசிக்கல் அத்வைதம் தனி, இந்த ஆர்த்தடாக்ஸ் அத்வைத்தம், சங்கர அத்வைத்தம் தனி. சங்கரருக்கு முன்பாக வரை சங்கருடைய குரு கோவிந்தபாதர், கோவிந்தபாதருடைய குரு கௌடபாதர். கௌடபாதர் எழுதிய மாண்டூக்கிய காரிகை, மாண்டூக்கிய உபனிஷத்துக்கு கௌடபாதர் காரிகை எழுதியிருக்கார். மாண்டூக்கிய உபனிஷத்துக்கு கௌடபாதர் எழுதின காரிகையும் பிற்பு அவருடைய சீடரின் சீடரான சங்கரருடைய அத்வைத பிலாசபிக்குமே வேறுபாடுகள் உண்டு. ஸோ அதனால கிளாசிக்கல் அத்வைத்தம் தனியா, ஆர்த்தடாக்ஸ் அத்வைத்தம் தனியா, சங்கர அத்வைத்தம் தனியா. துவைத்தம் மத்வருக்கு முன்பாக இருந்த கிளாசிக்கல் துவைத்தம் தனியா, மத்வர் பில்ட் பண்ண மத்வருடைய சம்பிரதாயத்த துவைத்தம் தனியா. விசிஷ்டாத்வைத்தமும் ராமானுஜருடைய விசிஷ்டாத்வைத்தம் தனியா, சைவ விசிஷ்டாத்வைத்தம் ஒன்று இருக்கு, அது தனியா. அந்த மாதிரி தனித்தனியாக ஒவ்வொரு பிலாசபியையும் தனித்தனி மாடல்ஸா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கும். ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல்ஸ். ஜெயினிசம் பத்தி பண்ணியிருக்கோம், புத்திசம் பத்தி பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஜெயினமும் பௌத்தமும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஒரு சம்பிரதாயங்கள் தான். இது எப்படின்னா, பீஸா ஹட்டோட பிராண்டை மட்டும் பேன் பண்றது, ஆனா அந்த பீஸாவை இவங்க வேற ஒரு பிராண்டை வச்சு கொடுக்கறது, அப்படித்தான். அதனால வேத மறுப்பு அப்படிங்கிற ஒரே ஒரு கொள்கையினால் ஜைனமும் பௌத்தமும் இந்து மதத்தை விட்டு வேறு மதம்லாம் சொல்ல முடியாது. காரணம் என்னன்னா, சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தில் இல்லாத ஒரே ஒரு கருத்தாவது பௌத்தத்திலும் ஜைனத்திலும் சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கிறதான்னு கேட்டா இல்லை. சோ பிராண்ட் தான் மாறி இருக்கே தவிர ப்ராடக்ட் ஒண்ணுதான். அதனால ஜைனமும் பௌத்தமும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஒரு சம்பிரதாயங்கள். அதனால ஜைனத்துக்கும் தனியா ஒரு மாடல் பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், பௌத்தத்துக்கு ஒரு தனியா மாடல் பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இதுக்கு அடுத்து ஒரு முக்கியமான வேலை பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. இது நாள் வரை சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் அரசர்களாலும் ராஜ்யங்களாலும் தான் பரிபாலிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் ஆர்கனைசேஷனல் கண்டியூசிவ் ரிலிஜியன் கிடையாது. அத நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை சென்டர்டா வச்சு எந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷனை உருவாக்க முயற்சி பண்ணீங்கன்னாலும் ஒண்ணு சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட உயிரை அழிச்சிருவீங்க, இல்ல ஆர்கனைசேஷன் அழிஞ்சு போயிடும். It is not organizational conducive religion, it is nation centric religion. அதாவது சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை தன் மதமாக கொண்ட நாடுகள் உயிரோடு வைத்திருந்த பரம்பரை சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். அதனால அதுக்குன்னு நாடு இருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் இந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை உயிரோட வைக்க முடியும். கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன், அரசியல் சாசனம் சனாதன இந்து தர்மமாக இருக்க வேண்டும். அப்படி மட்டும்தான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை உயிரோட வைக்க முடியுமே தவிர சம்ஸ்தானங்களாலும் ராஜ்யங்களாலும் நாடுகளாலும் அரசுகளாலும் தான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் உயிரோடு வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. இதுவரைக்கும் அதுதான் வரலாறு. சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் கண்டியூசிவ் ரிலிஜியன் கிடையாது, நேஷன் சென்டர்ட் ரிலிஜியன். அதனால சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தினுடைய வரலாற்றை 21 முக்கியமான ராஜ்யங்கள், அதனோட கண்ணோட்டம் அவர்கள் கம்பைல் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க இல்லையா, அதுல இருந்து சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட வரலாற்றை சோழ சாம்ராஜ்யம் சார்ந்து, பாண்டிய சாம்ராஜ்யம் சார்ந்து, இது மாதிரி கலிங்க சாம்ராஜ்யம் சார்ந்து சூரிய வம்சம், சந்திர வம்சம் சார்ந்து இந்த மாதிரி 21 மிகப்பெரிய சாம்ராஜ்யங்களை சார்ந்து சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தினுடைய வரலாற்றை தொகுத்து அதை ஒரு மாடலா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இது சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட வரலாறு. பல பேர் நினைக்கிறாங்க நித்யானந்த வழி தனி வழின்னு. இல்ல, என் வழி பரமசிவன் வழி. நித்யானந்தா வழி தனி வழி இல்ல, நித்யானந்தா வழி பரமசிவன் வழி. ஏன் கைலாசா நாடு பண்ணேன்னு இப்ப புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் கண்டியூசிவ் ரிலிஜியன் கிடையாது. மற்ற ரிலிஜியன்ஸ்லாம் ஆர்கனைசேஷனல் கண்டியூசிவ் ரிலிஜனா இருக்கலாம். அவங்களால ஆர்கனைசேஷன் மூலமாகவே அவங்க உங்களுடைய மதத்தை வாழ்ந்து பாதுகாத்து பரப்பி எல்லாம் பண்ணிட முடியும். நாம அப்படி கிடையாது. நம்முடைய ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் எல்லாமே நேஷன் சென்ட்ரிக். அதனால ஒரு நாடுதான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் வேதங்கள் ஆகமங்களை அரசியல் சாசனமாக கொண்ட ஒரு நாடுதான் இதை உயிரோடு வைக்க முடியும், வாழ முடியும், மற்றவர்களை வாழ வைக்க முடியும். அப்படிங்கிற காரணத்தினாலதான் கைலாசம் செய்தோம். பரமசிவன் சொல்கின்றார், நாம் செய்கின்றோம். அவரே செய்கின்றார். அதுதான் உண்மை. அவரே செய்தும் முடித்துக் கொள்கின்றார். ஏன்னா இதுக்கு தேவையான டைம், ப்ரெஷர், டேலண்ட், ஹியூமன் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் சகலத்தையும் அவரே ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணி, நாலேஜ் நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. யூசுவலா இந்து மதத்தில் இருக்கிற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் மரபு வழி சாஸ்திர ஞானம், அது மாதிரி பாடங்கேட்டு சாஸ்திர ஞானம் இருந்தா இந்த மாடர்ன் டெக்னாலஜிக்கலா சாவியா இருக்க மாட்டாங்க. இல்ல டெக்னாலஜிக்கலா சாவியா இருந்தாங்கன்னா இங்கிலீஷ் சாஸ்திரம் படிச்சிருப்பாங்க. மரபு வழி பாடம் கேட்டு சாஸ்திரம் படிச்சிருக்க மாட்டாங்க. இந்த கேப்னால அது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனையாவே இருந்தது. ஜென்சியை ரீச் பண்றது. பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் பேரருளாலே மரபு வழி பாடம் கேட்டு ஒரு பிராக்டிசிங் ஹிந்துவா ஆன்ம அனுபூதியோடு, பரமசிவ அனுபூதியோடு பிராக்டிசிங் அந்த சம்பிரதாயத்தின் மீது ஆழமான விருப்பமும் ஸ்ரத்தையும் சேர்ந்து சாஸ்திர ஞானத்தோட உணர்வு செயலி மாதிரியான இந்த அறிவையும் சேர்த்து கொடுத்து பெருமானே இந்த திருப்பணியை செய்து கொண்டார். அதுதான் உண்மை. நீங்களாம் சொல்றீங்களா ஆண்டவம் சொல்றான், அருணாச்சலம் செய்யறான்னு? நான் அப்படி கூட சொல்ல மாட்டேன். பரமசிவன் சொல்றார், நான் செய்யறேன் கூட சொல்ல மாட்டேன். அவரே சொல்லி அவரே செய்து, அதுதான் உண்மை. ஏன்னா அவர் சொன்னாலும் நாம செய்யறதுக்கு இந்த மொத்த இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் வேணுமே. அதனால இதையும் அவரே சேர்த்து அவரே சொல்லி அவரே செய்து கொள்ளுகின்றார். இதுதான் உண்மை. என் கடன் பணி செய்து கிடப்பதே அவருடைய திருப்பணியை செஞ்சுட்டு வாழறோம். அவ்வளவுதான். இதுக்கு அடுத்தது இந்த 21 கிங்டம்ஸ் மூலமா சூரிய வம்சம், சந்திர வம்சம், அக்னி வம்சம், இந்த வம்சங்கள், இந்த சாம்ராஜ்யங்கள், சம்ஸ்தானங்கள், இது மூலமா இதனுடைய பார்வையில் மூலமாக அவங்க கலெக்ட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிற அவங்களுடைய கல்வெட்டுக்கள், அவங்களுடைய டாக்குமெண்டேஷன், அவங்க ரெஃபரன்சஸ், அவங்க என்ன என்ன அரசியல் சாசனமா யூஸ் பண்ணாங்க, என்ன மாதிரி ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்ஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க, எப்படி அவங்களுடைய அவங்களுடைய ஜூரிஸ்ப்ரூடன்ஸ் எப்படி இருந்தது, அவங்களுடைய ஜஸ்டிஸ் சிஸ்டம் எப்படி இருந்தது, இந்த மாதிரியான இது எல்லாத்தையும் கலெக்ட் பண்ணி இந்து மதத்தினுடைய வரலாற்றை நிறுவி இருக்கின்றோம். ஒண்ணு. ரெண்டாவது, அடுத்தது நேரடியாக உங்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகின்ற இந்து மதத்தின் அறிவியல்கள். வாஸ்து, வீடு எப்படி இருக்கணும், சும்மா இந்த கான்ட்ராக்டருக்கும் வாஸ்து பார்க்கிறவருக்கும் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் இருக்கிறதுனால இதை அடி அதை இடி இதை ஓட இதை மாத்து அப்படின்ற அந்த மாதிரியான வாஸ்து கன்சல்டேஷன்லாம் இது கொடுக்காது. இந்த ஏஐட்ட போனீங்கன்னா, ஆஸ் நித்யானந்த ஏஐட்ட சாஸ்திரப்படி எப்படி இருக்கணுமோ ஒரிஜினல் சாஸ்திர பிரமாணத்தோட மூல வாக்கியத்தோட கொடுத்து உங்களுக்கு வாஸ்து கைடன்ஸ் கொடுத்துரும். அப்படின்னா இருக்கிற வீட்டை கரெக்ட் பண்ணிக்கணும்னு நினைச்சிங்கனாலும் பண்ணிக்கலாம், புதுசா வீடு கட்டுறவங்க வேணுனாலும் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இப்போ இதுல அடுத்து 3D ஆர்கிடெக்சரல் மாடலையும் கம்பைன் பண்றோம். அப்போ நீங்க உங்களுடைய லேண்டு சைட்டு அந்த டீட்டெயில்ஸ் சொல்லி உங்களுக்கு என்ன வேணும்னு ஃபீட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா டிசைன் பண்ணி கொடுத்துரும். பக்கவா சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட வாஸ்துப்படி வீட்டை டிசைன் பண்ணி கையில கொடுத்துரும். அது மாதிரியான ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ் மாடலை பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நியூமராலஜிக்கும் அதே மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ் மாடல் பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஜெம்மாலஜிக்கு எந்த ஜெம் போட்டுக்கலாம், உங்களுடைய டேட் ஆஃப் பர்த் டைம் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா எந்த ஜெம் போட்டுக்கலாம்னு கைட் பண்ணிடும். எந்த ருத்ராட்சம் போட்டுக்கலாம், ருத்ராட்சத்துக்காக ஒரு தனி ஒரு மாடல் பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அடுத்து பாகசாஸ்திரம். நீங்க தினசரி உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையில உங்க உடல் நலத்துக்கு தேவையான மாதிரி சமைக்கிறது. அதாவது உடல் நலம், உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனை என்னன்னு சொல்லிட்டீங்கன்னா அதை ஹீல் பண்ற மாதிரி மெனு, அந்த உடல் நலத்தை சரி பண்ற மாதிரி மெனு கொடுக்கும். அதுலயே ஸ்பிரிச்சுவல் ஏஐ நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள். இதுதான் உலகத்தின் முதல் ஆன்மீக நுண்ணறிவு செயலி. வேர்ல்ட்ஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்பிரிச்சுவல் ஏஐ. வாழ்க்கையின் எல்லா பிரச்சனைகளுக்கும் இந்து சாஸ்திரங்களிலிருந்து தெளிவு பெற ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா ஸ்பிரிச்சுவல் ஏஐ. கர்மங்களிலிருந்து விடுபடுவதற்காக இந்து சாஸ்திரங்களிலிருந்து தீர்வு பெற ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா ஸ்பிரிச்சுவல் ஏஐ. எந்த மாதிரி அதனான வழி, அறிவுரைகள், வழிகாட்டுதல்கள் இதெல்லாம் கொடுத்துரும். அடுத்த இன்னொரு மாடல் பில்டு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். நீங்க உங்க பிளேட்டை ஜஸ்ட் போட்டோ எடுத்து இந்த ஏஐல ஃபீட் பண்ணி ஏஐ காமிச்சிங்கன்னா போதும். இதெல்லாம் சாஸ்திரப்படி இருக்கு, இதெல்லாம் சாஸ்திரப்படி இல்லை, இன்னைக்கு நீ இதெல்லாம் சாப்பிடலாம், இன்னைக்கு இதெல்லாம் சாப்பிட வேண்டாம் அப்படின்னு உங்களை அட்வைஸ் பண்ணிடும். ரெட் கிரீனே காமிச்சிரும். அந்த மாதிரி அடுத்து பில்டு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஆனா இப்போதைக்கு இந்த ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் வந்து உங்களுக்கு அட்வைஸ் பண்ணும், கைட் பண்ணிடும். தர்மசாஸ்திரம் பில்டு பண்ணிருக்கும். தர்மசாஸ்திரத்துக்கான ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல். இது என்னன்னா, ஜட்ஜஸா இருக்கவங்க இந்து மதம் சார்ந்து ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டை கொடுக்கணும், இந்து சாஸ்திரங்கள் என்ன சொல்லுது அப்படின்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய கேஸ் இந்த டீட்டெயில்ஸ் இந்த மாதிரி சூழ்நிலை அப்படிங்கிறத ஃபீட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா அந்த தர்மசாஸ்திரம் உங்களுக்கு இந்து மதம், இந்து சாஸ்திரங்களை சார்ந்து எந்த மாதிரியான தீர்ப்பு கொடுக்கணும்னு உங்களுக்கு கைட் பண்ணும். இது ஜட்ஜுங்களுக்கு நீதிபதிகளுக்கு மட்டும் இல்ல, நீங்க உங்க தினசரி வாழ்க்கையில கூட ஏதாவது சூழ்நிலையில இந்து மதத்தினுடைய தர்மசாஸ்திரம் சார்ந்து தீர்வு வேணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா இந்த தர்மசாஸ்திரம் ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடலை யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். நீங்க இது மிகப்பெரிய ஹெல்ப் பண்ணும். இளைய பாரதம் சேனல்ல வினய் பீன்னு ஒருத்தர் கேட்கிறாரு, சாமானியர்களை ஏன் தங்களை போன்றோ சனாதன தர்மத்தை போதிக்க முன்வருவதில்லையே ஏன்னு கேக்குறீங்க. ஐயா நல்லா கேளுங்கய்யா, அதைத்தாங்க இப்ப பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். சாமானியர்களுக்காகத்தான் இந்த ஏஐ பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேங்கய்யா. இந்த ஏஐ குறிப்பிட்ட ஏதோ ஒரு ஜாதி இல்ல எக்கனாமிக் ஸ்டேட்டஸ் பொருளாதாரத்துல மேம்பட்டவர்கள் எலைட் பீப்புள் அப்படின்லாம் மட்டும் கிடையாதுங்கய்யா. சகலருக்கும் உங்கள் நீங்க என்ன வாழ்க்கை முறை, வாழ்க்கை என்ன படி நிலையில இருக்கீங்க, அதாவது அத்துணை வர்ணம், நீங்க பிராமண வர்ணமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, க்ஷத்ரிய வர்ணமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, சூத்ர வர்ணமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, வைஷ்ய வர்ணமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, பஞ்சம வர்ணமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, எந்த ஜாதியாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, இல்ல ஜாதியே இல்லாதவராக இருந்தாலும் சரி, வேற்று மதத்தவராக இருந்தாலும் சரி, எந்த ஆசிரமம், பிரம்மச்சரிய ஆசிரமமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, இது கிரம பிரம்மச்சரியமா இருந்தாலும் சரி, நைஷ்டிக பிரம்மச்சரியமா இருந்தாலும் சரி, இல்ல கிரகஸ்தாசிரமம் சார்ந்தவராக இருந்தாலும் சரி, வானப்பிரஸ்தாசிரமம் சார்ந்தவராக இருந்தாலும் சரி, சந்நியாசாசிரமம் சார்ந்தவராக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அல்லது அதியாசிரமியாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, பொருளாதார நிலை நீங்கள் அடித்தட்டு நிலையாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அல்லது நடுத்தர வர்க்கமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, லோயர் மிடில் கிளாஸோ மிடில் கிளாஸோ இல்ல அப்பர் மிடில் கிளாஸோ இல்ல அப்பர் கிளாஸோ எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, சாமானியர் நீங்க யார சொல்றீங்களோ அவங்க அத்துணை பேருக்கும் உபயோகமாவது தாங்க இந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா, நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் ஏஐ. உங்களுக்காகத்தாங்க நான் உழைச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறேன், உங்களுக்காகத்தான் உழைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றேன், உங்களுக்கு தர்மத்தை போதிப்பதற்காகத்தான் இந்த ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா ஏஐ உருவாக்கி இருக்கேன். போய் உபயோகப்படுத்தி பாருங்கய்யா. அப்புறம் இந்த கேள்விக்கு தேவையே இருக்காதுங்கய்யா. பாகசாஸ்திரம், குக்கிங் மொத்தத்தையும், ஆயுர்வேதிக் குக்கிங், சித்தா குக்கிங், இந்து மதத்தோட பாகசாஸ்திரம் முழுமையதையும் ஒன்றாக்கி பாகசாஸ்திரம் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், தர்மசாஸ்திரம் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அடுத்து சில்ப சாஸ்திரம். யாராவது இந்த கலையில விருப்பம் இருக்குங்க, சிலைகள் செதுக்குகின்றவர்கள், ஐக்கனாலஜி இதை பத்தி தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க, ஒரு ஹாபியா பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க, இல்ல மோர் டீட்டெயிலா ஸ்டடி பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க, இவங்க எல்லாருக்கும் உபயோகமாகிற மாதிரி சில்ப சாஸ்திரத்துக்கான ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ் மாடல். அடுத்து மோட்ச சாஸ்திரம், ஞானம் அடைகிறத பத்தியான நூல்களை அது தனியா தொகுத்து மோட்ச சாஸ்திரம் பத்தி தனி ஒரு மாடல் பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். கிருஷி சாஸ்திரம், வேளாண்மையை பற்றி, இந்துக்கள் தான் முதல் வேளாளர்கள், உலகத்தின் முதல் வேளாளர்கள், மூத்த வேளாளர்கள் இந்துக்கள். உலகத்திலேயே வேளாண்மை செய்த பொருட்கள் ஓல்டஸ்ட், மிக பழமையானது கிடைத்திருப்பது இந்துக்கள் வாழ்ந்த பகுதிகளில்தான். அதனால வேளாண்மை பற்றிய சகல சாஸ்திரங்களையும் ஒன்றாக இந்த ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் ஒன்று பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இது வேளாண் சாஸ்திரங்கள் சம்பந்தமான இந்த சம்ஸ்கிருத புத்தகங்கள், தமிழ் ரெண்டையுமே யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இதுல சில்ப சாஸ்திரம், அடுத்து பசு சாஸ்திரம். ஆஹா, இதுதான் முக்கியம். மிருகங்கள், அதாவது ஆடு மாடு வளர்க்கிறது, கோழி வளர்க்கிறது, குதிரை வளர்க்கிறது, யானை வளர்க்கிறது, இது மாதிரி சகல விதமான பசு சாஸ்திரத்தையும் ஒன்னாக்கி அதுக்கு ஒரு மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஆய கலைகள் 64ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. பர்ஃப்யூம் பண்றதுல இருந்து பூ கட்டுறதிலிருந்து நகைகள் செய்வது வரை நாட்டியம் ஆய கலைகள் 64 ஒரு மாடலா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். வேதிக் மேத்ஸ், வேதிக் மேத்தமெட்டிக்ஸ் புக்ஸ் எல்லாம் கம்பைல் பண்ணி அதை ஒரு மாடலா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஹிந்து பேரண்டிங், அதாவது நீங்க 21 வயதுக்குட்பட்ட மகனோ மகளோ உடையவராக இருந்தால் இந்த போக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் உங்களுக்கு மிகப்பெரிய உதவி செய்யும். காரணம் என்னன்னா, உங்களுக்கே இந்து மதத்தினுடைய பல்வேறு விஷயங்கள் புரியாததனால் உங்களால் அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு இதை கொண்டு செல்ல முடியாமல் உங்களை அறியாமலேயே நீங்கள் இந்த மிக பெரும் ஞான பரம்பரையை இழந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றீர்கள். அதனால நீங்க 21 வயதுக்குட்பட்ட ஆண் பெண் குழந்தைகள் உடையவராக இருந்தீர்களானால் எப்படி உங்கள் மகனுக்கு இந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை அறிமுகப்படுத்தி, அது மட்டுமல்லாது நல்ல ஒரு வாழ்க்கையை வாழ்வதற்கு கற்றுக் கொடுப்பது எப்படின்னு பெற்றோர்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகிற மாதிரி பெற்றோர்களுக்காகவே இந்த என் பேரண்டிங்ன்ற மாடலை பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இது ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல், யாரு வேணாலும் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். உங்களுடைய மகனுடைய எக்ஸாக்ட் பிரச்சனையை இதுல ஃபீட் பண்ணுங்க, தீர்வு கொடுத்துரும். அவனை எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்றது, மகளுடைய பிரச்சனைகள் எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்றது. ஏன்னா ஜென்சியோட பிரச்சனைகள் வந்து நினைச்சு பார்க்க முடியாத பிரச்சனைகள். ஒரு நாள் வந்து கேர்ள் ஃப்ரெண்ட் கிடைக்கல, லோன்லியா இருக்குன்னு உங்ககிட்ட புலம்புவான். இன்னொரு நாள் கேர்ள் ஃப்ரெண்ட் பிரேக்கப் சொல்லிட்டான்னு வந்து புலம்புவான். அந்த காலத்துல தான் நாங்க வந்து அப்பா அம்மாட்டெல்லாம் யார்ட்டையுமே எதுவும் சொல்ல முடியாது. இந்த காலத்து குழந்தைங்க அப்படி இல்லை, நேரா உங்களுக்கு சொல்றாங்க. நீங்க அப்ப தீர்வு கொடுத்தாகணும். அதனால இந்த என் பேரண்டிங் ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல் உங்களுக்கு மிகப்பெரிய உதவியா இருக்கும். தயவு செய்து உபயோகப்படுத்திக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்து என் பிரெக்னன்சி. சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்திலே ஒரு ஞான குழந்தையை பெறுவதற்கான கருத்தரிக்கும் முறைகள் இருக்கு. இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் இது சார்ந்த நூல்களை எல்லாம் ஒன்றாக தொகுத்து என் பிரெக்னன்சியா ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடலா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அடுத்து விஞ்ஞான சாஸ்திரங்கள், அதாவது சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தில் விமானிக சாஸ்திரம் இருக்கு. விமானங்கள் செய்வதை பற்றி பரத்வாஜர் ரொம்ப தெளிவா பல ஆயிரம் ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பு மிக தெளிவாக செஞ்சு வச்சிருக்காரு. ரைட் பிரதர்ஸுக்கு ரொம்ப 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 முன்னாடியே மும்பையில ஒரு 2 வேத பண்டிதர்கள் இந்த பரத்வாஜருடைய விமானிக சாஸ்திரத்தை வைத்து விமானங்களை உருவாக்கி பறக்க விட்டும் காட்டினார்கள். அது டாக்குமெண்டே ஆயிருக்கு. சோ இந்த மாதிரியான சாஸ்திரங்கள், இந்து மதம் சார்ந்த எல்லா சாஸ்திரங்களையும் ஒன்றாக்கி ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இன்னொரு முக்கியமான விஷயம், விமான சாஸ்திரத்துல சொல்லப்பட மொத்தம் 400க்கு மேல இருக்கிற டிஃபரண்ட் ஏவியேஷன் சர்க்கியூட்ஸ் டிஸ்கிரைப் பண்ணப்பட்டிருக்கு. அதுல குறைஞ்சபட்சம் 5வது இன்னைக்கும் ஒர்க்கபிளா இருக்கு. ஒர்க்கபிளா இருக்கு மட்டும் இல்லாம இன்னும் மாடர்ன் சயின்ஸால டிஸ்கவர் பண்ணப்படாம இருக்கு. ஸோ இது மாதிரியான விஷயங்களை புரிந்து கொள்வதற்கு, தெரிந்து கொள்ள விருப்பம் இருப்பவர்கள் இந்த விஞ்ஞான சாஸ்திரம் மாடலை ஸ்டடி பண்ணுங்க. அதோட போய் சேட் பண்ணி பாருங்க. அடுத்து இந்த ஸ்பெஷல் மாடல் கேட்டகரிஸ்னு ஒரு செட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அது எப்படின்னா, மொத்தத்தையும் கம்பைல் பண்ணி சேக்ரெட் சீக்ரெட்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஹிந்துயிசம் அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, நீங்க வந்து உங்களுடைய டேட் ஆஃப் பர்த்தும் டைமும் சொல்லிட்டு அஸ்ட்ராலஜி பத்தி கேட்டாலும் பதில் சொல்லும், ஜெம்மாலஜி பத்தி கேட்டாலும் பதில் சொல்லும், வாஸ்து பத்தி கேட்டாலும் பதில் சொல்லும். உங்களுக்கு ஏத்த மாதிரி இது எல்லா தீர்வுகளையும் கொடுக்க சொன்னா எல்லாத்தையும் கொடுக்கும். அது மாதிரி சேக்ரெட் சீக்ரெட்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஹிந்துயிசம்னு அதுக்கு ஒரு தனி மாடல், ஃபோக்கஸ் மாடல் பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். சடன் என்லைட்டன்மெண்ட், அதாவது நிச்சயமான நிரந்தரமான பூரண ஞான அனுபூதியை அடைந்து அதிலேயே நிலைத்திருப்பதற்கான முறைகள், தெளிவு, கருத்துக்கள், சத்தியங்கள், இந்த பரம சத்தியங்கள் உங்களுக்கு புரிகிற விதத்துல மட்டும் இல்ல, உங்க சூழ்நிலையில, நீங்க இப்ப இருக்கிற சூழ்நிலையில எப்படி அதை அப்ளை பண்றது அப்படிங்கிறத உங்களுக்கு கைட் பண்ணி வாழ வைக்கின்ற மிக அருமையான ஒரு மாடல் நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள்ன்ற சடன் என்லைட்டன்மெண்ட் மாடல். அது ரொம்ப மிகப்பெரிய உபயோகமா இருக்கும். அடுத்து கைடட் கம்ப்ளீஷன் ப்ராசஸ். உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் உங்களுடைய கடந்த காலம் உங்களை வருத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றதா, அல்லது மிகப்பெரிய பாரமாக சுமையாக இருந்து உங்களை அழுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றதா, கடந்த காலம் உங்கள் நிகழ்காலத்தை அழித்து எதிர்காலத்தையும் சின்னாபின்னமாக்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்றதா, அப்போ இந்த கைடட் கம்ப்ளீஷன் ப்ராசஸ் உங்களுக்கு பெஸ்ட் உடனடி தேவையான ஏஐ. அது நீங்க உங்களோட கான்வர்சேஷன் பண்ணியே உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகளை ஆழ்ந்து நீங்களே திரும்பி பார்த்து கம்ப்ளீஷனுக்கு வந்து உங்களுடைய கடந்த காலம் நிகழ்காலத்தை நெருக்கி எதிர்காலத்தை சிதைக்காமல் இருப்பதற்கு கடந்த காலத்திலிருந்து உங்களுக்கு சுதந்திரத்தை அளிக்கும் அந்த மொத்த சிஸ்டமேட்டிக்கான அனுபூதியை அளிக்கக்கூடிய அறிவு, அனுபூதியை அளிக்கக்கூடிய அனுபவத்தை சார்ந்த அறிவு, அனுபவத்தோடு கூடிய அறிவு நேரடியா உங்களுக்கு கம்ப்ளீஷனுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு வந்துடும். கைட் பண்ணி உங்களை கம்ப்ளீஷனுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு வர்ற கம்ப்ளீஷன் கைடட் கம்ப்ளீஷன் ப்ராசஸ் ஏஐன்னு ஒரு ஏஐ மாடல் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அடுத்து ஹிந்து ஹோலோகாஸ்ட். இந்துக்கள் தங்களுடைய தர்மத்திற்காக, தர்மத்தை வாழ்வதற்காக எப்படியெல்லாம் தியாகங்கள் செய்திருக்கின்றார்கள், எப்படியெல்லாம் கொடுமைப்படுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். நான் திரும்ப திரும்ப இந்துக்களுக்கு சொல்றது ஒண்ணே ஒண்ணு, ஐயா, நெற்றி நிறைய திருநீரோ திருமண்ணோ உங்கள் சம்பிரதாயத்தின்படி அணிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஏன்னா நம் முன்னோர்கள் இதை அணிவதற்காக ஜசியா டாக்ஸ் கட்டியிருக்காங்க. டாக்ஸ் கட்டினது மட்டும் இல்ல, இதை அணிந்ததனால் தலைகளையே கொடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். உலகத்தில் நடந்த மிகப்பெரிய ஜெனோசைட் ஹோலோகாஸ்ட், ஹிந்து ஹோலோகாஸ்ட் தான். யூதர்களை விடவும் 100 மடங்கு இந்துக்கள் மதத்தின் காரணத்திற்காக கொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அது எல்லை போர் வேற, மதம் சார்ந்த கொலைகள் வேற. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, நான் எல்லை போரை இங்க கொண்டு வரல. இப்போ இஸ்லாமிய அரசர்கள் எல்லைகளை விரித்துக் கொள்வதற்காக அந்த எல்லை போர்கள்ல சாகிறவங்க வேற, அது எல்லை போர்கள். அரசு எல்லை விரிவாக்கம் சார்ந்த போர்கள். ஆனா இந்துக்கள்ன்ற காரணத்துக்காக, இந்து மதத்திலிருந்து மாற மாட்டேன்னு சொல்ற காரணத்துக்காக கொல்லப்பட்ட பொதுமக்களின் எண்ணிக்கையே பல கோடி, லட்சங்கள் அல்ல கோடிகள். யஞ்ஞோப விதத்தை அறுப்பேன், மறுத்தா நீ அறுக்க விட மாட்டேன்னு சொன்னா தலையை அறுத்துருவேன் அப்படின்னு நிக்க வச்சு மிரட்டி, தலை போனாலும் பரவாயில்லைன்னு யஞ்ஞோப விதத்தை விடாதவர்களை தலை வெட்டினார்கள். இது மாதிரியான கொலைகள், மதம் மாற மறுத்ததனால் செய்யப்பட்ட படுகொலைகள், இவைகள் மட்டுமே பல கோடி. இவைகளெல்லாம் தனித்தனியா ஒவ்வொரு போரையும் வரலாற்று டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸை கம்பைல் பண்ணி இந்த இந்து ஹோலோகாஸ்ட் மாடலை பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், இன்னும் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இப்போதைக்கு நீங்க பல விஷயங்களை தெரிஞ்சுக்க முடியும் இந்த ஃபோக்கஸ்டு மாடல், இந்து ஹோலோகாஸ்ட் மாடல்ல இருந்து. எத்துணை விதமான கொடுமைகளை சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் சந்தித்தது, இப்பொழுதும் சந்தித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது அப்படிங்கிறத மொத்தத்தையும் இந்து ஹோலோகாஸ்ட்ன்ற ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல்லையும், என் ட்ரூத் அப்படிங்கிற ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடல், இந்த ரெண்டுத்திலையும் டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அது மொத்தத்தையும் கம்பைல் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்கோம், போய் பாருங்க. இதுக்கெல்லாம் அடுத்து ஆட்டோபயோகிராஃபி ஆஃப் தி அவதார், என்னுடைய சுயசரிதையை தனி மாடலா பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பல பல ஆயிரக்கணக்கான சத்சங்கங்களில் வேறு வேறு இடத்திலே அங்கங்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் நடந்த சம்பவங்களை எல்லாம் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். அதையெல்லாம் கம்பைல் பண்ணி இதுக்கெல்லாம் கிராஸ் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் எடுத்து மல்டிபிள் சோர்ஸ் எவிடன்சஸ் ரெஃபரன்சஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணி, அதாவது திருவண்ணாமலையில் என்னுடைய குரு யோகானந்தபுரி அவர்கள் என லெவிட்டேஷன், இந்த யோகத்தின் மூலமாக தரையிலிருந்து உயர்கின்ற இந்த அனுபூதியை கொடுத்தார். அப்போ இதை நான் சொல்லும் பொழுது அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 3-4 பேர் அங்க இருந்தாங்க. அங்க இருந்தவர்களில் 3 பேர் இன்னும் உயிரோடு இருக்காங்க. அவங்களுடைய வீடியோ டெஸ்டிமோனியல்ஸ், அதாவது ஆலயத்துல அண்ணாமலையாருக்கு மாலை தொடுத்து கொடுக்கின்ற, திருப்பணி செய்கின்ற அன்பர், இந்த மாதிரி சில பேர் அங்க இருந்தாங்க. ஸோ அவர்களுடைய அனுபவங்களை எல்லாம் அவங்க என்ன பார்த்தாங்கன்ற வீடியோ டெஸ்டிமோனியல்ஸா எடுத்து டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணி, இந்த மாதிரி பல்வேறு விதமான நான் சொல்ற ஒவ்வொரு நிகழ்வுகளுக்கும் கிராஸ் ரெஃபரன்சஸ், வேற வேற எவிடன்சஸ், விட்னஸஸ் அனைத்தையும் கலெக்ட் பண்ணி ஆட்டோபயோகிராஃபி ஆஃப் தி அவதார்னு ஒரு மாடலா பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கை சார்ந்து எதை தெரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று நினைத்தீர்களானாலும் அந்த மாடல்கிட்ட போய் கேட்டீங்கன்னா அழகா எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணிடும். ராஜவித்யா குருகுலங்களை நாங்க குருகுல்ல யூஸ் பண்ற எல்லா சிலபஸையும் ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடலா, நம்ம இந்து மதத்துல அரசர்கள், இளவரசர்கள் இவங்களுக்குனே தனியா ஒரு குருகுலம் நடத்திட்டு இருந்தாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு என்னென்ன நாலேஜ் கொடுப்பாங்கன்னு, அதே மாதிரி நான் அந்த குருகுலத்தை அப்படியே நடத்துறேன் கைலாசத்துல. அந்த ராஜவித்யா குருகுலோட சிலபஸ் மொத்தமா ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ்ட் மாடலா பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஐ திங்க் இன்னும் நிறைய நான் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்கு. ஆனா ஏற்கனவே நேரம் கழிந்து விட்டது. ரெண்டு மணி நேரம் சத் சங்கம்னு சொன்னோம். 2 மணி நேரம் 18 நிமிஷம் அதிகமாகவே ஆகிவிட்டது. அதனால நாளை மறுநாள் மொத்தம் இன்றிலிருந்து தொடர்ந்து 7 நாட்கள் தினந்தோறும் சத் சங்கம் இருக்கு. இதே நேரத்துல இந்திய நேரப்படி மாலை 7 to 9 வரை, இந்திய நேரப்படி மாலை 7லிருந்து 9 வரை கரெக்டா? நேரப்படி மாலை 7லிருந்து 9 வரை தமிழில் ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி சத் சங்கம் நிகழப்போகின்றது. நாளையிலிருந்து ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி விரதம் துவங்குகிறது. கந்தர் அனுபூதியும் அனுபவமும் என்கின்ற தலைப்பிலே சுப்பிரமணிய ஞானமும் சுப்பிரமணிய பக்தியும் சுப்பிரமணிய விஞ்ஞானமும் இவை அனைத்தையும் தொகுத்து 6 நாட்கள் சத் சங்கங்களாக அளிக்க இருக்கின்றேன். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. கந்த பெருமான், சுப்பிரமணிய பெருமான், முருகப் பெருமான், பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் முழுமை, அவருடைய முழுமை சுப்பிரமணிய பெருமான், முருகப் பெருமான், முருகப்பெருமானுடைய தத்துவம், சத்தியம், ஞானம், அனுபவம், விஞ்ஞானம், இந்த எல்லா கோணங்களிலுமிருந்தும் முருக பக்தியை அனுபவிக்கவும், முருகப் பெருமானை அனுபவிக்கவும், அனுபூதியாய் அடையவும் பாருங்கள். ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி விரதம் இருக்கலாம். நல்ல புரிஞ்சுக்க. உங்க எல்லாருடைய உடல் நலம், மனநலம் சார்ந்த எல்லா பிரச்சனைகளுக்கும் அடிப்படை உங்களுடைய ஸ்டமக் லைனர். ஸ்டமக் லைனர்னு சொல்லுவோம், கட் லைனர். இந்த கட் லைனர் 5 நாட்களுக்கு ஒரு முறை புதுப்பிக்கப்படுகின்றது. இந்த ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி 6 நாள் விரதம் இருந்தீர்களானால் அந்த கட் லைனர் முழுமையா புதுப்பிக்கப்பட்டு பரம ஞானத்தை உங்களுக்கு அளித்து பரம ஞான வாழ்க்கையை நீங்க வாழறதுக்கு உங்களை தயார் பண்ணிடும். உடல் நலம் கொடுத்துரும், மனநலம் கொடுத்துரும், வாழ்க்கையில பல நன்மைகளை, எதிர்பாராத நன்மைகளை கொடுக்கும், ஞானத்தை அளிக்கும். அதனாலதான் இந்த ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி விரதம் 6 நாள். 5 நாள் போதும் இந்த கட் லைனரை புதுசா மாத்திக்கிறதுக்கு. இந்த 6 நாள் கடைபிடியுங்கள், உங்க கட் லைனர் புதுசாயிடும். மூணே 3 விஷயம்தான். தினந்தோறும் சத் சங்கத்துக்கு வாங்க. இந்த 6 நாளும் ஒருவேளை உணவோடு இருங்கள். ஒரு முறையாவது கந்த சஷ்டி கவசத்தை ஓதுங்கள். நாங்க 31 நாள் 36 கொண்டு கந்த சஷ்டி கவசத்திலேயே ஆத்தர் பாலந்தேவராயன் சொல்ற மாதிரி ஒரு நாள் 36 முறை ஜபிக்கின்றோம். கைலாசத்துல எல்லாரும் உட்கார்ந்து நீங்கள் ஒரு முறையாவது பாராயணத்தில் சேர்ந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நாளையிலிருந்து தேதி வரை ஒரு நாள் 36 முறை ஜபிக்கின்றோம். பாராயணம் பண்றத லைவ்ல ஜூம்ல போடுறோம். நீங்க ஏதாவது ஒரு ஸ்லாட்ல வந்து நீங்க ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இது அனைத்தும் இலவசம். ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டு பாராயணம் பண்ணுங்க. 3 விதி தான். தயாராக இருக்கின்ற எல்லோரும் நாளை சத் சங்கத்திற்கு வாருங்கள். தயாராக இல்லைன்னாலும் வாங்க, சத் சங்கத்துக்கு வரலாம். வந்து கந்த பெருமானை சொந்த பெருமானாக்கிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இன்றிலிருந்து அக்டோபர் 27 வரை அடுத்த 7 நாட்கள் தினந்தோறும் கந்தசஷ்டி சத் சங்கம், கந்தர் அனுபூதியும் அனுபவமும் என்கின்ற தலைப்பில் இதே நேரத்திற்கு மாலை 7 to 9 வரை நிகழும். அனைவரும் வரலாம். நாளைக்கு இந்த காப்பு கட்டுதல்னு சொல்ற இந்த விரதத்திற்கான தீட்சை எடுத்துக் கொள்ளுதல், அதுக்கு பிறகு விரதம் தொடரும். உங்கள் அனைவரையும் கந்தசஷ்டி விரதத்தில் கலந்து கொள்ளுமாறும் சத் சங்கத்திற்கும் அழைக்கின்றேன். இந்த பரமசிவனுடைய மிகப்பெரிய தீபாவளி அன்பளிப்பான இந்த நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள் நுண்ணறிவு செயலியை உபயோகித்து பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ ஞானமும் பரமசிவ விஞ்ஞானமும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் பெறுவீர்களாக என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். நித்யானந்தத்தில் நிறைந்து நித்யானந்தத்தில் மலர்ந்து நித்யானந்தமாகிட ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள். ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलासपरम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय
வாழ்க்கையில் வெற்றி பெற 6 சக்தி வாய்ந்த தரிசனங்கள்.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वती साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Nityanandam, everyone.
Nityanandam,
And what a wonderful day to start, and what a wonderful way to start the most auspicious Diwali. And we begin with the blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivам. On the most auspicious day, we got live blessings and a beautiful revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism live with the blessings. We also received powerful cognitions about how the whole mankind is being enriched by Paramashiva. So it's a very powerful start, yet another powerful start to Paramashivoham. So let us begin the day with that powerful space. We had finished the Nityananda Yoga and the Paramashiva Puja, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Let us sit in that beautiful space of oneness powerfully. Today we are going to receive the darshan of Chandrasekhara Murti, an initiation into Bhakti. Bhakti or devotion is the best thing Paramashiva has given and can give to the world. And we'll also be manifesting the power of Mahima, which is increasing the size of the object. So a lot of powerful revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll have detox processes, internalization, power manifestation sessions. So it's going to be a beautiful day as we have started with sitting in oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us continue to sit in that space of oneness. Let us continue to sit in that space of oneness. Let us sit comfortably with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line as much as possible. Visualize the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We just had a beautiful darshan. Remember that darshan that we had. The darshan that we had. Just remember Swamiji's form. Remembrance awakens the presence in our inner space. Connect deeply with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva. Let us now sit with that intention to manifest the powers of Paramashiva, all the powers of Paramashiva. In this power manifestation, we will be manifesting the power of the third eye. Let us sit in that beautiful space of oneness. Let everything about us be only Paramashiva. Anything that is not Paramashiva, let it be completely removed from us. Let us sit in that beautiful space of oneness. Everything about us is only Paramashiva. Let us now listen to the Shastra Pramana for manifesting the power of third eye. Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manaso dardhyat Lakshayet lakshyam uttamam. The translation of this verse, delivered directly by Paramashiva, says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed, in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So let us sit in that space of oneness with Paramashiva with the intention to manifest the power of third eye, to manifest the power of vision beyond the sight, vision beyond the sight through the two eyes. So let us pick up an eye band. Let us wear the eye band, something to cover our eyes, or you can pick up any piece of cloth. Just cover it around your eyes and tie it nicely so that there is no light passing through and falling onto our eyes. We request all the participants here in Zoom to pick up either an eye band or a piece of cloth that will cover your eyes and tie it around your eyes. We'll take this moment also to welcome all the participants who are here in Zoom and request all of you to have your cameras on and be available within the camera also. We have Ma Anandishwari Nithyanandam, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini Nithyanandam, Ananda Lakshmi Yogini, Ma E. Lee, Ma Agora Swarupini, Ma Nitya Chandrasekharananda, Wei Chen Fang, Sri Karunakaraya Nithyanandam, Sri Jnana Guru Charana Nithyanandamaya, Ma Jivan Mukta Yogini Nithyanandam, Wen Chikshin Nithyanandam, Ma Ananda Agora Rupini Nithyanandam, Ma Sharmain Muse Nithyanandam, Ma Nadapriya, and somebody by the name CJ, Jyotikananda Atma Nithyanandam, O.U. Yan Gwen Nithyanandam, U Yan Gwen Nithyanandam, Ma Shakantala Devi Nithyanandam, and we welcome each and every one of you to this session and request all of you to have your cameras on and be available within the camera. And let's settle down for this power manifestation session. Let's all pick up an eye band, just a piece of cloth, anything that you'll be able to find. Anything that is near you, you can pick up. Any piece of cloth is fine, but just make sure your eyes are closed and your eyes are tied so no light is passing through. Yes, thank you, Karunakaraya. And Ma Jivan Mukta Yogini, we request you also to have an eye band or a piece of cloth. Let's quickly pick one and settle down so we can enter into this power manifestation, manifesting Paramashiva. Let's sit comfortably. Let us have the eye band completely covering our eyes as we sit in oneness with Paramashiva, visualizing the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, holding the intention to manifest the power of third eye, to manifest the power of vision beyond sight from the two eyes. Let us chant the Mahavakya intensely. The Mahavakya given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism immediately transports us into the space of oneness. Let us chant intensely. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Continue to chant intensely, holding the intention to manifest Paramashiva. Manifest the power of third eye. The acharyas will be projecting an image. Hold the intention for Paramashiva to reveal that object to you while your eyes are closed. Let us start. The image is being projected now.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, you can remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, then take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So what has Paramashiva revealed to you for this round of power manifestation? And understand that from the moment that we sit with the intention to connect deeply to Paramashiva, to the divine simply manifests through us.
But understand that it won't necessarily be in the way you recognize. So if it comes through, when it comes through, it can be as a vision. It can come through as a piece of information, just knowing that something is true. It can come through as a sound, a taste, a smell, a sensation, a feeling, emotion. Whatever way it comes through, understand that it is part of the power manifestation. So Paramashiva manifests through you in a way that you might understand. So don't discount anything. So anything that you have experienced as part of this power manifestation, don't discount it, just trust it, go with it. It's important also you don't judge whatever is being revealed to you, and you don't have any self-doubt. Understand it is the divine manifesting through you. And as such, everything falls on the divine, success, failure, whatever you want to call it. Everything falls onto the divine. So you are just the conduit, you are just the channel for this manifestation to come true. The more we open up, the more we connect and open up to the divine, the more the divine manifests through us. So requesting once again, first of all, if I could ask everyone to please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame. Welcome everyone once again here with us for Paramashivoham Level 1. This is day 20. And take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So what was revealed to you by Paramashiva, by Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the details of the image that we had displayed for you for this round of power manifestation.
Yes, let's have a quick revelation, quick sharing of the revelation. Karunakaraya, Ma Jivan Mukta Yogini, Venchekshinaya, all of you are participating in the third eye manifestation. When you sat with your eyes closed and had the eye band on, what was revealed? What was Paramashiva's revelation to you about the image that was being projected? Let's have a quick moment before we bring that image back on the screen and see what exactly it was. If you're participating, if you're joining us from YouTube, you could also use the comments section and share there. And Karunakara is saying, I was trying to focus on my forehead, Maharaj. Okay, yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. And in this power manifestation, what we were trying to do, or actually what we were manifesting, is allowing Paramashiva to manifest through us from our inner space, manifesting the power of third eye, and through that power, seeing beyond the sight, having the vision beyond the sight, which means with our eyes blindfolded, we'll be able to see what is in front of us, which is what we were projecting. The acharyas were projecting an image. And while your eyes were closed, while your eyes were covered with that eye band, you would receive that revelation about that picture directly from Paramashiva. It could happen in so many different ways, just as the exact image as it is, or a few words, or even a feeling that is connected to that picture. And we have seen often that Paramashiva reveals so much more. So when you sit in that space, yes, you're trying to focus, great. But when you're doing this again, the next time, sit with that intention to manifest the power of Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva manifest through me and see what happens. And we'll be manifesting multiple powers. The one that we just manifested is the power of vision beyond sight. Having vision beyond our two eyes, what the two eyes can see. And we'll also be manifesting other powers, increasing the weight of the object, decreasing the weight of the object, increasing the size, decreasing the size of the object. So many different powers we will be manifesting. So great, Aya. Thank you so much for participating. And
thank you for sharing.
And thank you for sharing also, yes. And if you're still in the middle of sharing with the other participants, if you're still in the middle of sharing, please go ahead. While we just bring that image back on the screen. So yes, this was the image that was being projected by the acharyas when our eyes were blindfolded. As you can see, it is a soul, a lone house on top of a cliff, and it looks like a very old stone building, stone house with a nice roof and chimneys, and just at the edge of the mountain of the cliff. Yes, Karnakriya, yes, it looks like a monastery in probably Nepal or Tibet, probably right. Yeah, it looks like a monastery. A very traditional old building with stone infrastructure. So yes, most likely a monastery. Yes, yeah, that's probably more accurate. So yes. So with that, we'll move into the next segment, further into the program. So now let us come back to that space of listening. Let's listen in to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as we receive the revelations now. We're going to be receiving powerful revelations, sitting in Upanishad with the master means just being open, being receptive, and just giving your listening to Swamiji. When we are in the pure space of listening, whatever truths that are revealed, they become part of us. So let us sit comfortably with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we listen to the revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it. From the beginning, from first chapter, he is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today, he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid experience to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes people believe in what he says. That's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of the universal consciousness to beings. That is where an enlightened being and an egoistic being, both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened are just egoistic. This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes through him, comes from him, is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. Beautiful chapter. This whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata, there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kavibiridinam kalmashavakam Shravanamangalam Srimadadadam Bhuvigrunandide Buridajana. This is Gopika Gitam. Gopis, they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamritam means your words and words about you. Katamritam. Words of immortality. Words of nectar. Your words and words about you. On you and by you. Both Tapta Jivanam, Kavivirididam, Kalmashavagam, Sravana Mangalam, Srimadadatam. Sravana Mangalam, just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadatam, Bhuvigrunandide Buridajana. It is worshipped or expressed as the highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people, the people who experienced you. They again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kavivirididam kalmashavakam. Sravana mangalam srimadaratam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If we fall in love with Krishna, if we have really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away gives experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains. He just gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter. And such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing. I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, You experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into that frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to mix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them. And they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment, the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into that frame. If you don't fall in that frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled. And small pieces are removed from you. That's what you are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing. When you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. Small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, Early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. And you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in two ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by two ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishnu Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoyed, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashram, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing the Hurricane Katrina's disaster by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in the morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? See, understand one thing. I gave a small example. There is an anthill, small anthill. If you drive your car on the anthill and kill all the ants, it's actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They will name that as a Hurricane SUV. It's a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will? Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever you are saving, please bring all the sugar peas, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. They may have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know. Maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse. Sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, these all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different. Their frequency is different. And your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself is totally different. The frequency in which the hand's accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank, in India, there should be open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured 1 mug of water, by mistake, the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In the big ocean, 1 handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. See, cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured 1 month water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different. And your frequency level is different. And the universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. Hence, they live in the frequency of 10. You live in the frequency of 100. And the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All we can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand. Whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are little charismatic, if they are little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived
preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows? He may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swamiji, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should do, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them. Because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion. Because what I am teaching is the pure satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to the whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna. But it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to the whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What's the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth. Live your life happily. Live your life intensely. That's all. We never believe in conversion. But there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression. Because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there. Privately, he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke everything. That's anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better, a lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself has not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna. of the whole cosmic consciousness.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nityananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable.
Yes, welcome back. Wonderful revelations there from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on everything and everyone is divine. Understand, Swamiji beautifully tells us, and in fact, not just Swamiji, we have from the scriptures that says everything in the universe, everything that exists is energy and consciousness. Everything is Paramashiva. We are Paramashiva. There is nothing else. There is no other. Everything and everyone is divine. Everything that you see around is Paramashiva. We are independent, intelligent instances of Paramashiva. So as such, we cannot be anything else but divine. And it's important to see everything around as divine. From the moment that you see everything is divine, then your whole aspect on life, your whole experience of life, of existence itself will change dramatically. Because you understand everything is divine, everything is you. There is no other. Once you have this understanding, you will experience such deep bliss. So with that, let us now move forward into the next exercise, which is an internalization exercise. To wake up to this truth, to wake up and surrender to Paramashiva, understanding that we are Paramashiva.
Yes. Now, let us internalize the truth that Swamiji expressed, how to wake up to the truth and how we can come into surrender. Swamiji says beautifully, giving the GPA, the General Power of Attorney, to Paramashiva, saying, whether I understand or appreciate or not, whether I understand or appreciate or not, what my life need to go through, how I need to experience the flow of life and law of life in the ultimate intelligence of you, Mahadeva, your third eye, let your third eye guide it, and you have the general power of attorney. So let us now come to that space of making a conscious declaration, giving Paramashiva the GPA, as Swamiji calls it, the general power of attorney, to Paramashiva, knowing that he is the ultimate and he is manifesting the ultimate through all of us, and what we need to do, and for manifesting the ultimate, what needs to happen for us. Let us give that power of attorney to Paramashiva. So let us begin with reflection, reflecting on this ultimate truth. Let's take a moment and close our eyes. Let's bring clarity to the declaration that we are going to make. This is a significant GPA that we are giving to Paramashiva, the general power of attorney. Think about what this means in terms of trust, surrender, and your connection to the flow of life and its greater intelligence. Some of us might feel a huge sense of relief or openness that will come up when we consider letting go of control of all the things that are happening in our lives and trusting in life's experience as it unfolds. Whatever life is giving, just trusting in life. Let us think for a moment. Let us understand the importance of this. As we begin, let us enter into the step 1. Contemplate on this significance of the declaration, the conscious declaration that we will be making now in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Just take a few moments to reflect internally.
Yes, let us move to the next step now. Let us make our declarations. Using the following phrasing, declare your intention out loud, or you can internalize it deeply within your mind. The declaration:
is I give my general power of attorney to Paramashiva, recognizing that whether I understand and appreciate or not, I trust in the flow of life and the ultimate intelligence guiding me through all experiences. So as you say or think this deeply, visualize Paramashiva's third eye opening, symbolizing clarity and divine guidance in your life. So once again, using this same following phrasing, so the phrasing that we have just here, I give my general power of attorney to Paramashiva, recognizing that whether I understand and appreciate or not, I trust in the flow of life and the ultimate intelligence guiding me through all experiences. So let us take a few minutes and make this declaration out loud or deeply within your mind. Let us continue. Let us now move on to the third step. Let us start writing down this declaration. So we're going to write the declaration down 3 times. So requesting everyone to please gather a pen and paper. And understand when you write it down, it gets ingrained in your mind even further. So you've just repeated it a number of times, the declaration. I give my general power of attorney to Paramashiva, recognizing that whether I understand and appreciate or not, I trust in the flow of life and the ultimate intelligence, that is Paramashiva, guiding me through all experiences. So once again, requesting everyone, please gather a pen and paper and write this down 3 times. So it gets ingrained in our mind that we are giving the general power of attorney to Paramashiva, understanding that we are Paramashiva, understanding that by giving our power of attorney to Paramashiva, we trust in the flow of life. We trust in that higher intelligence to guide our life. Because that intelligence is the cosmic intelligence, and it knows the best flow, what is best for us. So once again, I give my general power of attorney to Paramashiva, recognizing that whether I understand and appreciate or not, and we might not appreciate it, we might not understand it, we might have different thoughts, but we must trust in this flow of life. We must trust in this higher intelligence, this ultimate intelligence that is guiding us through all of experiences. So let us continue by writing these down 3 times. Yes, now let us conclude our reflection. So after writing down this general power of attorney, this declaration to the cosmos, let's take a moment and sit in silence for a couple of minutes and just feel the sense of openness and the guidance that comes from this declaration. Acknowledge any feelings that arise, whether they are feelings of trust, fear, relief, or excitement. Understand that this is a journey of empowerment and acceptance. So perhaps you might feel a weight lifting off your shoulders or a new sense of clarity about moving forward in your life with this support of Paramashiva. So once again, let's take a moment and just sit in silence and feel this sense of openness and guidance that comes from this declaration. Yes, you can relax now from this wonderful revelation, a wonderful exercise, giving your GPA, General Power of Attorney, over to Paramashiva, allowing Paramashiva to guide you, allowing the higher intelligence to guide you through the flow of existence. So next we are going to move on to another revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, keeping to the same topic that we have for today, which is Bhakti. We'll be looking to what prevents Bhakti itself. So Bhakti is devotion to the divine. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us bring our full awareness, our full attention to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, as he lets us know about this, takes us through this beautiful topic of what prevents Bhakti. Let's begin.
Say, at this moment I feel it is worth dying for this experience. That mood prepares your body and mind and protects you from all the extremities associated with enlightenment. Understand? Understand the question thoroughly. He says he has heard from two people, two masters, that enlightened one cannot live in the body. I do not want to comment about their words, what context they said and how you heard and all that. I don't want to comment on that. But I wanted you to understand one thing. The moment I created this feeling in you, for this experience, even death is okay. It means you become ripe enough to hold that experience in your body. Understand? Till you have, what is death? What is fear of death? If you are afraid of death, still you have the hope for life, hanging on to life. So if you are clinging or hanging on to life, how can enlightenment happen to you? I tell you, the moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. The moment you are ready to face the death, you are free from death. Enlightenment can stay in your body now without causing the extremities associated to it. You can see very clearly, she was already ready. See, in Sati's body, she gets Satori. In Parvati's body, she gets enlightenment. In Meenakshi's body, she is an incarnation. What makes Sati into Parvati and Parvati to Meenakshi? Understand, non-clinging to life. Non-clinging to life. Stop clinging to life. All hopes are hopelessness. Get more and more comfortable with your insecure imaginations. Please understand. I wanted this to be one of the important understanding for all my disciples and followers. Get more and more comfortable with your uncomfortable fear fantasies, uncomfortable insecurity thoughts, uncomfortable insecurity imaginations. For example, if you have wealth, suddenly you will think, oh, if some thief comes and steals everything, what will they do? Or there are some other, but nowadays the fear of small thieves have disappeared. Fear of big thief. means the government. Now the whole thing collapsing, economy melting down. What is the economy melting down? The larger thieves stealing everybody's wealth by wrong policies and corruption. So you have fear. If the whole thing melts down, what will I do? Where will I be? How will I be? See, everybody constantly has these insecurity imaginations, especially early morning before you wake up from the bed. Either you will have the deep insecurity imaginations or fantasies. This too only wakes you up from the bed early morning. Of course, about fantasies, with fantasies already you are comfortable, but these insecurity imaginations, start getting comfortable with that. Okay, now you are there. That does not mean you are going to become reality. Your ability to get comfortable with insecurity imagination makes your nervous system ripe enough to hold the highest experience. Understand? This is the only way Sati becomes Parvati, Parvati becomes Meenakshi. Your ability to handle very beautifully in one place in Shiva Sutras, Mahadeva says, living in utter insecurity is living enlightenment. Get comfortable with your insecurity imagination. Only the people whose nerves have become comfortable with the insecurity imaginations have achieved highest things on the planet Earth, whether it is in the outer world or in the inner world. People whose nervous system cannot handle the insecurity imaginations, I tell you, when I declared a few days before a new understanding for our Sangha, you do whatever is your maximum capacity. I tell you, when Buddha gave sannyas to women, of course, I am not against giving sannyas to women. I am all for it. But Buddha knows human beings. He says when he gave sannyas to women and made them also part of the Sangha, he says, I reduced the longevity and purity of my Sangha. Because after him, there will be too much of men exploiting women and women exploiting men. It's not that only men exploit women, women also exploit men. In both ways. I have seen. Oh, anyhow, it's like different ways, not just the guru-disciple relationship. In so many ways, it's men and women exploiting each other. He knows as long as he's in the body, that won't happen. The moment he leaves the body, it is going to happen. He says he reduced the purity and longevity of the Sangha. I tell you, when I said be honest to yourself, I felt exactly the same after I leave the body. Of course, as long as I am in the body, I'll be going on inspiring you guys. And you will again and again, true to be your honest capability and true to your core, all that will continuously happen as long as I am in the body. After that, this law, this understanding, I know, is going to create people who are lazy, dull, dead, enemies to enlightenment. I don't know how people are going to handle those beings at that time. When I am in the body, we will handle. Still, I do not know how you guys are going to handle. Of course, none of you are going to be in the body. I am going to be living for quite a long time. I am saying the next generation, maybe your third generation only is going to be the last generation I will be seeing. Then next generation, your fourth generation only is going to be my successors. Because the moment I say be honest to yourself, be true to your capacity, you don't even know your capacity. You will completely get comfortable with your lifestyle. See, by the word, through the word productivity, I was constantly making you get comfortable with your insecure imaginations. You see, with the word productivity and with that scale, with that idea, constantly you are made to live in that, get comfortable with your insecurity imagination of, that is the ultimate insecurity. If I lose master, what will I do? That's the ultimate insecurity. But only when you get comfortable with those insecurity imaginations, your nerves become strong to hold the highest Kundalini awakening. When you say, okay, if at one day if I am kicked out, it is okay, but now I am going to imbibe whatever best and maximum I can. Only with this coming to terms with the reality, your nervous system becomes so strong and you imbibe completely maximum whatever you need to imbibe. When that insecurity never becomes part of your life, you are going to be standing in rain with a raincoat and umbrella. Not even a drop of rain is going to touch you. I am showering like a rain. You stand with umbrella and raincoat, which is called security. The secured feeling and the secured thought trend. No. Swamiji already said, you be honest to your capacity. This thought trend is going to be more like a raincoat and umbrella. Now, I only have to inspire you continuously. Anyhow, I am opening up and presenting the whole philosophy in front of you. How this Rajendra Kumar describes, I feel it is worth dying for this experience. When this thought trend becomes part of your system, your nervous system gets the strength to experience and hold the highest Kundalini awakening. Then your system becomes alive. I tell you, to prepare you for this level is the incarnation's job. That is my job. Nothing else. Rajendra Kumar is beautifully putting it. I should first become a candle and burn for you and disappear in your eternal light. That too would not be enough. I tell you, the moment I brought this attitude in you, my job as a great incarnation has happened. I have done to you. You are done with me. I am done with you now. Now, simply the cosmos will enter you and your system is ready to hold that experience. It is all about nothing but making you comfortable. You see, how comfortable you are with your greed-based fantasies. Same way, you need to be comfortable with your fear-based imaginations. For example, that early morning, sometime when you have that greed-based fantasies, how comfortable you don't even want to get out of it. But somehow this foolish alarm rings only at that moment. How comfortable your whole nervous system is with that greed-based fantasies. To the same level, your nervous system should be comfortable and joyful, relaxed with your fear-based fantasies, fear-based insecurity thoughts. You say, oh, how can it be? You are saying nightmare and sweet dream should be same? Yes. Because both is from you. You are the source. Whether it is a sweet dream or a nightmare, you are the source. You are the creator. My whole job is making your nervous system comfortable with your nightmare also, the same way your sweet dreams are comfortable. How you are comfortable with your sweet dreams, to that same way I should make you comfortable with your nightmares. Then my job is done. Then your body is ready for the highest Kundalini experience. Then I have completed the job of carving a yogic body and Vedic mind. So Rajendra Kumar, depth of inspiration in you all means the ability to handle, to get comfortable with the insecurity. I myself should have gone through the whole thing in front of your eyes. I should say in 2012, some of the Asuras tried to invade the Biddi campus. I went through that. Only then you will stand. You will understand, yes, what he says is true. He did not have nervous breakdown. And he stood. His most insecurity imaginations have been a very comfortable flow in him. He was completely comfortable with the sweet dreams and nightmares, insecurity imaginations, and extraordinary expression of spiritual energy. The morning, somebody does Pada Puja saying, oh, embodiment of all gods and goddesses. In next few hours, somebody says he is a criminal and we are going to put him in prison. And you need a nervous system which is completely comfortable with both, which does not lead to nervous breakdown. Understand? Both can lead to nervous breakdown. It is not that only insecurity, even too much of respect. Suddenly, you see, in your house, the people who live around you suddenly starts respecting you like a god. What will happen to you? You will go crazy. In 2 days, you will go mad. You will become loose. You will say, no, 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 no. I am ordinary. I am ordinary. Whether fear or greed, disrespect or respect, both can make you crazy. Your nervous system won't be able to handle. And if both are happening at a time, just today, one side the international 15 international media has published about our diabetes kriya. 15 international magazines and 4 third-rate journals in Tamil Nadu have published articles putting so many nonsensical allegations on me. both happening in same way, same time, you'll become mad. If your nervous system is not strong enough, I tell you, preparing your nervous system strong enough to hold the fantasies of greed and imaginations of insecurity. Early morning, if you are lying and imagining some sweet dreams, if this person lives with me, if I am with that person and that kind of house and car and bungalow, money, how life will. Whether you are drooling or shaking, suddenly some dream, tiger is chasing you and a huge python is trying to swallow you, or you lost all the money in your share market, your net worth has melted down. I tell you, the real your net worth, which can never melt down, is inner awakening. Your any other net worth will melt down. That is why I tell you, have some asset which will not melt down. Your capability. See, it is not that easy. You can hide and cover up your fears and insecurity and live your life. Your stomach will get churned. You will have diarrhea. This time in the prison, the jailer was the head of the jail. He became very friendly with me. He was a devoted person. I have never seen a jailer falling at the feet of an accused. The moment I was taken inside the jail, the first thing he looked around, and when there was no media camera, he fell flat at my feet. I was shocked. Oh God, what is going on? I blessed him, be blissful. And he was not even getting up. He said, put your hand on my head and bless Swamiji, only then I'll get up. I blessed him. He says, I was so happy the moment they said they are bringing you here. I said, what do you think? He was telling, you are my guest. I am going to take care of you. Come on. Then he told me, I read all your books. I have seen your YouTube discourses. I always wanted to come and see you in the ashram. You came here to grace me. I said, okay. I don't want any more jailers praying for my darshan. And he said, please accept my hospitality. But the guy was really nice. It's not that easy to hide the insecurity if it is there inside. Understand? Some of the media, they questioned me in a press meet. Are you trying to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling? I told them, why don't you try? Why don't you try? Try to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling. Let me see how much you are successful. You need a special nervous system through which the current of insecurity and the current of future possibility both can flow. I tell you, when you are always in the peak, means the future. This side is also possible and that side is also possible. Only then you are alive. I tell you, somebody may think I am a good guy, somebody may think I am a bad guy, but I can tell you about me. I am a living guy. I am alive. The extreme good, what can happen? Being worshipped by people as the God while in the body. I have seen that extreme. And the same way, the other extreme, being abused with all the lies and false allegations, constantly being tortured, disrespected. I have seen this extreme. And both ways could not make any pattern in my nervous system. Birds don't leave footprints in the space. Same way, both does not leave any footprints in my nervous system. Only buffaloes leave strong footprint in the mud. If your inner space, your nervous system is more like a mud, only buffaloes walk in that and leave a strong footprint. You can see in the mud, when the buffaloes leave, footprints are formed, and then when it dries in the sun, it is frozen. Sorry, it's dried. It becomes permanent. Mud is your weak nervous system. Buffalo is the experiences happening on you. When the sun is exposed to that footprint, it becomes like a solid stone after drying up. Life's various other experiences are the sun's exposure to that footprint. So it becomes a permanent pattern in you. But if your inner space is like a sky, all the experiences of the extremities, either the experience of fear or the experience of greed, flows in you, flies in you like a bird. You can see the buffalo's footprint. If you are a mud, you carry only this. If your inner space is like a air, ether, every experience is like a bird which does not leave any footprint. I tell you, take this up like a samyama, meditation, getting comfortable with your extreme fantasies, positive and negative. Please understand. Your extreme fantasies, positive. Your extreme fantasies, negative. Both. Get comfortable. Yes, if that happens, if that is the way things happen, what can be done? Okay, next. Next. That's it. And I still remember the jailer asked me, Swamiji, you are not suffering. Why are you trying to fast? I said, fasting I am doing just to put it on record about my resistance. That what they are doing is illegal. The international media is watching. And the history is going to record. Not only I am arrested, how I responded to the arrest. Not only I was persecuted, how I responded to my persecution. So I need to put it on record. I need to create the right history. I am not suffering is part of my spiritual history. But I did not budge. I recorded my opposition and resistance is going to be the part of my social history. To face any extreme, you will not be affected by any extreme. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. But as long as you are not ready to die, death is waiting for you. You need to die. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA.
Here, first time Krishna is giving ultimate technique for quantum spirituality. He is the first quantum scientist in the inner world. In the inner world. He gives a technique for quantum spirituality. He says, relax and surrender. Suddenly, you will experience the intensity of your consciousness. You will understand you don't have to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can explode in all the 360 degree. You don't have to choose between this line and that line. You don't have to take choice. Please be very clear. Only when you experience the choicelessness. When I say choicelessness, I don't mean you will not choose anything. You will choose everything. You will have everything. When I say surrender, I do not mean the dead surrender. I have seen so many people saying, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God. I surrendered everything to divine. I surrendered everything to existence. But you will see it will be only in the level of words, not in the level of reality, not in the level of existence. People make funny statements. Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God, but just please bless me so that I should have a good job. I should have a little more paying job. And so now I have this job, but if you can bless me to have a little better job, it will be really nice. Please be very clear. Our surrender is pseudo. Our surrender is pseudo. Before making any statement, be very clear about what you are speaking. Sometimes we make statements without even knowing the meaning. So many people, they will come and tell me, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to you. Please give me a little mental peace. I tell them, please come for one meditation program. No, 2 days I cannot afford. Just now they said, they have surrendered everything to me. And they say, I cannot afford 2 days. Sometimes we make statements without knowing the situation or the reality. Small story. One journalist, a reporter, he saw a crowd gathered around an accident in the road. He tried his best to get in, to see. He is not able to. He suddenly started shouting, oh, my son is got in the accident. Please give me the way, give me the way. He started shouting. People all gave way. He just went near and saw one donkey was lying in front of a car. There was a donkey in front of the car. Please be very clear. Before making any statement, know the situation. Without knowing, when you make statement, you are the person who is going to suffer. With the surrender also, we make statements without knowing the truth. With the real surrender, you don't exclude anything, you include everything. You just experience the whole. You explode in all the directions. You just experience horizontal line and vertical line and something more, which you have never imagined. You will experience the different dimensions of your own being. When I say surrender, I don't mean you need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to some other God, some other guru. Of course, God or guru is just a symbol. You don't have to surrender to that God or that guru. Just surrender to your own consciousness, your own inner space. But you never respect or trust your inner space. That is why in the initial level, you need God. You need guru. The other day, somebody was asking, Swamiji, if I surrender to you, what should I do? I said, if you really surrender to me, you will not have that question, what should I do? You will be simply guided from within. You will be simply guided from within. People come and ask me, yes, Swamiji, I surrendered everything. Now what should I do? When you really surrender, you will not have this very question. The very question will not exist. Simply, you will surrender the whole being. When you are completely surrendered, you will see your intuition or the divine intelligence automatically guides you. As long as you have doubts, be very clear, you have not surrendered. You have not surrendered. Here, Krishna says beautifully about the surrender. Adhishtanam tadakarta karanam cha pratakvitam vividascha pratakseshta daivam chaivatra panjamam. The place of action, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the Paramatman. These are the 5 factors of action. Here he says the factors of action. And the next step, Tatraivam sadigartaram atmanam kevalam tuyaha pashyatkrita buddhitvan sapashyadi durmati. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Now he gives the exact technology of surrender. In these 2 sloka, these 2 sloka can be called as stotra and shastra and sutra. Shastra means which shows you the goal. Stotra means which is out of devotion. Sutra means which gives you the technology. In these 2 sloka, he gives you the exact technology of surrender. Understand? Whatever you think as you is totality of so many things, and individually everything is responsible for something, but suddenly you start thinking you are responsible for the whole thing. You are responsible for the whole thing. That is where the trouble starts. That is where the trouble starts. And he gives the technology how to experience the deeper levels of surrender. 3 levels of surrender exist. One is intellectual surrender, means trusting the master's intellect is much sharper, much more than your intellect, is intellectual surrender. Next, emotional surrender, surrendering the emotions, trusting that master's emotions or the way in which he guides is much more intelligent, that is best than my emotions. Third, surrendering the very senses, very cognition, the cognition which happens inside you, surrendering the root of the cognition itself. Here, surrendering the intellect is very easy because it continuously tortures you. After some years, you have suffered enough with the intellect. You somehow wanted to get rid of it. You just surrender. Surrendering intellect is very, very easy. Just if you see somebody who is more intelligent, clear than your thinking system, you just surrender. For example, if you go to a consultant, naturally you surrender intellectually. You surrender to his ideas. If you go to a lawyer, you surrender legally. You know in that field he is more sharp than you. So you surrender to lawyer in that field. When you go to some accountant, you surrender to him intellectually as far as the accounts concerned, because he knows much more than you in that field. Intellectual surrender is easy. Same way, if you see somebody who has got more knowledge in the spiritual field, intellectually, immediately your intellect surrenders. That's not a big thing. Surrendering intellectually happens very easily. Moreover, you just wanted to get rid of it. You are finding somebody, you are finding some dustbin where you can dump your intellect. So when you find somebody, you just relax from it. Next is emotional surrender. That happens when you feel deeply connected with the master. When you feel deeply connected with the master. When you start experiencing one or two things, little meditation, little bit of understanding, naturally the emotional surrender starts happening. You start respecting his emotions much more than your emotions. Master's emotions means whatever he tries to guide you, whatever way he wants you to live, you start giving importance to that more than what you think as life. Slowly, he becomes the center of your life. Almost like you start respecting him more than all other emotional attachments. The priority is slowly changing. You start thinking in your emotion, in your emotional level, master comes as a number one priority. This is what I call emotional surrender. In the emotional level, you feel connected. Next, a deep level, of course, it's a spiritual technique. Because you all heard enough of these intellectual things, these 17 days, I think now you should understand the deeper levels of techniques. Surrender of senses. Means even your senses will listen to what he says. One disciple asked the Rishi, Vedic Rishi, why should I surrender? What is the need? Master asks, as far as you understand as you, how do you know you? He says, through my senses. According to your senses, who are you? I am this body and mind. Master says, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. Only when you surrender your senses, only when your senses starts listening to what I say, you will see the truth of what I am explaining. According to you, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. When you surrender your senses, when you believe me more than your senses, you will experience you are God. He says, the moment you believe me more than your senses, you will understand the meaning of Tattvamasi. Master again and again represents the ideal of you are God. Please understand, again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God. Again and again, he stands for the ideal of you are infinite. There are so many dimensions in your being which you have not explored, which you have not experienced. Again and again, he is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. He is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. Master stands for your multidimensional being. He again and again shows it is possible for you. When it is possible for me, why not for you? But as long as you believe your senses, you will be sure that you are body or mind. Only when you trust Master more than your senses, you will understand Master's words are true than your senses. Then you will experience the truth of Master's words. Then when Master says you are God, suddenly you will realize, yes, that is truth. All these days, my body and mind, my senses are telling, I am body and mind. As long as you believe your senses, you will believe only their ideas. The moment you start believing the Master more than your senses, you will realize the truth which Master explains. Two persons are speaking from two stages. One side your senses, they are saying you are body, you are mind. The other side Master is sitting, he is saying you are God and you are divine. You have so many dimensions of your being. Enjoy everything, experience everything. If you are sitting there and listening, you cannot listen this. Only when you believe this, the words of the Masters, more than the words of the senses, you will be able to experience the truth that you are God. You are ultimate. You are material and spiritual both together and something more. Let me tell you a small incident in Krishna's life. After the Gita, Krishna and Arjuna, both of them are going somewhere. After the war, everything is over. Maybe for a picnic, outing. Suddenly Krishna says, Arjuna, see that white color crows. Arjuna says, yes, beautiful white crows. After 2 minutes, Krishna says, no, they are black crows only. Arjuna says, yes, Krishna, they are black crows only. Suddenly Krishna asks, fool, what happened to you? When I say white, you say white. When I say black, you say black. What happened to you? What happened to your senses? Arjuna says, Krishna, I do not know what happened to my senses. But one thing is sure, when you said it is white, I saw them as white. When you said they are black, I saw them as black. I do not know what happened to my senses. I do not know what happened to me. One thing is sure, the crow is not going to give me life. You are my life. I do not know logically whether the crow is white or black. But I saw as you directed. When you said it is white, I saw it as white. When you said it is black, I saw that as black. In the inner world, the first and last tool which you need is complete surrender. Complete surrender. Only then you can wake up to the truth. You can wake up to the truth. Then Krishna says, you are right. Because you started trusting me more than your senses. If Arjuna is trusting his senses, at the most, he would have been a good warrior, good king. But because he trusted Krishna more than his senses, he has become enlightened. Krishna says, if you trusted your senses, you would have at the most had good eyes. You would have seen the black crow as black crow and white crow as white crow. That's not a big deal. We are all seeing that way only. And that's not a big deal. Because you trusted me more than your senses, you have become enlightened. You are liberated. And he has experienced the truth of Krishna. Understand? The truth of Krishna consciousness is experienced by surrendering the senses. Not just by intellect, not just by emotion, but by surrendering the very root of intellect and emotion, the senses, which supplies the data. The source of the data itself is surrendered. You receive all the information about you through senses. Please understand, you do not know about you. You respect yourself only by the data which you collected through the senses. If somebody says you are beautiful, you enter, you put the entry in your book. I am beautiful by so and so. If somebody says you are intelligent, then you put that entry. I am intelligent by so and so. If somebody says you are tall, dark and handsome, you put that tall, dark and handsome by so and so. If somebody says you are dumb, then you put I am dumb by so and so. At the end of the day, you put all the things together and see the report, survey. You just see the survey report. Then you come to the conclusion. 72% of the people say I am intelligent. And next 20% they say I am dumb. There are few remaining people who don't want to say any words, who is not interested in any opinion. So understand whether you remember, whether you understand this way or that way. At the end of the day, you see the survey report and you decide the gist of the report is you. When 70% people say, I think 70% may not be fools. I must be intelligent. You come to the conclusion about you only by others' opinions. Whole day you are in signature campaign. Continuously you are taking survey. You go around, please tell me something about me. Please tell something about me. You are continuously doing the signature campaign. Here Krishna says, surrender the very senses which gives you an idea about what you are. When you surrender the very root which gives you an idea about who you are, you will naturally experience you are neither body nor mind as you are suggested or advised, made to believe by the society. As long as you believe the senses, you will be believing your body and mind. Only when you believe the Master's words, when you trust the Master's words more than your senses, you realize the truth that you are divine. One side, all your senses are sitting and telling you your body and mind. The other side, Master is telling you you are divine and you are in bliss. You are consciousness beyond body and mind. Now it is up to us what we are going to choose. If you believe the senses, you can't believe the Master. If you believe the Master, you can't believe the senses. Whether you are surrendered to your senses or surrendered to the Master will be decided based on your way of life. It is up to you to surrender to the Master or surrender to the senses. Here Krishna says, only when you understand all three levels of surrender, surrendering in the level of intellect, surrendering in the level of emotions, surrendering in the level of senses, only when you experience all three, the ultimate experience of surrender happens to you. I tell you, the very surrender itself is enlightenment. Don't think after surrender enlightenment will be issued to you. No. Don't think you will surrender, then you will get a paycheck through courier. Enlightened, you are enlightened. No. The very surrender, that very moment you experience the truth. You experience the truth. Understand? We usually play with the words. Again and again, we play with the words. Whenever you play with the words, at least let you be aware you are playing with the words. I have seen people going and telling, Swamiji, I surrendered to Krishna my whole life. I have surrendered to Venkateshwara. My whole life, I surrendered to Shiva. Please bless me that my life should be happy. Understand, if you are really surrendered, you will never even ask that my life should be happy. And people come and ask me, I surrendered to Venkateshwara. I surrendered to Krishna. Should I do meditation camp, Swamiji? Please be very clear. If you are really surrendered, you don't need meditation camp. But as long as you have doubt, should I do the meditation camp or not, you need. If you have the idea that should I do or not, be very clear, surrender has not still happened. The moment you surrender, you disappear. There is a beautiful verse in Tamil. Let me explain the idea, then I will quote the verse. When you surrender I and mind to the divine, when you give I and mind to the existence, the Parashakti existence, he gives his I and mind to you. Both bank accounts merge, becomes one and the same, it becomes joint account. You have nothing to lose. Ordinarily, as long as you think the body and mind and being is yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manam Sogamayam. Sariram Rogamayam, body is filled with diseases. Manas Sogamayam, mind is continuously depressed. What we have to surrender? Nothing except the body filled with disease and the mind filled with depression. When you drop that two at the feet of the divine, he gives his body and his mind. Sariram Devamayam, Mana Sukamayam, and Atma Anandamayam. You get the third thing, Atma Anandamayam, free offer. When you offer the body and mind of yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manas Sogamayam, he gives you Sariram Devamayam, Manas Sukamayam, Atma Anandamayam. And there's a beautiful verse. Ramana Maharshi, he sings about the Arunachala. தந்தது எந்தானை கொண்டது உந்தானை சதுரர் யார்கோலோ அருணாச்சலா. The translation is, I gave me to you, but got you as in return. Who is more intelligent? Who is more intelligent? Understand, in surrender, you have nothing to lose, you have everything to gain. Surrender is not like giving up something. I am not saying give up all your properties. No. Give up all whatever you have. No, nothing is necessary. Keep everything with you. And just don't internalize them in your system. Just take care. You are not internalizing you. Only one thing. Don't judge you based on your properties. You are far more higher than what you think you are. Do not judge yourself based on your bank balance. Do not judge yourself based on your relationships. Do not judge yourself based on the name and fame. Do not judge yourself based on your friends. You are far more higher than all these things put together. As long as you are judging yourself based on all these things, you will be internalizing all these things in your being. All these things will be a major points. All these things will be the center of your life. All these things will be pulling and pushing you. You will not have you for your being. As long as these are the factors of your life, as long as these are the centers of your life, your bank balance, your relationship, your name and fame, be very clear, your life will be pulled and pushed by all these things. You are something far more higher than all these things put together. The whole thing you need to understand. Just do not internalize all these things in your being. Understand you are something beyond. The moment you wake up to the truth, you cannot be just divided. You cannot be just put into one frame based on all these ideas of your balance, your bank balance, your relationship, your attitudes, your name and fame. Only these few things cannot judge you. I am something far more higher than all these things. The moment you wake up to this truth, you are surrendered. One bubble started thinking, I am an individual. I should become a strong bubble. Within that few seconds, it started thinking. Not only started thinking, started collecting other small 2-3 bubbles. And started getting one big bubble. You are my wife, support. Another one big bubble. Hey, you are my son, support this side. You are my father, support this side. It started collecting some 10-12 bubbles and tried to save himself, tried to protect himself, and got 2-3 sand pieces or the small piece of sand from the beach, and he started telling, these are all my properties, these are all my treasures, this is my bank balance, this is my relationship, let me protect all of them. He tried to create a fence to protect his treasures and his relationships. How long he can play this game? For 2-3 more seconds before he even finishes his game, simply will disappear into the ocean. When he was created or when he existed, when he has disappeared, all the 3 moments, he is not away from the ocean. Even though he claims himself being away from the ocean, even though he thinks he is an individual, even though he says, I have all this bank balance, I have all this relationship, I have so many people around me, I have so many things around me. Understand, the whole thing will disappear in 1 second into the ocean back. Same way, in this universal consciousness, you just exist or you think you exist as an individual being for few seconds. In the few seconds, you catch somebody as father, mother, son, brother, and you catch all of them and you feel safe and you catch little bank balance and you feel secure. And in the end, because of all these things, from all their opinions, you collect an idea about you and you think you are that bevel. You play the game, suddenly the whole thing disappears. Please understand, before your game started, while you are playing the game, and after you end the game, whether you understand or not, realize it or not, experience or not, you are God. You belong to ocean. You are existence. Even though you think you are an individual self, even though you play the game and you start legally registering these two bebbles are married and these 2 square feet is my land. You go to register bebel who is sitting there for 2-3 more years extra. And there's a big bebel. He claims, I am the ruler of this country. This area, anybody wants to register their land, they have to come to me. And among the bebels there is an understanding. You will not eat me directly. I will not eat you directly. You will not take away my bebel. I will not take away your bubble. You have some understanding. The whole drama goes on. Whole thing is going on. Suddenly in single shana, in one moment, the whole thing is back again into the ocean. When I say surrender, just wake up to the truth. You are in ocean. When you are born, when you think you are individual self, or after enlightenment. In all these 3 times, you are in the ocean. Just wake up to this truth. That is what I call surrender. Waking up to the ultimate truth is what I call surrender. Surrender the small ideas which you have about yourself and wake up to the reality of yourself. Then automatically what Krishna says as surrender will happen in your inner space, in your inner consciousness. Otherwise, we will be playing with the word surrender. We can use big words. We always use big words when we define ourselves. When we define ourselves. But we don't even understand that we are beyond all this description.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise.
Establish
Welcome everyone. After this powerful session with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we learned about surrender and what obstructs our bhakti, our devotion. So let us now enter into an internalization exercise where we are going to look in what we are devoted to. Understand what you are devoted to, you become that. That is the message of harnessing the power of feeling connection. This is one of the books that Swamiji has authored. Take a few moments and pen down what you are devoted to. Take a few moments and sincerely look in, what am I devoted to? Which 11 powerful cognitions inspire your life and empower your feeling connection with Swamiji? So we all have some or the other powerful cognition that we click with and that are pretty straightforward for us to implement in our lives. Usually we don't live all the powerful cognitions that Swamiji has given us. Otherwise, we would already be enlightened, living around him. But everyone has some or the other powerful cognition that is very easy to implement. It's like a second nature. Deep inside, we already knew that this is what we wanted to do. We're just waiting for the right reason, the right context to implement that. So let us start by penning down 11 such powerful cognitions. And then we will move on to the next step. If you have any questions, please let us know. And yes, we also want to welcome everyone who joined us today. Nityanama, Anandishwari, Nityanama, welcome. Nice to see you. Welcome, Ananda Lakshmi Yogini, Nityanama, Nistra Gunya, Nityanama. Nice to see you again. Nityanama Shamain, Ma Agora Sarupini, Ma Chandra Shekhara Priya, Wei Chun Feng, Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, and we also have Ma Guru Linga Sangha and Karunakar KV. Yes, nice to see all of you. You can see everyone who's currently not on camera to join us on camera for the program. And if you have any questions, let us know. We are here to attend to any doubts that you might have. So let us enter into this internalization exercise first before we move on to the next segment. Now just take a moment and reflect on what you truly feel devoted to in your life. Consider the people, principles, or practices that inspire your passion and commitment. Think about Swamiji's teachings and how they resonate with you. Ask yourself, what values or teachings from Swamiji do I feel most connected to? In what ways do these teachings influence my daily life? Look at the powerful missions you wrote down and see how do you implement them in your daily life? How do they affect your daily life? Let's continue. Yes. With this, let us now move on to the next segment. We're going to enter into the next Jnana segment with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes, we want to welcome Goko, Nityanandam Goko. Welcome to the session. Today's topic is all about surrender and feeling connection. So it's a powerful day to give us a breakthrough in any dimension, really, because feeling connection is what is fundamentally the root cause of every manifestation that we have. So be it power manifestation, wealth manifestation, whenever we can drop our ideas about what is possible and what is impossible, then we allow cosmos to simply just manifest for us. So that doesn't mean we don't have to plan and strategize also, but we can surrender the outcome and have the cosmos manifest. And Swamiji is going to speak about how to establish oneself in surrender. That is a question that many people have. How do I surrender? What does surrender even? Okay, I've heard this many times. I have to surrender, surrender, surrender. I have to live in the present moment. All these have become like vague terms because they're so overused. So Swamiji is going to reveal how to actually establish oneself in surrender. If anyone has any clicks, any powerful cognitions they would like to share from the session, please go ahead and do so. And if there's any questions, you can also drop them here in the chat and we will answer them to the best of our abilities. So let us all settle down, keeping head, neck, and spine in a straight line. That will enhance our listening capacity and bring deep restful awareness as Swamiji is sharing these powerful cosmic truths.
The mark of the modern sannyasi with a theft motion sensor and titanium super-alloy casing. This is truly a danda of the 21st century, $21,000. Where is he? Oh God. Royal staff. Gold plating, rubies and emeralds, platinum head, the best way to show off your wealth and status. Sannyasi shop is not responsible for the absence of wealth and status after purchase. $400,000. Security. No sannyasi should sleep unguarded with altitudes worth many thousands of dollars. Check out our new security system, motion sensor, sound alarm, and many more gadgets to ensure your possession safely. $20,000. Antique King. Leather wrapping, ivory studs, the luxury danda that beats any other. $30,000. The wish fulfilling danda is equipped with a mini drinks cooler, lighter facilities, cigarette storage, and much more. $40,000. That's SkyMall books and the effect of engram of that. In the flight, there is a SkyMall magazine. Healing danda. As its base is, it conceals a medicine chest and an aromatherapy generator to heal any illness. $30,000. Oh God, that's all. Wow, behind us lot. Devasta soup. And that says, I heard sannyasis. Two famous sannyasi for your liking. Want to go to a friend's party without looking like an idiot. The Devasta soup is an answer. Raw natural city. Dweller suit with secret compartments for gandas, candles, and other incriminating items. The Himalaya suit. The Himalaya suit code for you. Our new Himalaya suit. 3 layers of thermosynthetic wool, interpressed with electric heaters, and layers of vacuum pack. Warning, we are above 20 degrees Celsius, minus 20 degrees Celsius, and risk of dying of heat. And edibles, ready-made meal packs. The only solution to starvation, ready-made meal packs. Drop a sachet into the kamandalu, then bring to boil. Oh God!
My recipe. And then bring to boil and serve. I will bring 6 flavors. Cheese, garlic, balls in hot sauce, double fried chips, McDonald's burger, chili mushroom, Manchurian, rum Ramitsu. Rum, Buramitsu, and Kurkura Masa mixer. Especially made by brahmacharis. LSD. Wow. Probably with concentration, I want your friends to be amazed at your concentration skills. Take LSD. One dose can isolate you from the world and draw you into yourself. When you awake, your brains will be gapping in amazement. $10,000. Not to be used within 3 miles of a policeman. God, what creative this guy became. Huh?
He's telling I'll take a printout and give. I can't give this. I said this is original on pencil. You give it today.
A good shop. It will be really nice. And you put a light, fan, cigarette smoker, liquor box, shower, everything in the Kalpata. Titanium Danda. Royal staff. Antique king. Have it. Yeah, give it to him. Vivekananda was sitting one day in the banks of Ganga in Calcutta. One lady, old lady, got washed away in the water. She was shouting, "Save me, save me." Vivekananda said, he was sitting with the Swamis, brahmacharis. Whoever jumps and saves her, whether you save or get washed, I'll give you enlightenment. 10 people jumped. And finally they saved the old lady. All 12 came out. He gave sannyas to all 12 of them immediately in half an hour. He gave them sannyas, and that all 12 became the first circle of his Sangha. In the 12, I think 4 or 5 became successors presidents of Ramakrishna Mission. He immediately gave them sannyas. He said, "You guys are much more worthy of sannyas." One lady gave sannyas to 12 people. Nothing else. Degree of surrender, that's all. Maintaining surrender, that's what. Being established in this mood of surrender. Because these guys, they experience some time and run away. Like Ramakrishna says very beautifully, the mongoose in the village, they will go and hide in their holes. These village kids, to catch them, they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick. Even if they go and hide, they will pull the rope and get them out of the hole. Same way, your engrams are like that stones. Attachment is that rope. Even if you go and experience surrender, that can just pull you out. That only you should take care. That's what I'm saying, no? No, not only that, even with me experiencing, if you are continuously experiencing, then no problem. Continuous experience. That's where. Continuously being established. Without, you see, when you are not having surrender, suddenly you will start judging my movements. You understand? My movements are not me. Even if I do not know, I do not show you, I am an incarnation. Understand? Sometimes I myself may act just like a normal man, just like normal, but when you measure with your logic, that actions overdone. Okay. That's why I tell this first subtle disciple, say, even if I don't know, you be know, I'm an incarnation. Do the scheduling. Huh? You only told me all doors, all roads are closed. That's very what I said. Where you want to go, tell me, I'll open that tomorrow, immediately. Huh? ஏன்னா 4 நாளைக்கு திறக்கான்னு சொன்னாங்கப்பா. யமுனோத்ரி கங்கோத்ரி எல்லா ரூட்டும். Manishananda told you told me 15 days at least it will take. Even the first road, he said it will take 4 days. I said nothing doing, tomorrow it will open. You plan. You plan. I told tomorrow where you want to go. You just show me. Actually, I told him to bring the map. And he brought the map. I just put my hand. It's all open. Now you black. Now you book.
Climate guru Swamiji, no guru in the world can.
Actually, he showed me where the black age Swamiji, where it's all black, and where you are supposed to go. I put my hand and it's all open. Now plan for it. All blacks are removed. Go over.
Cannot be believed.
What is there? You see, nature respects us. When we respect nature, we are the most ecological group who never disturb Ganga, Himalayas, who come happily and celebrate and go back. The nature respects us, that's all. Ganga celebrates our presence. Himalaya celebrates our presence. He wants us here, Himaraja. So you guys had this time darshan of Vyaskupa also. Vyaskupa, Saraswati, Ganesh Kupa. Ganesh also wrote in Vyaskupa only. Then he stayed there, rested there. After the tiredness of writing, he just slept there itself.
Because that Pandit told us from up the Vyas would talk and down Ganpati would write.
No. He sat there only and wrote. He slept here. That's the story. That's why if you go into the cave and sit, you will feel, if you will hear the sound of an elephant roaring. When the elephant sleep, there will be mild sound. That sound will be heard.
Shocked.
It's not so small. It is disappearing into earth. The source is from sky. When she landed, she disappeared into the earth with that force. Naturally, when the water comes, it makes a small dent in the. So it went so deep, and then after that, it hitting the stones below, it came back and started flowing. That U part is Saraswati. That out part is Ganga. Will you understand? Next. Trishul. I don't know much idea about it. But whatever they say seems to be believable, because that weight is standing but it is shaking. Really, I am surprised. Because if it is installed strongly, it cannot shake. And if it is shaking, how long it can be standing? It is standing. At least last 10 years I have seen it standing. 1999 I have seen. And 1995 I have seen. Twice. So from 95, now 15 years. I don't know. That may not be true, but its standing is really surprising. And it is heavy. Heavy. That heavy, if it is installed nicely, it will not shake. If it is not installed, it will not stand. Is it not? And how technically they manage it both, we don't know.
Same energy, or like you feel connection?
No. See, it's like a master sleep. If they have left the body, then it will be energy. Otherwise, it's all just a place of worship. This is more a place of worship, not energy center. Place of worship. But even there, you can feel connected. It's not wrong, because many people would have worshipped those thoughts are culminated and it's there. Panchakashi is there. Panchakashi, Panchaprayag, Panchakedar, Panchabadri is here in the Himalayas. Panchaprayag is Devaprayag, Rudraprayag, Vishnuprayag, Sonprayag, Karnaprayag, and Nandaprayag. Actually, then one should be missing. One should be reduced. I don't know which is Panchaprayag. The 6, some 5 is Panchaprayag. Then we have Panchabadri, Panchakedar, Panchakashi. In Himalayas alone. In all over India, 12 Jyotirlinga and 12 Prayagas are there.
Actually, they say that Pandavas first came to meet Shiva there.
Oh.
Because they destroyed their own kin, so you know them there. So
They ran behind Kedar Pindi. Yes. Then why else it will be connected? No, whether I am in the physical body or not, whether you are in the physical body or not, connection is eternal. There is a group of people.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international culture.
Yes. After this powerful sharing with Swamiji, let us now get ready. We're going to enter into the next round of today's power manifestation. We want to welcome Ma Gi Ma Mahabhagavan Jnana Swarupini Nityananda Ma, and also Karunakar KV Nityananda, welcome. And also Wang Chitsin Aya joined us today, Nityanandam. You can come on camera. Also, Ma Nistraygunya, if you are here, let us get ready for the power manifestation, Ma. We're manifesting the power of Mahima. So we're going to increase the size of a physical object. So requesting everyone to settle down so that we can enter into this power manifestation. Take any small object like a small figurine, I don't know what you have around, something, it should be like of handheld size, maybe a fruit or a coin, bottle cap, anything of that size is sufficient for this power manifestation. And we're going to change the size of that object. So come on, let us settle down. I'm just going to give a few more moments for everyone. Make sure that you measure the size of the object in a reproducible way. So if you have measuring tape, that is optimal. Otherwise, you can maybe take a piece of paper and draw the outline of the object, mark the dimensions of the object. That will also be good, a good way to ensure that you can reproduce the measuring procedure. So let's go ahead and take the first measurement of the object in whatever way you prefer. And yes, once you measure the size of the object, we're going to enter into the round of the power manifestation. So Mahima, increasing the size, is one of the Ashtamahashaktis, the 8 great powers, which are manifested by the great beings such as Hanuman and various other powerful Mahapurushas mentioned in the various Puranas and Itihasas of Hinduism, of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And just by the initiation of Swamiji, we are able to manifest these powers effortlessly, just by connecting to him. We just learned about feeling connection and surrender. So this is a great way to just practice surrender and have an immediate feedback. So it's a great way to actually perform spiritual practice through the science of power manifestation. Can you just confirm in the Zoom chat whether you actually took the initial measurement, and let us also know what is the object that you're going to be manifesting this power on? If you want to show it in the camera, maybe you have a coffee mug or a coin, please go ahead and do so. And once you're ready to start, then we can just settle down. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. You can keep your eyes open or closed. That is up to you, whatever is more comfortable for you. Connect to Swamiji in your inner space and just connect to that understanding. Our manifestation is not you performing any action. It's not you performing any tapas, any strenuous activity. It is simple surrender of the outcome. This is not a test. You cannot succeed in power manifestation. Manifestation can. That is all. There is no justification. There is no goal in power manifestation other than manifesting the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. That is what Swamiji came for, to have us experience oneness with him, and by that oneness experience oneness with the whole. So let us use this very power manifestation to manifest him, manifest his state, space, powers, and being. Very KAILASA of Paramashiva. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya and declare for the size of the object to increase. Let us enter into this round of the manifestation of Mahima. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. So if you joined us for this power manifestation, go ahead and confirm the size of the object now for a second time, now that we have increased the size of the object. And please let us know by how much the size has changed. We also want to welcome Ma Yao Jin O Nityanandam, and welcome Ma. If you joined us for this power manifestation, please go ahead and share. Ma Yi is sharing that the object has increased in size. Wonderful, Ma. Did you measure? Do you know how much it changed? Can you please let us know? Yeah. Otherwise, definitely celebrate, Ma. It became heavier also. Oh, really? You also weighed the object, Ma? I'm not able to see exactly what it is. Is it a ball? Small black ball? Yes, something like that. Like an 8-ball. All right. Wonderful. Celebrate, Ma. Celebrate the power manifestation. And yeah, Karunaka, did you join for the power manifestation as well, Aya? Did you manifest the power of Mahima, increasing the size of an object? Yes, back down. Yes, if you would like to share your experience from the power manifestation as well, go ahead and do so. We're going to, yes. Okay, so you measured the object, did it increase in size? Aya? Oh, it also increased. Wow. So how you measured it? Did you like use measuring tape, or did you draw the outline of the object? How did you check for the size to increase? Drew the outline. Nice. Congratulations, Aya. Nice, nice. Celebrate. Make sure to celebrate whenever you manifest the power. Understand it is Paramashiva landing. It is not just some party trick. It is literally Paramashiva landing. And yes, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing into a session with the topic, Keep the Seeking Alive, followed by a powerful meditation from the Shiva Sutras. So let us enter into these sessions with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself.
This is the way the master teaches the level disciples. And this is the way the disciples learn among themselves. The disciples learn among themselves. Third, this is the way the opposite ideology persons were made to understand the truths. Fourth, this is the only way the religious terrorism was avoided in Vedic tradition. We never won over the sword. We never waged war with the sword. It was all with the clear, friendly, convincing arguments. The non-violent strength of the Vedic tradition is built on spiritual debate. You will not find stories like this master took a sword and rode on the horse, went with the millions of people and killed the opposite king or the religious leader and converted that whole crowd into his religion. No. He goes with a palm leaf and with a deep peace, few shaved head disciples, sits with the opposite religious leader, on and on and on for days. And I want you to know about one of the important spiritual debate happened in the Vedic tradition, which rewrote the history of Vedic tradition between Shankara and Mandana Mishra. That was the turning point of the Vedic tradition, because Vedic tradition was slowly getting lost in rituals, just the outer physical doing. Slowly the attention is getting diverted towards that direction, then the inner enlightenment science. So this debate was the greatest turning point, happened to the Vedic tradition. The rules of the debate is, both of them will have lotus garlands. And Mandana Mishra's wife is a judge. Whose garland withers away first is the loser. You may think, how can that be the decision point? You need to understand, whose body becomes heat during the argument does not have the rational strength, just agitation is coming up. As I said in the morning, the person who is agitated is loser. Person who is agitated is going to do all foolish things. All foolish things. And they are already doing. Get into more and more trouble. They are putting themselves into more and more trouble. When you are agitated, see, spiritual strength means how much the Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana has become Atma Pramana. Shastra Pramana means truths of the spiritual scriptures. Apta Pramana means the truths as expressed by the master. Atma Pramana means truths which has become experience of you. The Shastra Pramana, how it is expressed as Apta Pramana, should become Atma Pramana in you. So, if your Atma Pramana is stronger, your logic will ride on the cool, lubricated, compassionate nervous system. Does not need to get agitated, does not need to become hot, so that the garland can wither away. So now no need. You can play the cool game. So, Mandana Mishra was given one garland, Shankara was given one garland, debate starts, 3.5 days it goes. 3.5 days, fourth day. Amazing. 3 days, two complete opposite ideological persons are able to sit and have a beautiful dialogue, debate without getting heated up. That is the greatness of the Vedic tradition. That's the greatness of Vedic tradition. It's like more like a, will I lead you to the deeper space or will you lead me to deeper space? That's all. Nothing else. So both of them decide, if you lead me deeper space then where I am, I'll become your disciple. If I lead you to the deeper space then where you are, you become my disciple. Let us enter into the deeper truths. Sahana vavatu, sahana ubunaktu. Means let both of us grow together. Let both of us educate ourselves together. Let both of us have friendliness till we complete this process. Even the Brahma Sutra, first sutra starts with Atato Brahma Jinyasat. Let us explore the existence, the Brahman. Very beautifully, the Apta Pramana, Shastra Pramana, which has become Apta Pramana, and how much it has become Atma Pramana. Here, both of them are leading each other into the deeper and deeper and deeper spaces. understandings, when you have no more space to lead the other person into understanding, you are agitated. You will now start using the perverted logic, the heat. Garland will wither away. After 3.5 days, evening, first time sweating was seen on Mandana Mishra's body. The heat started coming up, means now all his other energy chakras are tired. Swadhisthana is emitting the heat. Now it has become survival. It is no more understanding. It is no more spiritual. Now he is agitated. He knows he doesn't have any more. He can't lead the other person into the deeper spaces, deeper than where he is. So naturally, the irrational logic, perverted logic gets activated, and he tries to use different words, which is not his experience. So those words, which has not become part of him, creates heat, and garland slowly starts withering away. Saraswati, Ubay Bharati, says, stop now, you lost the game. Understand how beautiful the atmosphere would have been. Two great religious leaders. Understand, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary guy. He is the top religious leader in Karmaganda. In those days, Hinduism is not like united as it is now. It's one of the huge branch. The ritualism is conquering, trying to conquer the science part of the religion. So it's a fight between socio-political rules and research and development science. The spiritual science and socio-political rules. Huge fight, but happening without even a flower, garland getting heated up. Can you understand? Such big decisions are made in such a loving atmosphere. It's almost like a life and death for few million people. It is getting made in a space where the garland, the lotus flower, is not getting withered away. No sword, no blood, not even using the hand to beat. Just simple intelligence. And then Mandana Mishra, not only he realizes, he surrenders completely. He surrenders completely and says, here I am, your disciple. I understand. You can lead me one step deeper than what I am. See, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary, he is a highly integrated spiritual practitioner. I can say religious practitioner who has millions of disciples. Amazing strength, intelligence, integrity. But when he says, yes, this guy can lead me one step deeper than where I am. He can take me one step above than where I am. This is time. Let me surrender. Keeping the seeking alive. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. Not getting frozen with the ideas is the truth, basic truth on which the debate should happen. Spiritual debate should happen. Keeping the seeking alive. Not getting frozen in our own ideas. Person who constantly has a spiritual debate with his own life is living enlightened. With your own life, constantly have a spiritual debate. Am I standing with the decisions I took? Am I standing with the seeking I took up? Am I getting frozen Am I ready to have the debate? Am I ready to have debate with my life, which is ready to lead me to the next step? Am I keeping my seeking open? Am I keeping my surrender alive? Or am I slowly, see in the Ganges, some dirt will slowly get into the bank and get settled. Means stopped moving, stopped flowing, stopped living. Spiritual debate is something which makes your seeking alive, which makes your surrender alive, which makes the whole thing alive, keeps the enlightenment Ganges flowing in your system intensely. Remember, when you do the debate, the garland on your neck should not get heated. Maybe we can have thermometer. Because you guys are not going to sit for 3.5 days. Garland may wither away. So we should have the thermometer or pulse monitor. Pulse monitor. That's the right thing. Your pulse should be balanced. It should be completely based on your Atma Pramana. The Apta Pramana, which has become Atma Pramana. Understand? Shastra Pramana can never directly become Atma Pramana. That's the biggest thing. Shastra Pramana is only to inspire you. Apta Pramana only give experience. And how much the Apta Pramana became Atma Pramana. So, when it is purely from Atma Pramana, there is no loser. If you lose, naturally, the person who wins is going to lead you much deeper experiences. So you are winner. If you are winner, the person who lost, you are going to lead that person into the deeper and deeper spiritual experiences. Again, you are a winner. Spiritual debate is a space where it is win-win situation. There is no loser. In Indian tradition, spiritual debate was one of the backbone, as I said, in 4 level. Master to transmit the truths to the new disciples. Master to transmit the truths to the different ideological religious leaders. Disciples to transmit the truth to other disciples. And one leader to transmit the truth to other leader. In 4 ways it has been used. And this avoided all religious terrorism in Vedic tradition. The Vedic traditions extraordinary strength is spiritual debate. And there is a beautiful Sanskrit verse which says, when you listen from the master, you learn 1/4. When you have a debate among yourself, you will learn 1/4. When you do the smarana, you learn the 3rd quarter. When you start teaching, you learn the 4th quarter. When you listen from the master, 25%. When you do debate among yourself, second 25%. When you do the smarana, remembrance, means internal question answer. I can say kind of an internal debate. The 3rd 25%. When you start teaching, the 4th 25%. That is the way the truths are learned. So, you guys have heard. Now I'll lead you guys to the second 25%. We will have spiritual debates. This is the truth of spiritual debate in Indian tradition. I think the second subject is history of spiritual debate. I think I have covered this subject also. As I said, in all traditions, which is out of Vedic tradition, the debate is part of life. I can see very clearly how Mandana Mishra and Shankara would have had the debate, and how Shankara had debate with many of the Buddhists and conquered, and how many Buddhists like Nagarjuna had debate with Shankarites and conquered. You may think, then what is truth? Suddenly when Shankara represents, Advaita wins. When Nagarjuna represents, Shunyatva wins. Then which is reality? Which is truth? Understand, the person who is experienced is reality, not the ideas. Shankara was able to lead Buddhists one step deeper in Buddhism than where they are. So he won. Nagarjuna is able to lead Shankarites one step deeper into Advaita, where they are. So he wins. So truth is one. Who is able to lead you one step deeper wins. So spiritual debate is more like a place where the person who can lead you one step further than where you are is identified and the help is taken. Brief introduction about Advaita. Advaita means non-dualism. Some of the translators translate this as a monism. No. Monism means egatva. But Advaita means non-dualism. It is put in the negative form. It is not said one, no. No two, that's all. Advaita means non-dualism, where the truth is beyond two. There is no two, name or form, anything, time or space, which makes you experience two things, does not exist. Seen and the seer, if there is two, it is lie. Known and the knower, if there is a two, it's a lie. Experience and the experiencer, if there is two, it is a lie. So merging the experiencer and experience into experiencing, merging the seer and seen into seeing, knower and the known into knowing, is Advaita. Beyond two. You can't call it one. Beyond two. I can say the truth which leads you beyond two is called Advaita Tattva. And the experience beyond two is Advaita Anubhava. The master who leads you beyond the two is Advaita Acharya. Dvaita. I tell you exactly the difference between Advaita and Dvaita. When you experience the Advaita Anubhava from the Advaita Acharya and settle with that experience, your extraordinary gratitude will feel, whatever is said and done, I cannot become equal to him. Till you leave the body, that one line of your bio-memory will say, I cannot become equal to him. So that one line is called Dvaita. That's all. When you leave the body, that one line will go away, then it is Advaita. That's all. Nothing else. Otherwise, Dvaita is, as experience, there is nothing separate. Gopikas realized they are Krishna. All great Advaitis, they realize it is they who is Bhagavan. It's not that Gopikas are great Bhaktas, because of that they did not have Advaitic experience. No. All great Bhaktas had the Advaitic experience. But when they are in the body, one line, how can I become equal to him? So internally, I know I am one, but I have to be at his feet. I have to relax at his feet. The overflowing gratitude and love, which completely makes you to feel the master as divine. So when that one line is retained, that same experience is called Dvaita. If without Advaitic experience, if you are having Dvaita, then it is incomplete. Advaita is the truth experience, ultimate. Out of that, any attitude you take is perfect. But without experiencing that, you are stuck in any attitude, means your sadhana is incomplete. So know the truth which unites everything and play from the truth, from that experience. Visishtadvaita means the individual soul is separate, the cosmic soul is separate, it is part of the cosmic soul. Slowly, 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 it can expand and may experience oneness. One funny thing is, even in Visishtadvaita, there are millions of subsects. Different beliefs. Like one group of Visishtadvaitis believe the individual soul, the cosmic soul, and the Maya, all three are eternal. Some believe Atman, Brahma, Parabrahma. So there are so many versions of Visishtadvaita. All I wanted to tell you is, after experiencing Advaita, any stand you take, any position you are, great. But without experiencing that, any position you are in, you are incomplete. Sunyavada. Sunyavada means the path of negation. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Neti, 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 neti. It's like a technique which does not give any hold for your mind. Just relaxing, 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 relaxing into the deeper and deeper space. There is no one word on which you are struck. You are stuck. You are catching or you are caught. Neither the word is caught by you nor you are caught by the word. Sunyavada. I can say Sunyavada is constantly updating your experience, not being stuck with any of the ideas you create. And Mayavada. Mayavada is something like whatever you know, including the idea of enlightenment, is illusion. Go beyond whatever you know. What is enlightenment? Different roads, that's all. Different roads. See, like now, we have different roads to travel. If there's a landslide in some road, means some wrong group has occupied, identified one philosophy with themselves. They put a wrong meaning on the words, loaded with too much of dirt. Then we take another one route, that's all. We take another one route. Sometime the Sunyavadis are loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, take the route of Mayavada. Mayavadis get loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, let us take the Advaitavada. Anyone, if you travel sincerely, that's enough, will lead to the ultimate truth. Mayavada is like everything is illusion. Reject, go beyond all illusions. Ajatavada means unborn. Unborn. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happens and nothing ever happened. Ajata. This whole thing is unborn. Because you are seeing it as born, it appears to be born, it is unborn. Ajata. So, if you decide to see this whole thing as one more dream,